Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Red Hands by Christopher Golden, narrated by Robert Fass. 1. Later, Maeve Sinclair will think of the girl with the pink balloon, and her heart will ache with a sting unlike anything she's felt before. She'll feel that sting forever, or for as long a forever as the world is willing to give her. In her mind's eye, the little girl's hand will always clutch the balloon string so fiercely, and Maeve knows it's because the girl lost her balloon at the 4th of July parade the year before. When you're 3 years old, that's the sort of thing that can scar you, and little Callie Elroy was 3 last year when she watched her Mickey Mouse balloon sail into the blue and vanish forever. It's not Mickey this year, just an ordinary pink balloon, even a bit underinflated, as if Callie didn't want to invest quite as much of her now 4-year-old adoration this time around. Yet she holds the string so tightly and smiles so brightly, showing all her crooked teeth and every ounce of the joy bursting within her, that Maeve is sure the little girl can't help but love that balloon, a little deflated or not. Plain, ordinary, boring balloon or not. Her sneakers are the same pink as the balloon, and though Maeve can't hear the words she speaks when she tugs her mother's arm and points at her sneakers, the pantomime is enough to communicate just how much delight she's taken from this moment of pink epiphany. Maeve has watched Callie Elroy grow. She can remember the moment 5 years ago when Biz Elroy, short for Elizabeth, had rushed up to her beaming and shared the news that she was pregnant with the little bean that would become Callie. Biz had even picked out her name already. At 29, the memory makes Maeve feel unsettlingly adult. She'd been standing in nearly the same spot where she stands today, watching a troop of clowns toss candy from the back of an antique fire truck, while the Conway High School marching band blatted on trumpets and thundered on drums in a rough approximation of Yankee Doodle Dandy. But she'd been 24 then, still young enough that older people hesitated to take her seriously. Now she's on the verge of 30, unmarried, no children, steadily employed but not in love with her job, and looking for a change. Maeve gets a little shiver as she watches Biz holding Callie's hand. The same antique fire engine goes by, probably the same clowns on the back, throwing the same stale candy. Only Maeve figures the fire engine is a little more antique now than it was then. And aren't they all, really? Time is fucking merciless, Maeve thinks. It doesn't ever slow down for you, even when you need it to. Even when, for instance, you still live in your hometown and can never escape the certainty that there's another life for you out there somewhere. Maeve wants to work to improve people's lives, but after 4 years studying global health and public policy at George Washington University, dipping her toe in the water of 6 D.C. internships, she felt lost. She came back to Jericho Falls and got a job working for CARE NH, a White Mountains political action committee. The money sucks, but she loves New Hampshire. She loves her parents and her brother and sister. Over the past year, she's foolishly allowed an old flame to reignite, and that makes it harder to leave, and all the more important that she does. The new job's in Boston, a nonprofit called Liquid Dreams, which she thinks is a stupid name, but she admires the hell out of the company's mission, fighting for clean drinking water in the United States and around the globe, and fighting against corporations trying to monopolize control of the water supply. It's a fight worth having. And so what if her job is as an events coordinator and not impacting the company's political efforts? She'll be serving that admirable goal, and that's what matters to her. It's time to leave Jericho Falls. She just has to tell her family. And she has to tell her Nathan. Her Nathan. She guesses he's her boyfriend, but that seems too concrete a word for the tentative way they dance around each other, or more accurately, the way she dances around him. Maeve is sure he'll want to carry on seeing her, even if it means a long-distance relationship. 3 hours in the car doesn't seem that long to begin with, but Maeve already knows it's going to wear on them, and the truth is, she never really thought of her thing with Nathan as long-term, just like she never thought she'd stay home for 7 years after college. Both things just sort of happened. She wonders if she ought to leave both of them behind, Jericho Falls and her relationship. Nathan's sweet and a comfort to be around, but so were the plush animals in her childhood bedroom. Today's parade feels like an ending of sorts, and maybe a beginning, too. The mayor rolls by, sitting in the back of an old Cadillac convertible with his leathery wife, who's never quite learned how to apply her makeup. Maeve feels a rush of love for the old doll and for her town, because in other places the mayor's wife might have been replaced by a younger, blonder version, but in Jericho Falls, she looks just the way you'd expect her to look. The future is going to catch up to her town soon, and though Maeve yearns to be a part of the rush of the real world, it saddens her to think of Jericho Falls changing. She thinks, momentarily, that the mayor's wife should ditch him for a younger, more attractive husband and then run for mayor herself. If the future has to come to Jericho Falls, Maeve wants it to arrive in heels. All these thoughts spin through her head while she glances around the crowd. Her dad, Ted, munches an ice cream sandwich from a street vendor. He's with Rue Crooker, maybe his best and oldest friend, so close that when the kids were little, they called her Auntie Rue. Maeve's brother Logan is over beside their mom on the other side of the street, which is a good illustration of their lives since Ellen Sinclair finally had enough of her husband's alcoholism and changed the locks on the house. None of it has been as ugly as Maeve feared, but it hasn't been pretty either. Her dad's had a rough time with addiction, but he's kicked the pills at least, and he's trying, which is maybe why Ellen and Ted can stand across the street from each other and offer a smile and subdued wave. Maeve likes that. They'll always be family, thanks to the 3 children they share, so it's nice if they can manage not to hate each other. The youngest member of Maeve's family finally arrives, her 21-year-old sister, Rose, who grins nervously as she approaches their mother and Logan, while holding hands with her girlfriend in public for the very first time. This is the Sinclair family today, doing their best to reenact a tradition begun decades earlier. The Jericho Falls 4th of July parade, held at 11 a.m. on the actual goddamn 4th of July, no matter the weather and no matter the stink some locals put up because they like the parade, but they want to be on vacation somewhere nicer, somewhere with a great fireworks display on the actual holiday. Other cities and towns cave to the pressure, celebrate a few days before or even after the 4th, but not Jericho Falls. Fuck that. It's another thing that makes Maeve proud of her town. She'll dwell on all of this later. She'll turn it over in her head, wondering if there was something she could have done differently, anything that might have changed the outcome. If she had been paying more attention to her family or the parade or the crowd, instead of being lost inside her head and worrying about breaking the news of her new job and impending departure to her mom, would she have been able to save lives? Would she have been able to save herself? Of course, she'll never know. The car comes from Kingsbury Road, which is perpendicular to Main Street. Over the squeal of a coterie of kilted bagpipers, she hears another sound, someone's music turned up obnoxiously loud, a 1970s pop confection blaring from car speakers, and she scowls at how inconsiderate people can be. This moment ought to be about the parade, about the town celebrating its history and its future and the very nature of Jericho Falls as a safe place, A nice place to live in a world where such places grow rarer by the day. Biz Elroy drops her bag of popcorn into the road. Somehow there's a tiny lull in the bleating music, and in that lull Maeve can hear little Callie cry out, "Oh no, Mummy," as mother and daughter release each other's hands. Callie hops off the curb as Biz reaches for the fallen red and white striped bag, trying to rescue whatever she can, which is understandable when a little bag of popcorn costs $6. In that same lull, in the same sliver of a moment between bagpipe bleats, Maeve hears the roar of a car engine. It's a parade. No engines are roaring. Some are groaning, some are putt-putt-putting, as floats and antique cars and baton twirlers inch up Main Street. A big old Ford pickup truck tows a flatbed carrying a bunch of Little League players and a float that's supposed to look like a miniature Fenway Park. The kids swing their bats at imaginary pitches while the pickup truck lurches and groans in its deep pickup truck voice. But this other engine roars, and its roar is not coming from the parade, not from in front of Maeve and her family, but behind them, over Maeve's right shoulder. She's about to turn and search for the source of that roar when she sees Biz drop her popcorn and Callie pull away from her mom, and both of them go for the bag with that "Oh no, Mummy." Callie's fist is tightly closed on the string of that pink balloon. You damn well better believe it. Biz picks up the popcorn bag. Smiling, she takes a couple of kernels out and tosses them at her wild-haired little girl with the big blue eyes, and she steps back onto the curb, beckoning for Callie to follow. The engine roars. People shout warnings and scream in panic, and some of them run or dive or hurl themselves out of the way as a sparkling silver BMW careens from Kingsbury Road onto Main Street. 1970s pop music crying from the open windows, not slowing for the people who can't get out of the way in time. Not slowing for Mrs. Kestler, who taught Maeve science in middle school, or Jeff Strahan, whose brutal father trained him from birth to be a Major League Baseball player, only to have him go to law school, come home to open his practice, and coach Little League. Not slowing for other people, some of whose faces Maeve knows, and some she doesn't. Not slowing for her sister, Rose, whose girlfriend Priya is knocked over in the rush to flee. Rose helps Priya to her feet, but it's too late for them to run. Maeve's father discards his ice cream sandwich as he breaks through the crowd. He's screaming. Maeve is sure he won't reach them in time, but somehow he does, hands outstretched. Ted shoves his youngest child and her girlfriend out of the way, the effort halting his own momentum, leaving him stranded for the last vital second before the BMW's grille will make contact. Ted jumps as high as he can, avoiding the impact of the front end, but he hits the hood, the windshield, goes up and over the car and smashes down onto the pavement in its wake. The car roars onward. Maeve screams for her father, runs toward where he has fallen. People are running, screaming. The bagpipers have ceased, but up and down Main Street, there are still high school musicians playing horrible screeching noises on instruments most of them will never touch again after graduation, and which some of them will never touch again after today, after this 4th of July with its sweet-smelling breeze and glorious blue sky and the promise of a perfect night of barbecue and baseball ahead. But at least those kids will be alive. Maeve kneels by her father, sees his blood and doesn't want to touch him, afraid to hurt him further. He's breathing, and this is good. He is alive. She looks up, tracking the car's trajectory. Across the street, she sees Christy Burns, her best friend since the 7th grade, mirroring her expression. The BMW slews sideways, skidding on clothing and blood, bumping over someone's legs, then seems to leap toward the curb as it takes aim at more spectators. Or maybe the driver is just trying to get around the Ford pickup and the Little League float. Christy Burns is in its path, and as Maeve watches, it appears that she has locked eyes with the driver, who maybe guns the engine or maybe not. But in the last moment, Christie staggers backward 3 steps and falls on her ass, and the BMW leaps the curb and strikes a fire hydrant, saving Christie's life. The collision is no symphony of tearing metal, but a single whump, and a kind of grinding whine as the car's engine begins to realize it's going to die. Water pours out from under the crumpled BMW hood and pools beneath the car, spreading into the road, beginning to wash away a bit of the blood that has been spilled. So many people are shouting. Police sirens wail, but they could just as easily be a part of the parade as the signal that it has ended, that people are dead. Maeve spots something overhead, drifting in the air. Little Callie Elroy's pink balloon. She spins, searching the crowd, scanning the bodies in the bloodied road, and her gaze lands on Biz, on her knees on the asphalt, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes full of tears, holding a single pink sneaker in both hands. In that moment, the driver's door on the BMW swings open wide. A bare foot stretches out and touches the pool of water spreading from the shattered hydrant. And the day gets so much worse. The driver slips from behind the wheel and staggers to his dirty feet. He's wearing blue cotton pajama pants and a T-shirt that looks as if it must have been white before all the bloodstains. He's been shot at least twice, maybe 3 times if the reason he's staggering is a 3rd bullet wound in his left leg. The first 2 are to his torso. One bloodstain has its locus at his right shoulder, the other about 4 inches to the left of his heart. He's dying, Maeve knows. One look is all it takes to see the shadow of death looming over him. But the driver limps away from the car, wild eyes scanning the buildings beyond the crowd. He begins to stumble toward the brick post office building, or maybe toward the alley between the post office and the bookstore cafe. There's a parking lot behind them, and beyond that a hill slopes through a maze of short streets and then to the river. He doesn't make it to the river. He doesn't even make it to the post office. People shout. Others are still screaming, trying to help the people he'd struck with his car, some of whom are beyond help. Distant sirens grow not so distant, more urgent, as if now that their purpose has turned dire, the sound reflects that. Most of the people who'd been on the sidewalk around Christie Burns when the car plowed toward her have scattered out of the way, leaving only a few to help Christie to her feet as the BMW ticks and steams and floods hydrant water from under its hood. As the driver stagger marches to the sidewalk, these last few scramble out of his way, maybe because he's just done something totally insane, or because someone shot him and the bright red stains on his white T-shirt continue to spread. As he steps onto the sidewalk, a barrel-chested guy with a beard emerges from the frantic, grieving, stunned crowd.
Motherfucker!
The bearded guy says it just like that, as if it's 2 words. His hands are fisted at his sides, and the rage on his face is made all the more terrifying by the tears streaming down his cheeks. He isn't just furious, he's broken, and he's going to break the driver to make them a matched set. The bearded guy raising his fist triggers others to move toward the driver. One of them is Tim Mack, who brought Maeve to his junior prom when she was only a sophomore, and then promptly abandoned her to be with his friends. Tim's changed a lot in the intervening years, slimmer and more handsome, much better taste in clothes. But in this moment, he looks fierce in a way Maeve would never have imagined he might be. He looks dangerous. It's Tim who reaches the driver first, blocks his path with a "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" as the sirens grow louder. Police, ambulances. Floats and other parade vehicles are inching out of the way, making room for the arrival of first responders. Tim Mack puts out a hand to stop the driver, with Christy Burns looking on from a few feet away, still visibly shaken by her close call. Tim plants a hand, fingers splayed, on the driver's bloodied T-shirt. The driver reaches out and grabs Tim by the face, shoves him backward. As Tim takes one step back, Maeve is sure she sees the imprint of the driver's hand flare red on Tim's skin before it fades. But something's happened. Tim retches, gagging, jerking his body. He coughs and tries to lift shaking hands to his mouth, even as black-red fluid streams from both nostrils and his left eye. Maeve doesn't feel as if she's inside her own body anymore. She's frozen, jaw hanging open, forgetting to breathe as she watches Tim Mack collapse into a heap of shuddering limbs, and then go still. Christy stares for a second at Tim's unmoving form and snaps out of her shock, or maybe immerses herself even more deeply into the maelstrom of emotions that burst across her features. "You crazy fucking prick!" Christy shouts. "What did you just do to him?" It's possible she doesn't manage to get those last few words out, that Maeve's brain fills them in because she expects them. Christy rushes at the driver while she's screaming, lunging for his throat. He knocks one of her hands away and grabs a fistful of her wild red hair, twists her around to drive her out of his path. Christy tries to fight. Still clutching her hair in one hand, he grabs her wrist with the other and shoves her off the curb. She sprawls in the street, convulsing, and then she, too, goes still. Maeve's brother, Logan, starts across the street without a word. 1 second he's with the rest of the family, and then he's in motion. He doesn't get far before Mom rushes forward, wraps her arms around Logan's chest, and halts him in his tracks with a torrent of angry, fearful words. Rose is holding her girlfriend, Priya, who is sobbing and shaking. Maeve's mother starts comforting those around her, telling everyone to keep back, to go home, to make way for the emergency vehicles. As if Christy hasn't just died in the street, as if Ted Sinclair isn't bleeding on the pavement. Maeve has forgotten how to breathe. It's chaos all around, and her heart is slamming in her chest. Across the street, as the water from the hydrant spreads farther, pooling around the mangled body of a girl in an American flag tank top, several other people rush at the BMW driver. Some are smart enough to run the other direction, but these 3 men take it upon themselves to stop him, maybe thinking they'll make him pay for what he's done. An icy chill runs up Maeve's spine. Hot tears course down her face. She shifts a few feet, trying to get a look at Christy's eyes, hoping to see a spark of life, but knowing in her heart there's not a glimmer. She thinks of 100 summer days like this one, spent at the lake, out on Jack Spencer's boat. She thinks of watching scary movies during sleepovers, Christy's 8th grade determination to get her first kiss, playing soccer together and laughing as they realized neither of them were very good. All those memories lie dead on Main Street. When the sirens and the shouts are abruptly drowned out by the roar of a black helicopter sweeping overhead, Maeve barely notices. In her subconscious, she accepts its presence, and a little flicker of awareness recognizes that it means something, that black helicopter slicing the air, lifting and turning as it searches for a place to land. One by one, the 3 men trying to stop the BMW driver reel away from him, bodies racked with seizure, coughing and gasping, black-red mucus streaming from noses and eyes. From her knees, bereft, alone, and feeling invisible, Maeve thinks she sees their skin flare red or flush pink where the driver touches them. Instead of continuing toward the alley, the driver turns toward the crowd. Bloody and stumbling, but somehow more focused, his lips curled in a sneer that says he's made up his mind about something ugly, He lunges toward a group of people clustered too closely together for all of them to elude him. A middle-aged woman with a glorious mane of coiled black hair is nearest and cannot escape the hand he reaches toward her. His fingers close on her bare upper arm. She pulls free, but she's already dying. Her skin is dark, but even so, Maeve is sure she can see the momentary handprint left behind. She can't watch it anymore. Far off to her left, the dispersing crowd has knocked over a popcorn vendor's cart, and there is popcorn blowing all over the road and onto the grass and sidewalk. Scattered kernels blow like tiny tumbleweeds onto the pooling water under the BMW and float as if set adrift to race in a child's dream. Maeve focuses on the popcorn, entirely losing track of the sounds around her. They blend into one larger noise, beneath all of which is the whine of helicopter rotors powering down somewhere south along Main Street. The first police car arrives. There's an ambulance behind it. She sees them out of the corner of her eye, unwilling to tear her gaze from the popcorn regatta floating in the hydrant water, until several kernels float up to and bump up against the dead girl in her American flag tank top. Maeve flinches and rises to her feet. Her family's otherwise occupied as she walks half a dozen paces and picks up a baseball bat that has fallen from the hands of one of the kids on the Little League float. The kids are long gone, having fled their miniature Fenway, and that's for the best. It's possible she hears Logan call out her name as she begins to run, but Maeve doesn't slow down. She doesn't turn or hesitate. The BMW driver is a pale, middle-aged, ordinary man with sallow cheeks and dark circles beneath his eyes. He's got a fistful of a young father's T-shirt in his left hand, rucking it up to expose the guy's tattooed back, reaching out his right hand to touch that tattoo. The young father has a curly-haired toddler in his arms and practically throws the little girl at his wife as the seizures rack his body and he falls. That's the last one, though. The last one the driver touches. Maeve steps up and swings the bat with all the strength and training of her varsity softball days. The driver turns toward her just as the bat is about to connect. When the blow lands, the aluminum bat rings true as if she's hit a homer, but the sound is accompanied by the crack of bone. His eyes are wide as he staggers backward, sways a bit, and then falls toward her, bouncing once as he hits the pavement. His neck is twisted to one side, and she can see the indentation on his forehead where the bat did its damage. When he tries to rise, ordinary blood running from his nose, she hits him again, this time in the back of the head. But he's been shot at least 3 times, been punched and shoved and kicked, and now he's taken an aluminum bat to the skull, so he isn't quite done yet. The driver is on the pavement. The puddle of water stretching out from the hydrant beneath the BMW reaches him, flowing around him. He skids himself forward in the water, dragging his chest and face, and then lurches one more time to his feet, head hanging askew, reaching for her throat. Maeve grabs his wrist with her free hand, twists his arm away. He falls to the ground, but she's still holding on, barely noticing him, staring instead at her fingers clenched around his wrist. Instinct had done it. She's reacted faster than she could think, had grabbed him to avoid him doing the same to her, and though he's on the ground now, it's only after he convulses once and then dies, his gaze going flat and dull as doll's eyes, that she manages to release her hold on him. A scream cuts through the buzzing in her head. Her mother's voice. The scream is her name, and she turns as her mother races toward her. Logan and Rose had been deemed more important, more in need of attention, as has always been the case. Her whole life they've thought of her as more capable, less in need of their love and comfort. Now Maeve is listening to her own heartbeat, waiting for the cough and the seizures to come. She's going to die like the others, she is certain. But the seizures don't come. Maeve shudders. Shock had dried up her tears, but now, with her relief, they return. Her hands shake, but she feels good. She feels fine. Better than fine. Somewhere behind her, Christy Burns lies dead. So many people are dead. Biz Elroy is lying on the grass across the road, cradling a pink sneaker in her arms. The pink balloon is long gone. But the BMW driver is dead, and Maeve is still alive, and she feels herself about to shatter inside, fractured by a dozen conflicting emotions. "Maeve, oh my God," her mom says. That voice, the voice of safety and reassurance, of comfort and warmth, is the root of her childhood. As often as she fought with her mother through middle and high school, and has dismissed so much of her advice since then, in this moment she's a little girl again, and when she looks up and their eyes meet, her mother sees how much Maeve needs her. "Oh, my baby," Ellen Sinclair says. You were so brave." Maeve cracks. A sob racks her body, and she tries to speak, but no words will come. She laughs at her inability to summon language. She knows this is all part of the shock, but oh God, she wants to go home. She wants to check on her dad. He can't have gone through all the things he's endured just to die now like this. Her mom takes her hands, squeezes them, pulls her into an embrace. Maeve leans into her, leans on her the way she always has, even when she didn't realize how much of her emotional weight her mother carried for her. Ellen kisses her girl's forehead. Maeve lays her head on her mother's shoulder, eyes open, and she sees her brother rushing to join them. Police push through the crowd, hurrying over to the bodies of the people the driver touched. She spots Auntie Rue, a no-nonsense woman with a sleeve of purple tattoos and half her skull shaved. Rue snaps instructions at the officers, barking orders about quarantine and disease. She isn't a cop, just a citizen, and doesn't look like the kind of person the police would ordinarily listen to, but she speaks with authority, and suddenly they're wary. They're right to be. Logan joins the hug. Maeve reaches up to touch his face, meets his eyes, so grateful for his kindness. As she touches him, she feels her mother jerk in her arms. At first, she can't make sense of it, but Logan steps back, his expression contorting in horror. He lifts one hand to cover his mouth, to stifle a cry as their mother slips from Maeve's arms and hits the pavement. Convulsing again, and then again, Ellen Sinclair rolls over, and Maeve sees the vile black-red sludge issuing from the corner of her mouth and dripping from her nose. Dark sores appear on her skin. "Mom?" Maeve whispers, as a vast, hollow place fissures open within her, an empty chamber where emotion should be. She cries out this time, "Mom!" But there is no answer. When Maeve's sister shouts, though, it isn't for her mother. Rose shouts her brother's name. Maeve glances up and sees Logan in the midst of a shaking fit that sprays that hideous sludge from his mouth. His eyes are squeezed tightly shut, but squibs of that sludge are being forced out through his lashes. There's a hint, a little red afterimage, the imprint of Maeve's hand on Logan's cheek. But when she blinks, it's gone, and so is he. Logan is dead before he hits the pavement. Her sister stares at her, stares at her hands. Maeve sways from side to side, not knowing what to do or where to run or what she's become. She glances at her father, who has propped himself up on one hand, wincing in pain but alive, the BMW driver, the man she'd killed, the man whose hands she'd avoided, but whose skin she'd been touching while the last flicker of life left his body. The small-town cops pushing people back from the bodies, from the crime scene, have paused and watch her with the same stunned wariness as the rest. Auntie Rue takes a step toward her. Maeve stares at her hands. A second black helicopter buzzes overhead. The remaining bystanders have been staring at her, but they glance up, tracking the helicopter, and as one they all hear the voices barking commands. People begin to clear a path. Through the crowd, she sees 3 figures in yellow hazmat suits, accompanied by armed men in black body armor. All of them wear air filtration masks, like they're afraid of contamination, of contagion. She turns toward her father. He must see the decision in her eyes, because he shakes his head. "Maeve, no," he says, clutching his ribs, wincing in pain, blood on his face. But Maeve has never been good at doing what she's told. She sees those hazmat suits, the guns and the body armor, and she thinks of the bullet holes in the man she killed, the man who killed so many, and she can't stay here. So she runs. People who saw her mother and brother die get out of her way. People who did not are already in motion, clearing a path for the black helicopters team. The police who saw Logan and Mom die don't try to follow her until Rue shouts at them that they can't let her leave, but by then, Maeve has broken into a run. She bolts through the crowd, across the park, away from Main Street, away from the river. She races through backyards on Kingsbury Road, and then she's into the woods she'd spent most of her childhood wandering. Maeve knows every path, even the ones that are so narrow and overgrown they hardly look like trails at all. She glances up. Sunlight streams through breaks in the canopy of the woods, and in those breaks she can see the mountains ahead. Her heart races, and she doesn't allow herself to think of anything except reaching the foothills, getting lost up there. She won't be able to hide forever, but she needs time to think. Her hands itch. Her fingers feel strangely cold. She thinks of her mom and of Logan, and her breath hitches in her chest. Tears stream down her face as she runs. All she wants to do is scream, to lie down on the trail and curl up and wait for all of this to catch up to her, to punish her. Branches whip past her face. Maeve ducks and stumbles, then turns off the trail. She wonders if this is what madness feels like, if this is what it feels like to be a killer. In the distance, she hears the buzz of a black helicopter, and she plunges into deeper woods, always staying on course for the mountains. She thinks of Callie Elroy's pink balloon and feels the icy cold of her fingers, and a terrible knowledge stabs at her. She can never touch anyone again. Not ever. 2. Rue Crooker stood in the middle of a street, rapidly emptying of spectators, surrounded by broken, bloody bodies and the loved ones grieving over them. Armed men and women in black body armor wove between abandoned floats and spread out to encircle the scene, while a woman in civilian clothes strode through, glancing left and right to survey the carnage. People in hazmat suits rushed by her, heading for the crashed BMW.
We've covered some enriching content so far. Let the music carry you away for a while, and we'll pick up the pace again shortly. Thank you so much for being here and watching this video.
I love this feeling. I can't help but stay. Love this feeling. I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling. I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way.
The armored security detail approached the car with weapons leveled, as if they expected to be attacked from within. One of them paused by the corpse of the BMW driver, the man who'd killed and injured so many, and went to nudge the body with the toe of his boot. A muffled bark from one of the hazmat suits made him freeze and back away. Whoever the driver had been, the person in the hazmat suit knew him, recognized him, had expected to find him here. Of course they had. How else could a squad of blackcoats show up so fast? She went to Ted, went down on one knee beside him. "Hey, no," she said as he tried to rise. "You need to stay right here." His eyes were glazed with pain and grief. He glanced over at the bodies of his ex-wife and his son, then cringed and looked away, unprepared. 5 feet away, his daughter Rose wept in the embrace of her girlfriend. Ted cast a pleading glance up at Rue. "Maeve," he said. "I know," Rue replied, though she didn't really. How could she possibly guess what part of this horror had carved itself deepest? "Just wait. You need doctors to look you over." Ted seemed to agree, or maybe he was just numb. Rue's heart thumped like it wanted to break free. Flushed with heat, somehow she felt cold inside. So this is shock, she thought, observing the whole wretched tableau that spread around her. Several of those struck by the car were still alive and in dire need of medical attention. Ted seemed in remarkably good condition. He had jumped right before the car hit him, which Rue thought might have saved his life. At the very least, it had saved him from a broken leg or two. Sirens wailed. Police officers hurried through the remnants of the crowd. Several EMTs were on site, moving from victim to victim, searching for those who were not already beyond their help. Someone shouted for an ambulance. Others called to the blackcoats for aid, but received no reply. The young civilian woman also seemed deaf to these cries. Even the hazmat team paid no attention to the people who'd been struck by the BMW, but Rue had expected that. They weren't here for the broken, bleeding ones. They had come because of the man behind the wheel. "Ted, just keep still," she said. "Help is coming. I'll make sure of it." He groaned and nodded, squeezing his eyes closed. There were tears on his face, but Rue thought they had sprung from grief instead of physical pain. She turned away, let him have his privacy. She went to Rose and her girlfriend Priya, touched Rose on the shoulder. "Stay with your dad." Sniffling, Rose nodded, still in Priya's embrace. The hazmat team surrounded the dead driver. The civilian woman began to shout orders, apparently in command, and the blackcoats closed in, beginning to surround the people who had been touched by the driver or by Maeve Sinclair. Rue whipped out her phone, tapped the screen, and began to record. "Excuse me," she shouted. "Excuse me, what are you doing? Who are you? How did you get here so quickly?" The woman in charge raised a hand to halt the blackcoat security team. The hazmat crew had already yanked out a body bag and started to transfer the driver into it without a single crime scene photo having been taken, without even a police officer approving their actions. They didn't stop what they were doing, but whatever menace the blackcoats had intended toward those mourning their dead had halted, or at least paused. "I'm going to ask again," Rue said. "What do you think you're doing?" Popcorn containers and other parade debris blew along the pavement. A stroller had been left behind in the hurried exodus of onlookers. Someone had snatched up their baby and just run, and Rue didn't blame them at all. She probably should have run as well, but she wasn't wired that way. At the age of 54, neither her knees nor her demeanor were inclined to do much running. "Put that phone away. It's illegal to record during a crisis like this," the young woman said, not taking a step. Her whole team seemed to be frozen. More sirens blared. Local police started to shout to one another. An ambulance drove up onto the lawn of a house on the corner of Kingsbury. Another black helicopter buzzed overhead and seemed to hover 1,000 feet above the BMW. The woman put a hand to her ear, frowning. And Rue realized that though she might appear to be giving the orders, she was getting them from somewhere else. Rue kept recording. She took a step closer. One of the blackcoats turned his weapon on her. "The phone, now," the woman said. "Fuck you. If you're any kind of law enforcement, which I doubt, there's nothing illegal about me filming. And since you've got a private security detail with no badges or identification, I'd say you've got even less authority over me." The woman whirled her hand in the air and turned her back on Rue. On that signal, the entire response team began to behave as if Rue had turned invisible. The confidence in that disregard broke through the numbness and shock and made Rue afraid all over again. She wasn't a concern, less trouble than a mosquito, which meant these people had a lot of power or had much larger worries, or both. Probably both. "Attention, all civilians," the woman shouted. "I'm sorry for your loss and your pain, but please stand away from the deceased. I repeat, you must step back from the bodies. I know you don't want to be parted from your loved ones, but each of them must be temporarily quarantined. This will be a brief quarantine, and I promise they will be returned to you as quickly as we're able to process and release them." Rue kept recording, but hardly anyone moved. Some of them understood immediately, horror dawning on their faces as they recalled the way the driver had touched these people, only to have them collapse in painful seizures and die. Others were too numb to put it together. A police lieutenant jogged over to the woman and quietly demanded to know what she was up to, who she was. Basically the same questions Rue had been asking. The woman flashed some kind of ID, and Rue watched the cop blink in surprise and nod, backing away, hands raised as if in apology for interrupting. So whoever the fuck she is, she does have some authority behind her. A black coat called to her, "Vargas." So now the woman had a name, which helped give Rue someone to hate. Vargas had a head of tight curls dyed red, and Rue might have found her attractive under other circumstances, but not today. Ignored, Rue glanced around at the people who had died after being touched by the BMW driver or by Maeve Sinclair, who'd run off in the chaos. She refused to look at the bodies of Ellen and Logan Sinclair, but she did glance back at Ted. Stubborn as he was, and despite his own 53 years, Ted had managed to get to one knee and was trying to rise, one arm across his ribs, his face etched with pain. There were scrapes and bloody bruises on his arms and right cheek, but still he struggled to stand. Rose pulled away from Priya, reached for her father, and the two of them held one another, both shaking. Over Rose's shoulder, Rue could see Ted's eyes, which were flat and dull, empty. Bereft. That was the word. Of course he was bereft. Ted had slid into shock. Maeve had run off, vanished up into the woods of Mount Champney, the tallest peak along the Mequi Range. Rue Crooker and Ted Sinclair had met years earlier, but had become best friends their sophomore year in high school, thanks to a Susie and the Banshees concert and their shared crush on a freckle-faced freshman girl neither of them would ever get to kiss. Now they were both divorced from their respective wives. Rue felt like her divorce had left her happier, but the same couldn't be said for Ted. Ted broke away from Rose and started limping toward the bodies of his wife and son. "Sir," a black coat shouted, "I'm going to have to ask you to back away." Confused faces stared at the soldier, then at Vargas. Rue had thought her a civilian, but that seemed unlikely now if she were the one giving the orders. Whoever these people were, however, they weren't completely wrong. The locals were grieving and horrified. Her friends and neighbors would need answers that Rue knew weren't forthcoming. She saw a bearded man stand, both of his huge fists clenched, sweat stains on his Red Sox Nation t-shirt. He started toward the soldier. Wait, Rue said, lowering her phone. She let the hand holding it dangle at her side, but didn't stop the recording. Even if the only video was of the pavement, at least it would pick up the audio. Please, listen. They're right. You saw how these people died. This is some kind of contagion. Back away from the dead and don't touch them until medical personnel have cleared them. Everyone, please just stand back, but don't go anywhere. All of you will have to be checked out, too. Ted stared at Rue. She had seen him so drunk he couldn't raise his head, and so high he couldn't remember his own birthday. But she'd never seen him like this. He looked utterly lost. They died in like 2 seconds, the huge-fisted man growled. If I got infected by that, I'd already be lying in the goddamn road. He had a point, but they couldn't take any chances, not with something so deadly. Rue began to reply, to plead with them to follow instructions, when she felt a cool shadow blot out the 4th of July sun. She turned to see a towering black-armored soldier behind her, with Vargas standing beside him. Clear the area, Vargas said, copper eyes glinting. Rue glared. I'm trying to help you. I don't recall asking. These people don't know you. They need to be comforted, and they need medical attention. They need to be quarantined. We need to be sure they... I don't know who you think we might be, Vargas said, giving her the disdainful once-over that Rue's hair and tattoos prompted all too frequently. But we isn't you. We'll be quarantining the remains. Everyone else can go home and wait for the bodies to be released. Something snapped in Rue. The call of shock that had hung over her tore away, her thoughts clearing. You want them to go home? They were just exposed to what looks to me like the deadliest germ in the world, and I've seen some deadly fucking germs. Nothing kills on contact like that. Nothing. You want to send these people home? You're either monumentally stupid, or you already know they're not infected. I'm going to guess the latter, since you people buzzed in here about a minute and a half after the dead guy in the Beamer. I get the idea you know exactly who this is and what just happened here. Rue pointed to Ted. My friend just lost half his family and got hit by a goddamn car. Maybe you want to explain to him why that happened. Oh, and also, who the fuck are you? Vargas stepped in so close that Rue could smell her tropical-scented body wash. The woman had gone unsettlingly still. You seem to know what you're talking about, Vargas said, studying her more critically than before. You don't look like a scientist. Rue couldn't decide whether to laugh or knock her on her ass. Instead, her spine stiffened. Dr. Rue Crooker. I'm a biologist at Boston University, and you're pushing folks around in my hometown when they've just seen people die in front of them. So maybe dial it back, Vargas. The smaller woman blinked, perhaps startled that Rue knew her name. It wasn't much, but it was all she had. I think we'll have to quarantine you too, Dr. Crooker, Vargas said, gesturing to 2 of the blackcoats. Rue had never put her phone away, never stopped the recording. Now she picked it up and held it between herself and Vargas, making sure the other woman knew she was on camera. I don't think we'll be doing that today. Which was when Ted took a few shuffling steps toward Vargas. With every second that passed, the bruising and swelling of his injuries seemed worse. Take a look around, he said. You think we're going to let Dr. Crooker go anywhere with you? Behind him, his daughter Rose broke a little further, her face contorted with loneliness and shock. Dad? No, he said. You girls stay back. Rue glanced across the street, between buildings, at the woods and the mountains beyond. Maeve had taken off in that direction. Finding her was going to be vital, but first this situation had to be contained. The bearded man in the Red Sox Nation t-shirt stepped up beside Ted. You see how many cameras are on you?" Vargas blinked, and for the first time seemed to notice there were at least half a dozen people with their phones out, recording what had been unfolding. Most seemed to be bystanders who had stayed behind to help the injured, but were unencumbered now that more EMTs and police had shown up. One was a middle-aged woman who stood protectively over a dead man. Tears streamed down her face, but the look of determination in her eyes was unmistakable. "People aren't stupid," Ted said, wiping at his eyes. "This might be a small town, but it's a 4th of July parade in America, and you come in here in your black helicopters and talking contagion. There's going to be half a dozen news trucks here in half an hour or less. Now, tell us what just happened, goddammit! We deserve an answer!" Vargas glanced from Ted to Rue, and then turned toward the police lieutenant who'd backed down from her before. The man had been clearing the intersection, shouting for people to remove the floats that were blocking more emergency vehicles from arriving. Now he turned, said something to a pair of EMTs who were hustling a gurney toward their ambulance, bearing a man who'd been struck by the BMW and badly injured. "Lieutenant," Vargas called. But as the policeman started toward her, another voice interrupted them, and the lieutenant almost collapsed with relief. Chief Kaminsky had arrived. "Ma'am, I'm Len Kaminsky, Chief of Police. Obviously we've got a lot on our hands here," the chief said, waving at his officers to go back to what they'd been doing. "I'm told you wanted us to stay out of your business." "That's changed," Vargas said. "Place all these people under arrest for interfering with a federal investigation." Voices erupted all around her, but to Rue all that noise suddenly seemed little more than a distant buzz. Tiny details resolved into sharp contrast. The last 2 letters on Kaminsky's badge had been worn away, as if the chief had scraped up against something. He had a little scar under his left eye and a few wiry white hairs in his otherwise dark eyebrows. His nostrils flared in disgust as he glanced around at the people with their phones out, and for half a moment his gray eyes rested on Rue. Then he looked at Vargas. "Lady, this is New Hampshire. Live free or die is our state motto. You come in here in the midst of the ugliest, most heartbreaking thing that's ever happened in this town, no identification, and tell me to arrest people who just suffered loss and horror like this? You're either that arrogant or that stupid, and I don't really care which. Any idiot can see this is some kind of government bullshit gone haywire. You want to cover up the mess you made, you'll have to do it with your own people and face the media shitstorm that comes your way. I guess what I'm saying is, go fuck yourself." People in the crowd, Rue guessed people who hadn't just watched their friends or spouses die, clapped and cheered. More phones had come out during this mini-speech, while Vargas's fury visibly simmered. "This whole town is about to be quarantined," Vargas sneered as if the words were punishment. "You were ready to send everyone home a minute ago," Rue replied. "You know that whatever this is, none of us has it." Vargas responded with the most venomous smile Rue had ever seen. "Can't be too careful, Dr. Crooker. If you want to make sure none of you get infected, I suggest you stop making my job more difficult." Rue flinched, wondering if she'd heard right. Not the words, those were clear enough, but the tone. Then she noticed the way the black coats had shifted, several of them moving into position near Vargas as if guarding her. Chief Kaminsky noticed too, and cast a nervous glance toward Rue, as if warning her to heed Vargas's words. Their eyes met. Rue saw the policeman's fear, and that was when she knew she'd heard Vargas's threat exactly as it had been intended. She thought about Ted Sinclair's daughter, off in the woods, terrified and alone, and maybe worse, and knew she ought to say something. Whatever this threat was, the dead people in the street were testament enough to how dangerous it could be. But someone would tell Vargas soon enough, Or there'd be cell phone footage of what happened when Maeve hit the driver with that baseball bat. And then these helicopters and the soldiers in their gleaming body armor would be all over the mountainside hunting for her. Rue thought it would be a good idea if somebody else found her first. 3. For the longest time there were zero thoughts in Maeve's head. Pain drove her, grief pumping her blood and keeping her legs moving. Eyes wide, searching the shadows between trees as if the forest might reveal itself to be part of a dream, she ran along familiar trails. Her feet remembered them, knew how to navigate the rocks and roots that jutted from the ground. She diverted onto a narrow side trail she knew most hikers avoided because of its steep incline and inhospitable terrain. Her escape turned from a run to a climb, knees rising, hands grasping edges of rock, head ducking beneath branches, until at last she hauled herself up onto a smooth ridge where the trail became a bit easier. Only then did she pause, heart thundering, salt from her tears drying on her lips. An ocean of pain had dragged her under and threatened to drown her, but now she washed up onto this mountain ledge for just a moment, long enough to begin to catch her breath, long enough for conscious thought to return and reality to set in. Mom's dead. Logan's dead. Her body seemed to fold in on itself, shoulders caving inward as if she were some sort of bird eager to wrap herself in protective wings. She hugged herself, taking deep, rasping breaths. She studied her trembling fingers, expecting to find them dappled with blood. But they were just her fingers, just her hands. Over the sound of her heartbeat, she could hear the wind picking up, rustling the branches of trees all around her. Shafts of sunlight streamed through the lattice of those interlocking branches. God, it was beautiful. So beautiful it hurt. Emotion surged inside her, so powerful that she couldn't hold it in. Maeve threw her head back and screamed at the sky, the trees, the mountain, and her own goddamned hands, these things that no longer felt a part of her. While the echo of her scream danced up and down the climbing trail, she thought of Medusa, the Gorgon of Greek myth, whose hair was a nest of deadly serpents and whose gaze could turn human beings to stone. "Logan," she whispered, "I'm sorry." She remembered the way he had always picked the worst possible times to smile at her, when she was in a rage or broken-hearted or wallowing in a moment of self-doubt. The times when she didn't want to see anyone, didn't want anyone to try to make her feel better. Logan would never try to comfort her with words or to cheer her up when she had been working hard at radiating disdain and dismay. But in her lowest moments, he'd always had that smile that said he understood, that he was there for her if she needed him. Maeve covered her mouth with both hands to keep from screaming out her grief again. While they'd been growing up, the Sinclair kids had heard one constant refrain from their dad. One day, he'd told them, their parents would be gone, and the only people they'd really be able to count on would be one another. Friends and colleagues and mates would come and go, he had assured them, but they needed to nurture their familial bond. Maeve had loved Logan, but for several years she had been promising herself that she'd make a greater effort to know and understand him, to be a better sister. Instead, I killed him. Grief thrust its fist inside her chest, clutched at her heart and squeezed. Her breath hitched, and she hugged herself even tighter, her face contorting. She whispered his name so quietly that even her own ears could not hear. And then she mouthed other words, just her lips moving, unable to give voice to them. Mom, what did I do? God, what did I do? Her legs gave out. Somehow she found herself sitting between two slanted rocks, hip aching from an impact she hadn't felt, elbow raw from a scrape her mind hadn't noticed. Desperately alone, primal, lost in a way she had never conceived, she unleashed the scream she'd been trying to hold back, this one longer and louder, tearing her throat ragged. As it echoed, and she listened to her heart continue to beat, against all odds, because she should be dead now, shouldn't she? A sudden, sober voice surfaced inside her mind. "What if they hear you?" "Logan," she whispered, thinking for a moment, for a single lunatic, superstitious second, that this must be the ghost of her brother haunting her, helping her, staying with her the way their father had always urged. But it wasn't Logan. Just her own voice, a calm sliver of her subconscious, smashing through the grief and the images that had burned into her mind, that single balloon, the BMW, that one sneaker, the blood, oh God, the blood, the car hitting her dad, him smashing into the windshield, the driver reaching for the next person and the next, the baseball bat, Mom and Logan hugging her, coughing, falling, black tears in their eyes. "Hush," she said to that stern voice in her head. Just me, she thought. But as she rose to her feet, steadied herself, and began climbing the trail again, she couldn't shake the doubt that had taken root, because that voice didn't sound like her. It didn't feel as if it had come from her. Maeve laughed softly, and the laugh became a sob, because she realized she might be going just a little bit crazy. Really, who could blame me? Still, that stern voice had gotten its way. Grief still enveloped her. She was drowning in it, floating in it, but she had to swim if she wanted to live. Maybe she didn't deserve to live, not after what she'd done. Would Dad and Rose hate her now? Would they want her to live, or want her to die? She could still feel the tingle in her fingertips of the touch that had killed two of the people she loved the most in the world, could still smell the sickness that erupted out of them. She'd poisoned them, destroyed them, and after seeing what happened to the BMW driver, she knew the same thing might happen to anyone she touched. But she wanted to live. So she picked up her pace and watched her footing, and her mind skipped forward to the next step and the next, and what she would need to do to hide and survive on the mountain. And she would need to hide, because they'd come after her. Of that much she was certain. That black helicopter had shown up so fast, it had to have been chasing the man in the BMW, which meant that the moment they put all the pieces together, they'd be after her too. They were going to kill her, or at least capture her, punish her. All the choices she had been on the verge of making in her life had just been obliterated. Her future had been rewritten. From now on, all she could do was think one step ahead, 1 hour ahead. She had killed. But, oh Lord, how she wanted to live. 4. At noon, Walker pulled his battered old Jeep Wrangler up to the curb in front of his ex-wife's house and killed the engine. The radio went silent, and he missed the music immediately. He had no particular love for 1980s pop, but it filled his head and blotted out the regrets and self-recrimination that tended to flood the hollow places in his mind when he came here. His ex's house, yeah, but once upon a time it had been their house, the Walker family home. He and Amanda and Charlie had lived there together, at least during the periods when work hadn't dragged Walker across the country or across the ocean. He missed Amanda, but more than that, he missed the family they'd been, the family he'd taken for granted. In the gray light of an overcast early July day, The place seemed to breathe as if it were a dusty old museum dedicated to a better life. "Shit," he whispered, smiling as he chided himself. "This is what unemployment does." With a soft laugh, he got out of the car and started up the walk. He wasn't actually unemployed, but for the past 9 months he might as well have been. Walker had fucked up on the job, at least the way his employers viewed it. His personal opinion differed. He had taken a difficult and potentially deadly decision out of their hands by eliminating their opportunity to study an ancient bacteria that might have killed millions. They'd wanted to research it, find a way to counteract it just in case some enemy turned it into a weapon, and maybe turn it into a weapon for themselves. Walker had nearly died after being infected by it, and he had been unwilling to give them the benefit of the doubt. Them being the United States Department of Defense. His employers never called themselves that, of course. Since he had worked for them, that special division had gone through 6 official titles, a whole alphabet soup of names that were all smokescreens to cover the truth, that they were part of DARPA and thus the DOD. Having the bosses pissed at him all these months had been difficult. On the upside, however, he'd been able to spend a lot more time with his son, Charlie, who was fast careening toward his 13th birthday. The kid would be starting the 7th grade in less than 2 months, and that seemed inconceivable to Walker. People always talked about how the passage of time gathered momentum, and it had proven painfully, excruciatingly true. He felt as if he'd barely blinked, like Charlie had jumped into the pool during his first swim lesson years ago and emerged as this lanky, mop-headed kid on the verge of becoming a teenager. He told himself it was simply the nature of things, but he knew that feeling of accelerated time had been exacerbated by the fact that his work had kept him away from home so often, not to mention the small matter of his divorce. The best he could do was try to make up for some of that lost time here and there before Charlie turned old enough to lose interest in hanging out with his father. As Walker strode up the front path, a light rain began to fall. The air hung thick with humidity, the temperature hovering around 85 degrees, typical enough for Northern Virginia on the 4th of July. Once they were near the peak of Old Rag Mountain, the breeze would cool them down. Overnight, it would turn chilly up near the tree line. Walker breathed a bit easier just thinking about it. He steeled himself to ring the bell, to see Amanda and the past she represented. But the front door opened before he even reached the stoop. She stood on the threshold with a smile on her face, wearing jean shorts and a burnt-orange tank top, hair in a ponytail, no shoes, a woman ready to have the house to herself and a strawberry margarita in her hand. "It can't be Ben Walker at my door," she said. "On time, unheard of." Walker had been on the receiving end of barbed attacks and acid wit from Amanda 1,000 times, mostly deserved, and he knew what her razor-edge sarcasm sounded like. This wasn't it. Whatever history they shared, today Amanda had decided they could both live with the changes time had wrought. He smiled. "Sometimes I amaze even myself." Walker wanted to tell her she looked fantastic, that dressed the way she was, her skin tanned a lovely bronze, her hair back, she didn't look a day older than when they'd met. It would have been honest and sweet and true, but he knew it would come out awkward, and he worried that Amanda would take it the wrong way, as if he were trying to rekindle something now that he had time to be around more and she had broken off with the artist she'd been dating for the past couple of years. He remembered the way she liked him to run his fingers along the soft skin at the small of her back, and knew it would be best for him to keep his mouth shut. "Not much of a day for hiking," she said, looking at the sky, blinking away a raindrop that struck her face. "This'll be here and gone pretty quick," Walker replied. "Plus, most of our hiking will be tomorrow. This afternoon's just about getting up there and making camp, catching a few fish, building a fire, burning some marshmallows." Amanda smiled. "Sounds perfect." A moment passed, then another. Suddenly the easy comfort between them fell away, lost between the old familiarity and the things they no longer knew about one another. Taking the conversation further, talking about work or family or their romantic lives, would be a step too far, and they had not quite managed to become real friends again. Maybe they never would. "Charlie, you ready?" Amanda called back through the house. She gave a small shrug. "You want to wait inside?" Walker smiled. If it was uncomfortable out here, how much more uncomfortable would it be in the house they had once shared? He would notice every change, but also everything familiar. "I'm sure he'll be out in a second," he said. Amanda looked relieved. She leaned against the doorframe, and regret suffused him in a way he rarely allowed. Walker had become expert at walling off such emotions, but this time it sneaked up on him. "How are you?" he asked. "Really?" "I'm doing all right," she said. "Stressed about work, as always, trying to keep our boy good and kind. He's starting the 7th grade, which can be rough. Kids get mean around then. Or maybe the mean shit just starts to hurt a little more when you're that age." "He is a good kid," Walker said. "He really is. And that's all you." Amanda feigned modesty. Not all, but maybe most. Walker remembered loving her. It was a nice moment. Then the familiar clump of impossibly heavy footfalls thumped down the stairs behind her, and Charlie appeared, enormous pack on his back, Washington Nationals cap on his head, at least 2 inches taller than he'd been during April vacation that year. "Time to head out," he said happily. He bent over a bit to support the weight of his bag as he pointed a finger at the Jeep parked by the curb. "But I get to pick the music." His mother didn't have to ask him for a kiss. Charlie gave her a peck on the cheek, told her he loved her without hesitation, then came out onto the stoop as if he were a soldier presenting himself for inspection. "I have Oreos in my bag," he announced. "Then I think we have everything," Walker said. He glanced at Amanda. "Thanks for this. Enjoy your quiet time. Have an extra margarita for me." "Oh, I will." She watched them march down the front path to the Jeep, but by the time they had climbed in and Walker had started the car, he noticed she had gone back inside, the door tightly shut. A strange relief washed over him as Charlie buckled his seatbelt and connected his phone to the car so he could play the weird combination of rap and country that tended to infiltrate his playlists. "Are there really Oreos in your pack?" Walker asked. "I'd never lie about the important things," Charlie replied gravely. A country song began to play, one of 1,000 tunes about whiskey, and the utter normalcy and contentment of the moment set Walker at ease in a way he hadn't ever expected to achieve again. In his front pocket, his phone began to vibrate. He stiffened, thought about letting it go to voicemail. For months, his employers had given him nothing but research jobs or training sessions for new hires. It was a holiday, and he had scheduled vacation days following the 4th of July. Nobody should be calling him right now. His phone should not have been vibrating. "Dad?" Charlie asked. "Is that your phone?" Walker huffed quietly and reached into his pocket, sliding out his phone. The number was unfamiliar, but it was a Washington, D.C. area code. His thumb hovered over the screen, hesitating one last moment, and then abruptly the phone went silent. He stared at the screen. A gust of wind rattled the Jeep, and the rain picked up, spattering the windshield. "Come on," Charlie said. "Let's get going." Fuck them, Walker thought. He didn't like not knowing what the call had been for, but he and Charlie had planned this hiking trip for months. He put the Jeep in gear, and then the phone began to vibrate again. "Ignore it," Charlie said. "They don't own you, Dad." But for someone to call, not leave a message, and call back immediately, that worried Walker. One foot on the brake, engine idling, he answered the phone. "Who's this?" "Dr. Walker, this is Alina Boudreau. I hope you remember me. That'll make this go more smoothly." An image of the woman swam up from his memories. Early 70s, fit, beautiful, with an air of drive and command that cowed most of the people she encountered. The first time he'd met her, in General Wagner's office, she'd reminded Walker of British actress Helen Mirren. Her grandson, David, also worked for DARPA. Years ago, they'd done some work that he wished he'd read at that time. It might have saved him a lot of pain and terror in Guatemala later. "I remember you, Miss Boudreau." "Director Boudreau now," she replied, her voice sounding tinny and distant on the phone, almost like a computer voice. "As of today, I'm running something called the Global Science Research Coalition. The SRC's objectives will be familiar to you." Walker frowned. What the hell did this have to do with him? He glanced at Charlie, saw the way his son had begun to rip at the skin on his fingertips, a nervous habit he'd developed over the past year. Charlie's face held no emotion, a numb mask, impatient, but somehow still hopeful. "Yeah, listen, congratulations on the new job," Walker said, phone to his ear, turned away to watch the rain falling outside the driver's window. "It's a holiday, Director. I'm literally just pulling onto the road for a camping trip with my son." "I'm sorry," Alina said. "I should have been clearer. I'm running the SRC now, and you, Dr. Walker, have been traded to my team." "I work for General Henry Wagner." "General Wagner has had a no-good, very bad day. He's not in charge of shit right now. The SRC was born today, they gave me the reins, and they did that in the middle of a crisis." Walker didn't want to ask. He knew he shouldn't. The rain picked up, pounding the roof of the Jeep. He glanced at Charlie, who had begun to shake his head, his lips pressed into a white line of anger. Back on the front stoop of the house, Amanda had stepped out to see what had gone wrong, to find out why they had only pulled a few feet up the road. "According to the GPS tracking in front of me, Dr. Walker, you're about 40 minutes' drive from Davison Army Airfield. I'll meet you there in 3/4 of an hour." "Director Boudreau." "Alina is fine, Walker. We're going to be working together after all." "I don't work for you. Even if I did, I'm on vacation." In the passenger seat, Charlie began to mutter a stream of colorful cuss words. "Wake up, Walker," Alina said. "Meet the new boss, not as dim as the old boss. You're needed, and I expect you to be there in 45 minutes. I will see you there. Might as well just bring your camping gear. You may need it." The line went dead. She had hung up. Father and son were quiet there in the car, engine idling, rain pattering the glass and hood. Walker expected Charlie to ask for an explanation, but the boy had grown up now, nearly 13, and he was smart enough to read the situation. "Charlie," Walker began. "This is bullshit." He sneered the last word. Walker didn't think he'd ever heard his son swear prior to the last 2 minutes, but he wasn't about to admonish him. "Yeah, it is," Walker said. "I'm sorry, kid. They wouldn't call me in like this if they didn't really need me." Charlie winced, then blinked away the hurt in his eyes. "Oh, well, they really need you." He huffed, just the same way Walker always did, then popped open the passenger door. He climbed out, dragging his backpack with him. One hand on the open door, Charlie ducked his head to fix his father with a look of blazing recrimination. "I guess it's a good thing I don't," Charlie said. He slammed the door, turned and marched back toward his house. Walker rolled the window down and called after him, but Charlie did not turn around or even slow his step. Instead, the boy picked up speed and ran toward the house. His mother greeted him at the door. She didn't even ask, made no gesture in Walker's direction. Instead, she just closed the door. Walker didn't hesitate for more than a second or two. There were a lot of questions in his mind about what had happened to General Wagner and how Walker himself had come to work for Alina Boudreau, but it was clear she was the one giving the orders. Heart heavy, he hit the gas and aimed for Davison. The worst part about all of it was that although Charlie's words had stung, and although Walker hated having to cancel their trip, he was also curious and buzzing with anticipation. He'd been so long in the doghouse he had wondered if they would ever trust him again. Now they had a use for him. Now they needed him. So does Charlie, he thought, but he kept his foot on the gas. Davison Army Airfield looked as if it hadn't changed in decades. Squat buildings, one runway, another stretch of tarmac where half a dozen combat helicopters sat idle, waiting to be called into use. The first time Walker had found himself at Davison, it had reminded him of a dozen airfields the Army had thrown up in a matter of days or weeks in hostile territory. The Green Zone in Iraq had one like it, and Walker found some comfort in that, as if it meant this place stood ready for anything, able to shift into action at a moment's notice. A guard checked him in at the gate, told him where to park. They were expecting him. The skies were gray and a light rain fell, wind blowing hard enough that it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. A sleek silver plane sat on the tarmac, something he hadn't seen before, sparkling new but somehow reminding him of the propeller planes in old newsreels, the first transcontinental flights. This one had no propellers, and he had a feeling it would get him wherever he was going a hell of a lot faster than the ones in the newsreels. Nobody came out to greet him. A couple of soldiers stood outside a small hangar, sneaking a shared cigarette. The windows of the two-story control tower were opaque in the wan light. It was the 4th of July, and he wondered if most of the airfield staff had been given the day to celebrate, or if they had other duties to attend to. Fortunately, Walker didn't need a welcome party. He stood in the rain for a few moments, studying the black Mercedes that idled next to the plane. Its headlights were on, mostly lost in the gloom, but he couldn't hear its engine over the noise of the jet. He started across the wet tarmac, cocked his head to try to get a look inside the Mercedes, and then the airplane's door opened, stairwell lowering to touch the runway. Now that he was closer, he was fairly certain the plane must have been a new model Bombardier Challenger, but he wouldn't have sworn to it. A figure appeared, silhouetted at the top of the stairs. "You don't look like you're in much of a hurry," Alina Boudreau said, her voice carrying even above the engines and the rain. She treated him as if he were some errant teenager, admonishing him for his pace. Never mind that he had just left his son behind on a day that had been promised to the kid. He ought to have been simmering with anger and frustration, but instead, his thoughts prickled with curiosity and admiration. Alina wore the whiteness of her hair like a crown, was nearly always the smartest person in the room, brutal with her adversaries, and always behaved as if she could see through to your secrets, whether you had any or not. Good riddance to General Wagner, he thought. "Reporting as instructed, Director," Walker said as he started up the stairs, hands on the railings, picking up his pace. "I told you we're not going to stand on formality," she said, stepping back to allow him to board the plane. "You did, yes. But frankly, I'll wait until I find out what we're up to here before I decide how cozy I want to get." Alina scowled. "Don't worry, Dr. Walker. I've been known to get cozy, but never with my subordinates. It's a good rule." He flushed. "That's not what I—" "There, that's better. she said, smirking. "I like you off balance. Have a seat. We need to talk, and I don't want to waste any more time." Walker felt the engines cycling around him. Cool air blew from overhead. "You told me to bring my camping gear." "You left it in the car. In a moment you'll want to go get it." Alina reached inside her jacket and pulled out what appeared to be a phone, but which unfolded into a full-size tablet, the sort with a liquid glass screen. "I'm going to show you something. Maybe you've already seen it. Thousands of people have this morning, but I take it you had other things on your mind. By tonight, that number will be in the millions, thanks to the internet and the media's lust for horrifying video clips." Walker frowned. "All right." It was far from the first time he'd been called in because of something horrifying in an online video. After sitting on the bench for months, Wagner's version of the naughty step, he was ready for any assignment, and since it had taken him away from his son, he figured it had better be damned important. The most horrifying things always were. "First, the SRC," Alina said. "Here's the gist. You've worked for the Department of Defense under various cover organizations." "I work for DARPA, not the DOD." "And everyone in DARPA works for the DOD. Don't waste my time, Walker." "Ma'am." He nodded, not liking where this was going. "We've had some questionable exposure in the last couple of years, first in Turkey and then with the Pandora Room. But you know all about those. Someday soon you and I will have a talk about your actions, but not today. Right now, here's what you need to know. To have a fresh start, DARPA has created a new false front for our more esoteric research and investigations. It has a global face. We've brought in some like-minded scientists in cooperative foreign governments to share data, at least a little bit of data. As far as the world knows, we're the Global Science Research Coalition, or the SRC. You report to me now. Otherwise, it's going to be business as usual for you. All the niceties can wait until this is over and we sit down in my office like ordinary people. That's all simple enough, I take it?" Walker sank back into his chair. "You're not going to tell me what happened with General Wagner, are you? Why he was removed? What he's done to have what you called a no-good, very bad day?" "No, I am not. General Wagner is still overseeing various projects for DARPA. He's their responsibility, not ours." The engine continued to cycle. The plane seemed to thrum with urgency. Outside, the rain fell harder. From his seat, Walker had just the right angle to see the headlights on Alina's Mercedes. "Let's see the video," he said. "This is Jericho Falls, New Hampshire, in the White Mountains," Alina explained. "The events on this video took place at about 15 minutes past 11 o'clock this morning, not even 3 hours ago." She tapped the screen, opened a file, and turned it toward him as it began to play. It started with a 4th of July parade, and he flinched at the discordant noise of the marching band going by. When the car plowed into view and the screaming started, she turned the volume down a bit, and he was grateful. But it was only when the man stepped out of the car that Walker began to understand why he was here. "The woman who ran off," he said, while Alina folded up her liquid tablet. "Who is she?" "Just anyone. Her name is Maeve Sinclair. The people you saw die there at the end were her mother and brother." Walker felt sick. Jesus Christ, what the hell is this? Moments after that video ends, black coats show up. There are helicopters, all from a place called Garland Mountain Laboratories. I'm working on finding out more, but all I know right now is what I've just told you, and that the driver of that car was a man named Oscar Hecht, an employee at Garland Mountain. Obviously, he was infected with something. "Nothing I've ever seen," Walker said. He felt a tightening in his chest, wondering how much he really knew. "There isn't a contagion on Earth that can be passed that quickly," particularly by simple skin contact, and even if there were, there's never been a virus or bacterium that can infiltrate a body instantly, kill in seconds. Alina exhaled a long breath. She sat up in her seat, back straight. "Are you finished?" Walker had always liked this woman, admired her. She had a reputation for being fearless, brilliant, dedicated, honest, and fair. But there were other facets to that reputation, and he was seeing one of them. "Yes, I'm finished." Alina stood. "To your insistence that there's nothing like this, all I can say is that clearly there is now. I've brought comm units for you, as well as some equipment that may be helpful. But supplement that with your own gear as you please. Go to Jericho Falls, find out what the hell is going on, but most importantly, find Maeve Sinclair and protect her at all costs." A shiver went through him. He'd been so shocked by what he'd seen that he'd barely been thinking about the young woman who'd endured that horror, who must be terrified and grieving, maybe blaming herself, who had run off into the mountains. "The police will be searching for her." "Yes, and those black coats from Garland Mountain as well," Alina agreed, moving to the exit. She paused at the top of the steps. As Oscar Hecht was dying, she touched him. Moments later, she touched members of her family, and they dropped dead, which means whatever contagion he was carrying, she's carrying it now. We have to assume everyone she touches is going to die. The police will be looking for her and those black coats, but they won't be the only ones. This video is online. It's already on the news channels. There will be others who want to know how Garland Mountain did this, who want to study Maeve Sinclair. Still others, and you know this, Walker, think about it, will want to be the one to personally take this woman's life, just on the chance that this power, this death touch, will pass to them as it did to her from Oscar Hecht. Go and find her, Walker. Bring her back to me." Walker's stomach twisted with nausea. "Because we're so different from whomever else is going to be hunting her? The SRC isn't going to be just as interested in studying her, figuring out how to use this for ourselves?" Alina only shook her head. "The difference is, with me, she'll still be alive." She went down the steps, climbed into her car, and was gone before Walker had even retrieved his gear from the Jeep. 10 minutes later, he was in the air, wondering what the hell he was getting himself into. As always. 5. Rue helped Ted up the front steps of the home he'd shared with Ellen when the two of them had still been married. It had been Ted's childhood home, but he'd willingly moved out during the divorce, determined that his kids would grow up in this house. Ted had found himself a little 2-bedroom cottage in the woods behind the old fire station, and it suited him just fine. The perfect place to drink or get high on oxy or morphine or whatever he could get his hands on. Rue had tried so many times to convince him to get help, resisted all his efforts to push her away, until one day he'd told her he didn't want to die, but he didn't want to feel what it was like to be alive anymore. That had done it. Something had broken inside of him then, as if he'd heard himself speaking those words and cracked in half. Shaking, raging, he'd punched a hole in the wall of his cottage and then asked her to take him somewhere to get help. Rue had done it. If Ted had managed to give up drinking at the same time, Rue thought Ellen might have taken him back after that. But a week after he'd gotten out of rehab, he'd reunited with his other oldest friend, whiskey. Said he needed the whiskey to help keep him buzzing so he'd stay away from the pills. The logic seemed absurd. His doctor said it would lead to further disaster, but so far it had been working. After today, Rue figured all bets were off. They'd gone to the hospital. X-rays showed 3 cracked ribs, he had a mild concussion, lots of bruises and scrapes. He'd sprained his right knee, which remained swollen and blackened from smashing against the windshield. He would be in a lot of pain and discomfort for quite a while, but physically he would recover. She held Ted by one arm as if he were 100 years old, escorted him up the front steps, used his key to get him through the front door. He gazed into some unseen space, some nothing world, and she wondered if his mind had gone completely numb, or if his thoughts were about the son he had just lost, about how badly he'd spoiled his relationship with Ellen, and how he'd never be able to make it up to her now. She wondered if coming home had been a good idea. There might be booze here, and even if he had kicked his pill addiction 8 months ago, he'd still know how to get them if he really wanted them. That was the thing about broken people. There was always someone happy to help you shatter even further. On the threshold, Ted seemed to wake abruptly from his somnambulism. His head snapped up and he glanced around, nearly knocking Rue into the shrubs to one side of the brick steps. "Rose?" he said, his eyes red and rheumy, salty streaks on his face where his tears had dried. He still held his injured arm against his chest. A massive oak tree spread a shady canopy across half the front yard. Rue remembered climbing that tree with Ted when she was a kid, sharing secrets and cigarettes. Now Rose sat in the shade of its leaves, 21 years old, grieving in silent agony in Priya's arms. It was Priya who looked up at Ted now. "Go on inside, Mr. Sinclair. I've got her. Just give us a few minutes and we'll come in. I think she just needs—" Priya tucked a lock of black hair behind her ear, as good as a shrug. Her expression crumbled, because the truth was, she had no idea what Rose needed. Rue understood the look on her face, because it mimicked the feeling in her own heart. What the hell was she supposed to do for Ted Sinclair? "Thank you, sweetie," Ted said. "Thank you." Priya wiped at her own tears and nodded. Ted shuffled into his house, Rue at his side, and he looked around the living room, at the 2 recliners in front of the TV and the magazines and coffee mugs and blankets thrown about the place, showing it was lived in and loved and busy, and he brought a trembling hand up to cover his eyes. Rue escorted him to the sofa and sat with him, one hand on his back as he took deep breaths. Slowly, he straightened up, reached out, and took her right hand in both of his. "Thank you." "You don't have to thank me, Ted. I'm just taking my best friend home." Ted tried to smile. "You should have stayed in the hospital," Rue said. "You know that." He looked at her as if he hadn't heard. Logan is gone." Rue had no reply to that. They'd put a brace on his knee and wrapped his torso tightly enough that he could barely breathe, trying to get his ribs to heal. But there was no cure for having watched your child die, watching the woman you still loved die. And what about Maeve? He'd lost her too, or so it seemed. "You should sleep, Ted. I still can't believe the way you went over the top of that car. Jesus, that was—" Rue stopped herself. He'd been through more than enough already today. Ted wetted his lips with his tongue and glanced over toward the ornate cabinet in the corner. He hadn't lived in this house for a long time, but he definitely remembered where his ex kept the liquor. Rue's heart sank. The last thing she wanted to do was give him a drink, but she saw the shame and the plea in his eyes and reckoned that if anyone ever truly needed a drink, it was Ted Sinclair on this God-forsaken day. "I'll pour you one," she said, knowing how hard it would be for him to ask. The gratitude in his eyes made her want to cry. "What else can I get you?" she asked as she handed him a tumbler of Jameson Irish whiskey. Information, Ted replied, sipping the whiskey. Some of the color returned to his face. What's going on, Rue? I don't know any better than you do. I'm sorry, but... You know a hell of a lot about a hell of a lot, Ted said. You saw what happened, what Maeve did, what that piece of shit in the car did in that crowd. I need to know what you think is going on here. He took another sip of whiskey, then stared into the glass a moment before downing the rest in a single gulp. Exhaling through his teeth, wincing in pain, Ted stood up and limped over to the closet by the door. He dug around until he pulled out a pair of weathered brown hiking boots, then kicked off his shoes and slid to the floor, not bothering with a chair. He hissed with the pain of every movement, flushing red as his cracked ribs grated. I'm not going to ask what you think you're doing, Rue said, running a hand over the stubble on the shaved side of her head. Get into bed, Ted. The police are up there looking for her now. I'm her father, he said without looking up as he tried to lace his first boot with only one good hand. What about Rose? The question might have been unfair given the circumstances. Rue knew that. But Rose sat out under the shade tree with her girlfriend, mourning and in shock, but very much alive and safe. She needed her father as much as Maeve did. Can you stay with them? Ted asked. I know they're 21, and they're supposed to be adults now. But after this morning, I can't leave them without someone to watch over them. I'm sure Priya's parents will come. Maybe stay with them both. Rose has gotten close with them, and she'll understand that I need to do this. She'll want me to do this. Rue didn't share his certainty. Of course, she said, watching as Ted began to lace up his second boot, wincing at the pain in his knee. I think you're making a mistake, but I'm here for whatever you need. I'll talk to the police, and I'm going to figure out what the hell happened at that lab. Whatever happened at the parade today, it didn't start there. What's happened to Maeve didn't have to happen, and... She saw the way his face paled, and her words trailed off. Ted wiped at his eyes, hands trembling again. Rue knew he was in no condition to go up into the mountains alone. Hell, he shouldn't even leave the house. He had refused opioids at the hospital, so all they'd given him for his pain had been the equivalent of a fistful of Advil. What little it might be doing to blunt his pain would wear off soon. Rue couldn't let him go, but he would hate her for trying to stop him, just as she would hate him if the situation were reversed. A rap came on the screen door. Rue and Ted both snapped around to see Chief Kaminsky beyond the screen mesh staring in at them. Len Kaminsky had been chief for 3 years, and while the job would have aged most men, Rue thought Kaminsky looked heartier and healthier than he had when he'd been a captain or a lieutenant. He'd lost beer weight, his face tan instead of ruddy, and while the graying of his hair had reached lightning speed, his eyes were clear and alert. The top job had given him renewed purpose, and Rue felt a wave of relief wash over her the moment he drew open the screen door, hinges squealing. "Where are you going, Mr. Sinclair?" Kaminsky asked, like it was the most natural question in the world. Ted blinked a few times, as if the words needed extra processing. "What kind of question is that?" Kaminsky ran a hand across his chin, as if trying to decide if he needed a shave. "Let me start again. I need you to take a minute before you go running off and get yourself shot." "Shot?" Rue asked. "Did they shoot someone?" No, hang on," Kaminsky said. "Just hear me out." He hooked his fingers into his belt. She had seen other cops do the same and wondered if they were trained not to stick their hands into their pockets, making it harder to draw a weapon or otherwise react in a crisis. "I've called in the state police," he said. "A dozen of them are already here, with more on the way. Between my officers and those troopers, we've got 17 people up on the mountain now, making a sweep that starts right where Maeve ran into the woods." Ted shook his head. "She's not going to stick close to town, Chief. My girls know these mountains. They camp and fish. If Maeve doesn't want to be found, she's going to head up the slope into deeper woods." "Fair enough," Kaminsky said. "But this is a methodical search. Let us do what we need to do." Rue held up her hands. "Chief, I'm sorry, but 17 people is nothing up on Champney. Those woods go on forever. I know you don't have a lot of personnel, but what happened at the parade? My God, it must be chaos over there still. But if Ted wants to go and look, and if he's too stubborn to follow the doctor's orders after the bashing he took, then he should go out looking for Maeve. And I'm sure we can round up plenty of people who will help." "You think so?" Chief Kaminsky said, a new edge to his voice. "You think lots of people who saw what happened today are going to want to comb through the woods looking for Maeve?" Ted took it like a punch in the gut. Rue saw him recoil. He rubbed the back of his good hand across his mouth, the way he always did when the craving dug its claws into him, and he really needed a drink. "Jesus, Len," she said. "Fuck you, Chief," Ted spat, face reddening, clearly not caring that the man carried a gun. "You didn't see it happen. That son of a bitch drove right through the crowd, killed people with his car, and then with his bare goddamn hands. I'm lucky to be alive. Maeve did what she did to save lives, to stop that lunatic. And then he fucking gave her whatever the hell disease he was carrying." "Yeah, sure looked that way," Kaminsky said. "You're living a nightmare day, Mr. Sinclair. Losing your ex and your boy like that, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am. My point is that most people were either there or have seen video, and speculation is running wild. Whatever sickness Maeve's got in her now, well, that's the reason most people aren't going to be rushing to join a search party." Anger prickled the skin at the back of Rue's neck. She knew her face must have been flushing with it. "I've never seen anything like it, and this is my job. But I also know this town, and I've known Ted most of my life. People care for him and his family, and fear is not going to keep the people who really give a damn from helping him now." "Maybe not," Kaminsky said, "but it's not just that. One of the things I came to tell you." The house phone began to ring. Half a second later, Rue felt her cell phone start to buzz in her back pocket. "No need to answer," Kaminsky went on. "It's an automated call from the town, letting residents know that the feds have put us under quarantine. Even the state police and EMTs who've come in to help are stuck here until the quarantine is lifted." Ted deflated, staring at his boots. Rue doubted quarantine was necessary. The way Vargas and the other Garland Mountain Labs employees had behaved this morning, it was clear they were worried only about the driver of the car, the people he had touched, the people Maeve had touched, and Maeve herself. There didn't seem to be any implication the contagion could be airborne. Regardless of Garland Mountain's confidence, however, Rue approved of the quarantine. Whatever their lab had brewed up, Rue wanted to make absolutely certain nobody in Jericho Falls was unknowingly carrying that infection. It relieved her to know that the government had stepped in, but she thought about Garland Mountain Labs and that Vargas woman, the black coats and their helicopters, and she wondered just what the government's role might be. The Pentagon had employed private military contractors in the past, a euphemism for mercenaries, and utilized them in foreign lands. The soldiers working for Garland might not be American military, but they were certainly authorized by the federal government. "Len, Chief, what the hell were they doing at that lab?" she asked. Kaminsky glanced at Rue and scratched the back of his neck. "Normally we'd have heard from the CDC, but the quarantine order came from Homeland Security. Make of that what you will. I don't have a clue what the Garland Mountain folks were up to, but if it led to this..." Ted took a step closer to him, sighing with discomfort at the pain in his ribs. "Maybe I'm not thinking straight. Inside, it feels like a part of me is screaming all the time. Even right now, while I'm talking to you." Rue felt her heart break a little for this man who had always been so good to her. "That's understandable. What you're going through..." Ted put his good hand on Kaminsky's arm. "Look me in the eye and tell me you don't think Maeve's in danger. Those helicopters and the soldiers they carried, they'd have killed the driver of that car if they'd reached him before he drove into the parade. I think they'd have killed Maeve if they'd gotten there in time, and if there weren't so many people with cameras." "You can't know that," Kaminsky said. "You're right, I can't. But you didn't do what I asked. So look me in the eye and tell me you don't think my daughter's in danger. Tell me you don't think they'll kill her. And if you really don't think that, then tell me you don't think they'll drag her back to Garland Mountain and put her in a cell and study her like she's one of their specimens. Because whatever this sickness is, I've never heard of anything this good at killing people. It's in my daughter, Chief. And you know damn well they're going to want it more than they've ever wanted anything." Chief Kaminsky stared at him, breath coming in long sips of air, a terrible understanding darkening his eyes. He lowered his head. "Holy shit." "He's right," Rue said. "It's one thing if your people or the state police find her first, Len. But if those other bastards get her..." "We can't let that happen," Ted interrupted. Kaminsky paled. "You were about to go into the woods when I got here. Where were you headed?" Rue wondered if Ted might hesitate, worried about trusting the chief, but maybe he had already realized what had only just occurred to her. They had nobody else to trust. "My ex-father-in-law, Maeve's granddad, had an old cabin up there. She and Rose loved it when they were little, but their grandfather passed 10 years back. If she's looking for a place to hide, that's the only one I can think of." "Worth a look," Kaminsky said. "Glad you got your boots on. Let's go." Some of the color returned to Ted's face, along with a grim determination. He had a purpose. If he was out trying to help Maeve, maybe he wouldn't have to think about the fact that his son and his ex-wife had died in front of him, died at the hands of his eldest daughter. "Go," Rue said. "I already said I'd stay with Rose and Priya, and I'll get on my phone and start learning everything I can about Garland Mountain Labs." Ted shot her a grateful look. She knew it masked his pain, hid away the internal screaming to which he'd just confessed. She also knew that he would need another slug of Jameson before he left, but there was strength in him nevertheless. He was going to need it. Rose Sinclair lay on the grass in the shade of the tree that had watched over the family all her life, until today. As a girl, she'd held a strange fantasy in her heart, this idea that somehow the old oak tree with its sprawling branches wanted to shield and protect her, and not only her, but Maeve and Logan, and Mom and Dad, too. It had a little magic in it, that tree, at least for her. Today, the magic had died. She lay with her head on Priya's lap, a warm breeze rustling the leaves overhead, and tried to find solace in the way Priya's fingers stroked her face and pushed through her hair. There were raised voices in the house, and from somewhere not far away she could hear the heavy chop of a helicopter. Sirens wailed. A dog began to bark and then to whine maybe a block away, and she wondered what had frightened it so. But not for long. Her head hurt, a pressure that gripped her temples. Her eyes burned with dryness now that she'd cried herself out. Down at the base of her brain, in that lizard part, she felt the urge to move, to get up and do something, to avenge what had happened to her mother and Logan, and to Maeve wherever she had run. But she couldn't get her muscles to obey her commands when her mind's eye kept replaying the parade over and over, kept showing her the mental clip of the sick man staggering out of his car, those people dying, Maeve swinging the baseball bat, and what happened after. Priya bent down and kissed her forehead, still stroking her hair. "I'm so sorry." The husk of a thing that had been Rose felt a flicker of life inside. It seemed scary to think about, the idea that she would have to live in the world again. Like this, in the shade of the oak tree, the solidity of Priya there to hold her, she could push it away, build herself a little bubble in time where she didn't have to live in a world in which her mother and brother had died in front of her, their bodies spirited away by some government agency. In her mind, she could see her sister running between buildings, rushing into the woods up to the mountain. Her face crumpled, and her chest ached. "Maeve," she said, shuddering as if with a chill or a fever instead of an anguish she'd never known. God, she wished her sister were there. Priya said nothing, only kissed her temple again, stroked her cheek, turned her face upward and kissed her lightly on the lips. A hot tear landed on Rose's face, and her vision cleared enough for her to see that Priya had also resumed crying. Rose suspected they were both entirely sick of their tears, their grief, sick of themselves. "I love you," Priya whispered. Rose twined her fingers with Priya's. "Just seeing all of that, seeing those people die." Rose saw the hollowness in her eyes and knew they were both in shock. Priya might not have lost family, but she'd borne witness to something that would leave them both with trauma that would last forever. At 21 years old, forever might be a very long time. The front door opened. Rose wiped at her tears and sat up. Side by side, backs against the huge oak, the two girls watched Rose's dad and Chief Kaminsky come down the steps and cross the lawn toward them. Rose expected her father to look as broken and disoriented as he had earlier, but the man who came out of the house carried himself quite differently from the man who had entered it. He still limped and winced in pain. His eyes remained oddly dark, and the circles beneath them had deepened. But the straightness of his spine and the set to his jaw showed the anger that had taken root in him, and she could see he had purpose now. That was good. He so often looked for something to blur his pain or his sadness. Anger might burn that right out of him. Later, she thought, later on when Maeve is safe, or when it's over and she's really gone, then he'll break, but not yet. The thought cut her deeply. She'd seen him drunk so many times, seen how lost he'd become when painkillers had become his life. Rose held Priya's hand a little tighter. "Dad?" He went down on one knee in front of her, grinning to hide the pain in his ribs. "Chief Kaminsky and I are taking a run up to the cabin. If anyone's going to find her there, I want to make sure it's us." Rose started to get up. "No," her father said, one hand on her wrist. "Stay here. Auntie Rue is in the house. You and Priya just sit tight. Talk to Rue if you need anything, and the chief and I will be back soon, hopefully with your sister." Rose's heart fluttered in her chest. Her dad was the only family she had at the moment, and she knew he needed her even more than she needed him. She wanted to latch on to him and not let go, but she nodded. "Okay, we'll stay. But bring a jacket, Dad. Bring a pair of work gloves or something. Do not let her touch you, no matter what happens." Pain flared in his eyes as he understood, but he rose to his feet. "You're right. I wasn't thinking." He told Chief Kaminsky to hold on a minute and lumbered back inside, coming out with a light zippered sweatshirt and a pair of leather gloves. "Take care of her for me," Ted said to Priya. "I will," she said as the two girls rose. Rose's dad hugged them both gingerly. Priya's family still liked to pretend their daughter didn't love a girl, but all the Sinclairs had welcomed her into their lives as if they'd been waiting for her, holding space open for her since the day she was born. Rose doubted she and Priya would stay together forever, or even through college. So few high school couples managed it. But secretly, she could see herself married to this girl someday. "I love you," Ted Sinclair said to both of them. Rose grabbed him by the shoulders, made sure he met her eyes. "Do not let her touch you. Don't do that to me." "I won't," he promised. Then he turned and climbed slowly into Chief Kaminsky's car. The engine coughed to life, the tires kicked up gravel, and half a minute later all was quiet again in the shade of that oak tree. In that quiet, it occurred to Rose that she had been selfish. Priya had called her parents to tell them what had happened so they knew she hadn't been injured, but with all the sirens and helicopters, with the news, with people dead, they would be frantic about their daughter's safety. They would want her home. She might be 21, but she was still their girl. "Pri," Rose began. The rumble of another engine interrupted them. For a moment, Rose thought her father and the chief had changed their minds, but then she spotted Bill McHugh's ugly old Chevy Corsica, red and faded and dented without being repaired. The thing seemed both ancient and ageless, but it ran perfectly. He might not have taken care of the outside, but he looked after the engine. He skidded into his driveway and jolted to a stop. McHugh popped open his door and climbed out of the car. The way he looked over at them, forehead crinkling, eyes so sad, it was as if Bill McHugh had lost family this morning. He strode across his yard and into the Sinclairs, looking like he wanted to scoop them up into his arms. Rose and Priya stood up and walked over to meet him halfway. "Aw, Rosie, kid, I'm so sorry about your mom and Logan." Mr. McHugh shook his head, his hands weaving slowly in the air as if in search of his next words. "Thanks. Thank you." She didn't know what else to say. He'd been their neighbor all her life. His daughter Kara had babysat each of the Sinclair kids at some point in their lives, before drugs had nearly killed her and a Colorado rehab center had saved her. She'd never come home from the Rockies. Rose hoped the dark vein of addiction running through the country hadn't reached her there, but she knew it might if Kara McHugh didn't have the strength to fight it off. Most people seemed to think beautiful little hamlets like Jericho Falls were too remote, too idyllic for the epidemic to take root. But people like Kara McHugh and Rose's own father were living proof, and Chief Kaminsky could have shown those doubters plenty of corpses if living proof wasn't evidence enough. Rose stared at Bill McHugh, somehow even hollower than before. "Can you believe this?" the man demanded. "After what happened this morning, you'd think they'd need all the help they could get. but I went and volunteered to help them troopers search for Maeve, and now they're telling me I can't go." Priya stiffened. "What?" "On top of that, state police say the town's quarantined and nobody's allowed to leave." Rose frowned. Why hadn't her father told her that? "That's kind of you just the same, Mr. McHugh. Thank you." Red-faced, McHugh glanced at the house. He grew a bit sheepish, as if realizing that raising his voice to a grieving, frightened young woman might not be the best way to show his support for the family. "I'm sorry, Rosie. Please let me know if you need anything, all right? I'll be just next door." She nodded to him. Priya took her hand, and they walked back to the shade tree as Mr. McHugh returned to his own property. They kept mum until they heard his front door bang shut. Rose tugged her phone from her pocket. She had texted Maeve a dozen times with no response. She figured her sister had tossed her phone to avoid the SIM card being tracked. Their dad seemed to think Maeve would go to Granddad's old cabin, but Rose doubted that. Smart as Maeve was, she would know that would be the first place he would suggest the police look for her. She felt like screaming. She knew why Maeve had to run, why she felt she needed to hide, and she loved her sister, but at the same time, she found herself hating her instead. Rose stood, brushing at the seat of her cutoffs. "I've got to go, Pri. I've been all over the mountain with her. If anyone's going to find her, it'll be me." Priya glanced up at the house. "I don't think that's the best idea." Rue had not come out to check on them, but Rose knew she would. The woman had always been such a good friend to her father, to both of her parents, even now, on the family's most hideous day. Rose took Priya's hand. "We have to go now. It'll take a little while to really lock down the town. Mr. McHugh leaves his car keys in the console between the seats. He never minded when Maeve had to borrow his car. I don't think he'll be angry with me, especially today. I'm going to take his car and drive out to the end of Goodman Hill Road, hike in from there, and find Maeve." "Babe," Priya said, a familiar caution in her voice, "people are dead." Rose winced. "Yeah, my mother's dead. Logan's dead. I don't want Maeve to be dead, too." "You honestly think anyone's going to have a better chance of finding her than I am?" Priya gave a tiny shrug, shaking her head. "My parents, they're going to be furious if I go with you." Rose lifted her hand, kissed her fingers, and nodded. "I know, but I've got to go. I'll drop you off on the way." "No, you won't. I'm not letting you go without me." Priya gestured toward the house. "But what about Rue?" The sound of Mr. McHugh's rumbling Chevy engine hadn't brought Rue to the door. Rose reckoned she was on the phone or half asleep, not responding to that loud growl. Taking Priya's hand, she walked over to the car and opened the door. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. 6. For the first half hour, Maeve had done nothing but climb. After the parade and the BMW and the man behind the wheel, she had run away to the mountain. The woods had swallowed her up, as she had known they would. There were many trails on Mount Champney that were well-groomed, perfect for hikers most of the year and cross-country skiers in the winter, but there were also dozens of less-traveled paths. She'd crashed through the trees at the edge of town, headed uphill, and intentionally gone into the deeper woods, avoiding paths entirely. Nearly an hour after entering the woods, the silent screaming inside her skull had quieted enough for her to begin to string thoughts together. Mom and Logan were dead. People would be after her. She needed time to think, but she couldn't let anyone near her until she had gotten her thoughts in order. She would need a plan, a destination. Now she had one, at least temporarily. Maeve knew several ways to reach her granddad's old cabin. including a dirt road that wound up through the woods, but that would leave her too exposed. Very few people still used the dirt road, but hikers sometimes parked on the shoulder to access the mountain trails. After getting turned around several times, she located the Jericho Snowshoe Trail, where her granddad had brought her and Logan and Rose as kids. Rose had been little then, and when she was old enough to really take advantage of the cabin, Granddad had been too old, and then he died. Shafts of sunlight shone through the trees, illuminating patches of the narrow trail. Covered with snow, it made a decent path, but in summertime it was too narrow and overgrown, and rocks and thick roots jutted from the ground. Maeve stumbled several times as she jogged up the trail, but managed to keep her feet moving under her. The rich pine and maple scents of the forest filled her lungs, as if the mountain had taken her into its embrace. Mostly in shadows, accompanied by the sounds of her own exertion, she allowed herself the luxury of feeling safe. In the distance, she heard the thrum of a helicopter's rotors. It might have been a news chopper, but Maeve felt sure whoever might be up there, they were searching for her. She focused on the thump of her old blue Sperry's on the hardened ground, creating a pace and a rhythm, and that helped her not think about the parade and the car, the baseball bat and the blood, and the look of relief in the murderer's eyes. She hadn't recognized it at first, but now the memory had crystallized. She could see those eyes, that last moment of his life, even after he'd lunged for her and she'd grabbed his wrist. He'd realized death had come for him, and his rage had bled away, replaced by gratitude. Maeve thought it might have been gratitude, yes, and she hated him for it. Her mother's face swam into her thoughts, and Maeve pushed it away. Her side hurt from the effort of the climb, but she picked up her pace. Blood rushed to her head, heart pounding in her ears, and that helped her not think about the things she didn't want to think about. Helped her erase the gray-eyed image of her mom coughing, of the panic etched into her features as she fell, as she died at her daughter's hands. No. Maeve slowed her jog to a stiff walk, still hurrying. The snowshoe trail hit a switchback, and she turned left and followed. During the summer, most people would have had a difficult time locating the trail. In the early fall, downed trees would be cleared and overgrown brush would be trimmed back. The few markers were so faded, they blended easily with the surrounding woods. But Maeve knew what she was looking for. In some places the trail appeared to simply end, but she always found it again. A cough built in her chest, burst like a dog's bark from her throat, and she blamed the pollen in the air, even though allergy season had come and gone. To her left, 20 feet from the trail, she saw the pile of rocks that her granddad told her had been a forest chapel in the 19th century. Now the rocks served as a rustic fireplace for winter hikers and snowshoers. People who knew where to find it would gather round with thermoses of coffee or flasks of whiskey, sing songs or roast marshmallows or snuggle up against the cold weather, and remember a time when the dangers of the wild mountain woods could not be so easily left behind. Granddad had taken Maeve and her siblings there one late afternoon as the sun had set, cooked hot dogs on sticks, and talked to them about bears and wolves and other things that might be found in the forest when people were alone and foolish. Then he had escorted them home along the nighttime trail, and Maeve had marveled at the array of unsettling noises from among the trees. She had listened with wonder and terror, and she had never forgotten. As she emerged from the trail into the grassy, rutted lot behind Granddad's old cabin, she tasted the salt of new tears on her lips. Her phone buzzed again in her pocket. It had been going off regularly, vibrating with both calls and text messages. She knew she couldn't hold on to it for long, but it remained a lifeline, a possibility, a way home, if she had any hope of going home. "Oh, God," she whispered, putting her hands on her hips and taking a breath as she studied the back of the cabin. One of the back windows had been broken. Moss had grown thick on the roof. An old birch tree had fallen, white and thin and skeletal, against the south side of the cabin, but the leaves had kept growing, and one of the branches seemed to have merged with the wooden structure. The mountain seemed determined to take back this piece of land, and with Granddad gone from the world, Maeve's father hadn't done anything to prevent it. She ached with a yearning stirred by memories. There had been a bed here once, a place for her to lay her head, to cuddle with Rose back when she had been little, to make blanket forts with Logan and play board games and read the books that Granddad pushed on her and which she nearly always liked a bit more than she let on. If only, she thought. If only she could go in there now and find Granddad waiting, find little Rose with a blanket, find Logan with the Scrabble board. If only they could catch fish down by the falls and fry those fish in a skillet with garlic and lemon and a pinch of this and a dash of that. If only Mom and Logan weren't dead. Maeve looked at her hands for the first time since she had run from the parade. She studied her palms, wondering why they weren't soaked with blood, why they hadn't turned red or black or purple as an ugly bruise, anything to show that they were no longer ordinary hands. Her phone vibrated again. With a deep breath, she slid it from her pocket. The last text had come from her dad. "I'm coming, Maeve. I promise I'll find you." "Please don't." She whispered the words to herself, and perhaps to her father wherever he might be. Certainly not to God. If she'd ever believed in any sort of God, this had cured her of that delusion forever. What God would have stood back and watched such horror unfold? Shit. He would come here. She knew that as surely as she'd ever known anything. Her father would think of the cabin right away. Maeve stared at the broken window and wondered if her dad might already be inside waiting for her. She wondered if he hated her now, if he might be coming here to take her home or have her arrested. "Of course he hates you. So does Rose. Of course they do, after what you did." "Get your shit together," she said out loud. Closing her eyes, she imagined ice flowing down through her, freezing her veins, cooling the heat of shame and grief, hardening her muscles and bones. Maeve set off to the north side of the cabin. The pump had rusted, but it took less than a minute to get water flowing again. It began as a brown trickle, then spat and sprayed, and finally ran clear enough that she felt safe taking a drink. Hurrying around to the front of the cabin, she found the old key stuck between the step and the frame of the front stairs, where it had always been. The front door lock barely turned. The key jammed. Maeve put her shoulder in it, and the lock tore through rotted wood with a dry crunch. The door swung inward. From off in the woods came the sound of an engine. Maeve glanced over her shoulder, listening as the engine growled, coming nearer. A hunger gnawed inside her, and she had to fight the urge to stand and wait. If the engine signaled her father's arrival, even if it was someone else on the hunt for her, at least she would not be alone. If they meant to punish her, hurt her, it would only be what she deserved. The engine rumbled nearer. She wanted so badly for her father to hold her, just throw his arms around her. Maeve would touch him, take his hands in hers. Rose would come, and Maeve would embrace her. They would cough, and black blood would drip from their eyes. They would jerk and seize and judder on the ground in the dirt, and then they would die. She could see it happen in her mind's eye, as if she had already lived those moments. Maeve couldn't breathe. It felt as if her insides were being clawed out. No, 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 she thought, because she would not allow herself to hurt anyone else, especially not her dad or Rose. She would never touch another person if that was what it took to keep from killing. Never touch anyone, not in love or lust, not for simple joy or comfort. The reality of it began to suffocate her. She coughed again, a new ache in her throat and chest. Her temples throbbed. "It's not fair," a greedy little voice said in her head. "Just wait for them. They want to comfort you. They want to hold you." It didn't sound like her own voice at all, but like someone else, like a serpent whispering in a garden. Everyone had a selfish terror inside them, waiting for the worst moments of their lives to manifest. She told herself that she wouldn't fall prey to it, wouldn't let fear make her small. She ran inside and rifled through the dusty kitchen until she found an old plaid thermos Granddad had always used for his coffee. In her pocket, her phone buzzed again, and she pulled it out and tossed it onto the rickety little kitchen table. They could track it if they wanted to, but they would only track it to the place they'd already have decided to search for her. It buzzed again as she ran from the cabin. In the yellow grass of the side yard, she filled the thermos from the rusted pump. The car roared louder, clear and carrying across the yard, the woods no longer damping the noise. Whoever it was had arrived at the cabin, but they hadn't found her yet. Maeve darted across the grassy lot and into the woods, rejoining the snowshoe trail. Every footfall sounded too loud in her ears, but by the time she heard car doors slamming shut back at the cabin, she'd already split off onto what Granddad had called the Jackrabbit Trail, and she knew nobody would find her here. Not quickly, anyway. 50 yards along, she came to a tree that had been split by lightning before she was born, both sides continuing to grow. From the split in the trunk, she had a view down the slope and into the cabin's small clearing. A blue and silver police car sat silently on the dirt road in front of the cabin, windows dark. Maeve's heart thrummed like hummingbird wings, but she fought the urge to keep running. The driver's door opened first. Chief Kaminsky climbed out, gesturing to someone inside the car. He raised his voice, and some of the words carried on the breeze. "Stay put, Ted. I don't need any more bodies." Ted. The passenger door opened, and Maeve's father stepped out. Her heart leaped. She could still see it in her mind, the moment the BMW had struck him, the way he'd jumped to avoid being hit and smashed into the windshield, been thrown up and over, landed on the pavement. But he was alive, and he was here, in pain from the careful way he moved, but here. He slammed the door hard enough for the sound to echo up the mountain. Some of his words were lost, but Maeve heard "fuck you" and "my daughter" clearly enough. Her left hand shook as she lifted it to cover her mouth, to keep her from shouting for him the way her heart yearned to. How old had she been when she had stopped needing her father? Stupid question. Such a dumb fucking question. The child she'd been had not vanished, but had been absorbed into the adult woman she'd become. Once she had been a little girl who had climbed into her father's lap every day when he came home from work. Those memories were fresh, and today they were sharp enough to cut her. "Daddy," she whispered. Whatever he had become, whatever demons he'd faced, he was still the father she'd always known. His love for her would put him in danger, and she had lost too much today. Maeve began to turn away, but something prickled at the back of her neck, an icy pain that radiated up into her skull. Wincing, she staggered and braced herself against a tree, stifling the groan at her lips. A bird took flight from the branches overhead, and she breathed through her teeth until the spike of pain had subsided. Frozen, she listened for approaching footsteps, but when she managed to look down at the road again, she saw Kaminsky and her father entering the old cabin. The front door hinges creaked so loudly Maeve could hear them from up on the hill. Her gut rippled with a sudden twist of nausea. She coughed and wiped at her mouth, only to see a black smear on the back of her hand. It's in me, the sickness he touched them with. Maeve heard the static of a police radio back down the hill, but she couldn't make herself turn and look for her father this time. She knew what would happen if she touched him, but it felt as if there were two voices in her head, deeply at odds, like the angel and devil on the shoulders of a character in some old cartoon. Part of her wanted the comfort her father's embrace would bring, but another part, a hungry part, wanted to hug him for another reason. An image flashed in her head of her father coughing and choking, of disease frothing from his mouth, of his throat turning purplish black as he fell to his knees, eyes rolling back in his head. Maeve cried out. She couldn't stop herself, not with this horror in her mind. Tears burned at her eyes, guilt and grief and rage clawing at her. "There's always Kaminsky," said the voice in her head. "You could take him." Her hands itched with heat, fingers clenching with a need she refused to understand. The echo of her own cry lingered in the air. She blinked, wondering if they'd heard it down at the cabin. Maeve bolted, dashing up the jackrabbit trail, leaving her father behind for the second time that day, wondering if she would ever see him again, terrified of what might happen if she did. She hurled herself up the mountain, deeper into the wild wood. She coughed again, spat black sludge onto the underbrush, winced at the needles of pain in her skull, and wondered if what she was really looking for was a place to lie down and die. Either way, she wasn't going to hurt anyone else, not ever, no matter what the voices in her head might say. 7. Walker basked in the glory of the Buick's air conditioning, cranked as high as the vents would pump it out. His plane had landed at 2:30 at a small regional airport, where he'd been met by a typically nondescript DoD employee and handed the keys to a silver Buick Cascada convertible, seemingly fresh off the lot. Working for the SRC had accustomed him to rentals or beat-up loaners, dusty Jeeps and dented trucks. If the DoD guy wondered how Walker warranted this vehicle, he gave no indication, but Walker wondered enough for both of them. The sky had been half blue and half ghostly white when the plane was in the air, but by the time it landed, that misty cover had spread farther and begun to darken. On the video from this morning, the day had begun with a beautiful blue sky, but as the clouds moved in, the day had turned gray and heavy with humidity. As he drove, Walker glanced out the window and said a little pagan prayer for rain. A convertible. Jesus, these people. He kept the top up. The GPS took him winding along a valley halfway round a lake and through dense forest. Hawks wheeled across the darkening sky. Higher up, a helicopter sliced the air in unsettling silence. It should have made more noise, which identified it as either friend or enemy. Helicopters used for corporate or tourist purposes were never so quiet. They didn't need to be. Garland Mountain Laboratories appeared on his left, half a mile earlier than the GPS indicated. Walker hit the brake and turned onto a narrow road that looked as if it might tunnel into the side of a wooded mountain slope. The road veered to the right, through a dense screen of trees, and he caught his first glimpse of the fence. A quarter-mile later, he tapped the brake and brought the Buick to a purring halt at a high, barbed wire-topped gate, replete with security cameras. 2 guards stepped out of the shack by the gate, one of them wearing an assault rifle slung across his shoulder. It looked to Walker like a SIG 5.56R, a serious weapon, but it only spurred more questions in his mind. "Who are you people?" he thought as the guard approached. Walker rolled the window down. "I'm Dr. Ben Walker from Global SRC," the guard finished. "You're expected, Dr. Walker. Please proceed to the end of the road, park in Lot C. Someone will greet you there." Walker studied the man's face, the lines at the corners of his eyes, the lean features. The way his stance created an illusion of ease until you looked at the tension in his jaw and the way his right hand never strayed far from the service weapon holstered at his hip. Military, no question about it. The training, at least. "Don't you want my ID?" The guard smiled as if the question were adorably quaint. "No, sir. We've got it covered." He signaled for the one with the assault rifle to open the gate, and a moment later it began to roll back with a metallic squeal. Walker drove through, keeping an eye on the two guards in his rearview mirror. Of course they had known he was coming, and presumably the SRC had sent some identification through, but still the guards should have confirmed his ID. Walker glanced back at the cameras by the guard station and wondered how many there had been on the road into the facility and how good Garland Mountain's facial recognition software might be. Lot C awaited him at the road's end as promised, nearest to the main entrance, a small lot marked for visitors and VIPs, but with fewer than half a dozen spaces occupied. Walker pulled the conspicuous Buick into the spot nearest the door. As he climbed out of the car, he saw a woman exit the lab and stride toward him. She wore a vest top, black trousers, and black boots that gave her away as something other than what she seemed. When she approached him, she did not offer a hand to shake. "Dr. Walker, I'm Christina Vargas, one of the lab supervisors. I'll be your escort while you're here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have." "I don't want to waste your time," Walker replied, studying her eyes. "But I do have questions. Honest answers will speed us along." Vargas wrinkled her nose. "You think I'm going to lie to you?" "My past experience has left me ill-prepared for honesty from people in your position." "What position is that?" "People who are hesitant to let me through the door." Vargas smiled at that. "All right, then. Come in, Dr. Walker. We'll make this as painless as we can and get you on your way. You have more important things to do than hang around our lab all day." She brought him inside, through security and past multiple cameras. The guards he saw wore sidearms and eyed him with a steel that said they had used those weapons before in some earlier life. Walker nodded to let them know the message had been received, and also to give them the same message in return. The lab had been built into the face of the mountain. From the outside, it appeared to be only 2 levels, but when Vargas took him onto the elevator, the row of buttons confirmed his suspicion that the facility was larger than it seemed. 5 levels in total, 3 of them underground. It must, he thought, have cost billions of dollars to build the place, and a lot of influence to do it quietly. Vargas took him up to a small conference room on level 2, where a bald and bearded white guy in a lab coat shifted uncomfortably in one chair, and a woman tapped away at a laptop. When Vargas brought Walker in, Lab Coat looked at his watch, he actually wore one, and gave a put-upon sigh. "Please make it quick, Dr. Vargas," the Lab Coat said. "I'd appreciate that as well," Walker said, drilling Lab Coat with a smile he hoped would set the man's beard on fire. "Before anyone else dies from whatever the fuck you idiots let out of your lab." The bald and bearded Lab Coat, who looked a bit like Rasputin now that Walker gave it some thought, flushed red with anger, likely more color than his pale, basement-dwelling life normally allowed. His colleague didn't smile exactly, but as she turned to look at Walker, the corner of her mouth lifted with a hint of amusement. A large woman with a tumble of natural curls and better fashion sense than Lab Coat, Walker recognized her immediately. Dr. Catherine Eisenberg had previously worked for DARPA. They'd crossed paths a few times briefly, but he saw the flicker of recognition in her eyes and gave her a small shake of his head. She took the hint, swallowing any words of greeting. Walker preferred not to let the others know he and Cat Eisenberg were acquainted, partly because of the other flicker he saw in her eyes. a glimpse of worry and urgency. "That's how it's going to be?" Vargas asked, taking a seat at the table. She leaned back, studying Walker, steepling her fingers on her chest. Nobody had offered him a seat, but Walker took one. "It doesn't have to be. Maybe I jumped the gun. So let's just get to it and see if I made the wrong assumption. Let's start with names and job titles. We've got Dr. Vargas, who does what exactly?" Vargas fumed. "I've told you I'm a lab supervisor." "For all of Garland Mountain Labs, or for—" Labcoat rolled his eyes. "For one lab, Dr. Vargas is my supervisor." Cat Eisenberg gave a small wave. "Dr. Eisenberg, Deputy Lab Supervisor. And this is Dr. Jones, Project Manager." Walker wanted to ask about Dr. Jones's projects, but while he had Vargas here, he had a more important question. "Who funds Garland Mountain Labs?" Vargas smiled. "Next question." "Okay, now I know where we stand," Walker said, leaning back in his chair. "My guess is Homeland Security, but Defense has to be aware, and given what little I do know about your operation, it feels like DARPA." Dr. Jones grunted. "You said you didn't want to waste time." Walker hadn't liked any of this from the outset. The lab, the sickness, the idea that anyone could kill just by touching someone. But he particularly didn't like how close to home this felt. Whoever gave the researchers at Garland Mountain their marching orders, this was familiar territory, the sort of research DARPA did every day. But playing 20 questions with these people wasn't going to save a single life if the questions went unanswered. "Just tell me what you're prepared to tell me about the guy in the BMW and what he could do," Walker said. "Then I'll do what I can to fix your fuck-up." Dr. Jones made a tisking sound with his tongue. "People who live in glass houses, Dr. Walker." Walker bristled. "Meaning what exactly?" "We all have a job to do, that's all," Vargas said, kindlier than before, more concerned. "The man's name was Oscar Hecht. He worked here. The media will have that information fairly soon. Red hands is a tactile bacterial infection." "Red hands? That's what you—" "Yes, that's what we call it," Jones interrupted. "Project Red Hands. And yes, it's the result of intensive research and experimentation. Given whom you work for, you're in no position to lecture us. It wasn't supposed to ever leave the lab, but Hecht infected himself and then ran from his own idiocy. A fool and a coward, and now he's dead." "And he took a lot of other people with him," Walker replied. "Justin?" Vargas cautioned. Walker glanced at the man's name tag for the first time. Dr. Justin W. Jones. He didn't look like a Justin. Walker had preferred Rasputin. Cat Eisenberg tapped at the computer, nodding to herself. "Dr. Vargas, we're set." Vargas exhaled. "Finally." Walker cocked his head. "You want to share?" "The quarantine perimeter is closed. Between our people, state police, and officers from police departments in surrounding communities, every road now has a checkpoint." Something about the statement chilled Walker, but it took him a moment to sift his thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, studying Jones and Cat, before fixing his gaze on Vargas. "You have all the bodies here at the lab, don't you? The remains are quarantined here. Everyone from the Sinclair woman's family to Hecht himself." Vargas gave a nod. "That's right." "This is a tactile contagion, you said, and from the clips I've seen, I will take you at your word. The only way to get this sickness is to be touched by someone infected with it, and aside from Hecht and Maeve Sinclair, whose exceptions I assume you will decline to explain, everyone touched with red hands dies less than a minute after contact." "That's an exaggeration," Jones said. He ran a hand over his beard, unconsciously grooming himself. "Some lived nearly 2 minutes." Walker wanted to punch him in the throat. He squeezed his eyes closed. When he opened them, he caught a strange expression on Kat's face. She had glanced at her lab partner with a look of disdain, even disgust. When she caught Walker looking at her, she gave a shake of her head and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." Vargas and Rasputin hadn't seen. They were staring at Walker. But at least one person in this place had a soul. "In other words," Walker said, "you know there isn't anyone else infected with this thing. I'd like you to walk me through exactly how you know that, how we got here, and what you're planning to do about it." Vargas looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. The guy he thought of as Rasputin in a lab coat actually snickered, laughing at Walker rather than with him. As manager of Project Red Hands, his work had cost lives, and he didn't seem all that broken up about it. Kat Eisenberg met Walker's gaze, fidgety and frustrated, and he felt sure she would have talked to him if the other two weren't in the room. "I think we're done here, Dr. Walker," Vargas said, gesturing toward the door. "We look forward to helping you bring Maeve Sinclair home safely, for her own protection as well as the protection of anyone she might encounter." Jones stood. Kat Eisenberg closed her laptop. "This quarantine should comfort me," he told Vargas. "You spending so much effort on making sure Sinclair doesn't kill anyone else." "But you're not comforted, are you?" Walker shook his head. "I would be if I thought you cared more about the people who might die than you do about putting your genie back in the bottle." The authorities had put the quarantine in place mostly for show. You couldn't have something contagious kill a bunch of people on a video the whole world had seen and do nothing. But the only person the masterminds at Garland Mountain actually wanted to confine to the area was Maeve Sinclair. "Now hang on," Jones said, face going red. "If you can get her here, we can help this woman." Walker turned for the door. "You'd fucking better, Justin." Vargas hurried to follow him out and escort him to the elevator. In the lobby, the security guards nodded to Walker, and then they were outside. The clouds had thickened and darkened, and a few drops of rain spattered the ground. "We're doing all we can," Vargas said. "We all want to keep people safe." "You're doing a bang-up job so far." Walker headed for Lot C, where his convertible Buick loaner sat looking absurder than ever. "What did you expect?" Vargas called. Hands stuffed into her pockets, she studied him with what seemed genuine curiosity. "Excuse me?" Walker said. "She's had a bad fucking day, yeah. Her life is a goddamn tragedy," Vargas went on. "But what's in Maeve Sinclair is our research, and she belongs here at Garland. The decision may rest with someone higher up, but did you really think we'd be eager to help you be the one to lay hands on her?" Walker felt his fists clench. He smiled, but if Vargas had known him better, the smile would have made her nervous. "You think she belongs to you?" "Of course. Who else? I told you it's our research." "She's not research. She's a human being." Vargas sighed heavily and rolled her eyes. "Grow up, Walker. This girl is death incarnate, and she's fucking AWOL." She waved him off. "Just go find her. We'll fight over her later. If she offers to shake hands, maybe just blow her a kiss instead." She turned and walked back toward the facility entrance. Walker glanced around, surprised not to have an escort, but then he remembered all the cameras and the guards at the gate and knew there were still eyes on him. The cameras watched as he drove back to the gate, but it swung open without so much as a glance from the guard shack. They had known he was coming, and they knew he was leaving. Walker felt more conspicuous than ever in his silver convertible, and he sped up, the Buick surging along the narrow road beyond the gate, embarrassed and angry, and filled with a new urgency. When a dented red Hyundai pulled out from behind a tree to block the road, he barely had time to jam on the brake. The Buick skidded to a halt. The engine ticked and growled, and the wipers swished across the glass as Walker glared at the Hyundai, waiting for trouble. He'd lived moments like this before, and the next step nearly always included hard-eyed men with guns. Instead, the woman who stepped out of the Hyundai was tall and attractive, tattooed and grim-faced. She slammed her car door and walked directly toward him, and Walker knew then she had no intention of killing him. If she meant him harm, she would know better than to expose herself that way. If he'd had a gun, he could have put a dozen bullets in her. Which reminded him that he shouldn't have left his gun packed in his bag in the trunk. He hadn't expected to want it quite so soon. As the woman approached the driver's window, Walker hit the button to lower it. The first tattoo his gaze lit upon seemed to be a purple octopus encircling her forearm, the last thin tentacle like a bracelet on her wrist. He'd have liked her immediately, if not for the way she'd just endangered both their lives. "Can I ask your name?" she said, one hand on the roof, ducking to look through his window. Not an ounce of fear. He had both hands on the steering wheel. "This is a strange ambush." Her forehead wrinkled. "What?" Blinking, she stepped quickly back from the car, hands raised. "Look, I just want to know who you are. I spent 15 minutes at the gate. Once the guard told me nobody would see me, he basically ignored me until I gave up. I saw you take the turn in my rearview mirror when I was leaving, and I thought, no way are they letting this guy in. I'm pissed off, so I followed you back. Sure enough, I get to the gate and you're nowhere in sight, which meant you were inside. So I want to know, who are you that they stonewalled me but let you through?" Walker felt the seconds ticking past, but he could see the pain and determination in the woman's eyes. "I don't work for the lab," he said. "They're assholes." She didn't smile. "Implying you personally are not an asshole." "I have my days." He extended his hand through the window. "Walker, Global Science Research Coalition." "Rue Crooker," she said, shaking his hand. "Concerned fucking citizen." Walker released her hand, glancing at the tentacles of her octopus tattoo. "Short version. My boss sent me to make sure this morning's tragedy doesn't get any worse. It's incredibly dangerous. You should really be at home until—" Rue gave him a look of profound disappointment. "See, I liked you until right now." "I'm sorry?" "If you work for Global SRC, you know I'm not in any danger. The only people in danger are Maeve Sinclair and anyone who comes into contact with her." Walker smiled. A breeze kicked up and blew the forest smells of pine and cedar through his window. "You may not like me anymore, but I now like you a hell of a lot, Ms. Crooker." "Dr. Crooker." "Of course you are." He tilted his head. "What sort of doctor might you be?" "Biologist. I was there when it happened. Saw it all, and not on video. Also dealt with your friends from the lab." "They are definitely not my friends." Walker hesitated, knowing Alina wouldn't want to involve civilians, but this woman was already involved, and he had an assignment to complete. "You said only Maeve and anyone she runs into will be in danger, and you're right. For her sake, I need to be the one to find her. I assume you didn't drive over here and argue with the guards at the gate out of clinical interest." Rue simmered. "They brought all the victims back here. People want to know what's being done with the remains of their loved ones and how long before they're released." Walker put both hands on the wheel, felt the engine idling. "Yeah, but that's not why you're here. You came because you want answers. You're a biologist, and this isn't like anything you've ever seen. It's something that shouldn't even exist, and you want to know what it is, how it does. And I want Maeve to be all right." You know her, Walker said. Rue took another step back from the car. For a few seconds, she seemed to be evaluating him, and then she nodded to herself as if deciding, reached up to scratch at the stubble on the shaved part of her scalp. Maeve's father is one of my closest friends. I've known the girl all her life. Her father, Ted, had a hunch about where she might go and headed up there with the chief of police, Len Kaminsky. They'll be back at the house by now, with her or without her. Walker swore under his breath, hands tightening on the wheel. That could be very dangerous. Rue tapped the roof of the car. Follow me. I'll make an introduction. You trust me enough to do that? She scowled. Someone has to help this family, and you're the only person I've encountered who seems willing. But don't flatter yourself, friend. After today, I don't trust anyone. 8. 3/4 of an hour after Maeve had started on the Jackrabbit Trail, she noticed a narrower trail on her left. Unlike so many in these mountains, this path had no marker, no sign, no name to offer a hiker the comfort of familiarity or the assurance that if they wandered off and became lost, they were likely to find their way. She took a breath, a prickle of fear at the back of her neck. The trail wended into a thick tangle of forest, much darker than the path she'd been on, but it appeared to continue up the mountain. More importantly, she knew she had never hiked this trail with her family, had never lugged her fishing rod through that gap. If her father tried to guess where she'd go next, he might well think to try the Jackrabbit Trail, but he'd never imagine she would go off by herself into the dark unknown, which made it her only choice. Maeve wished she could stop, let them find her, but that just wasn't possible. She needed time to think. Right now, she couldn't see any way out of this, but she nurtured a small hope that if she could just stop and rest, something would occur to her. Protecting her face from branches, she plunged along the narrow trail, so thick with trees and bushes that they scraped at her like brambles. If they had a good tracker, the person would doubtless be able to follow, but she wasn't going to make it easy for them. Neither was the weather, apparently. 10 minutes after she'd started up the new path, stumbling on rocks and root braids that thrust from the dirt, it began to rain. The sun had been fading in and out all along, but it surprised her when she heard the pattering on the leaves overhead and then the thick rattling of heavier drops. Though it couldn't have been much past 2 p.m., it felt as if night had already fallen. Maeve welcomed it. If the storm went on long enough, all traces of her passing this way would be erased. Maybe nobody will ever find me. Maybe I'll die up here. A racking cough bent her double and blurred her vision. Her chest had begun to ache, and she pressed both hands against her sternum. Her throat felt tender and swollen. Maeve coughed again, and she spat something thick and dark onto the rain-damp path. This couldn't be what she feared, not whatever had killed her mother and Logan. The people the driver had touched died instantly. She had killed him. He had touched her, passed whatever disease had cursed him onto her. But she wasn't supposed to be the one to get sick. The trail widened a bit, turning northeast, up the face of the mountain, toward a ridge between Mount Champney and the neighboring Little Blackberry Mountain. Northeast felt like the safest direction. Off to the west were the real Jericho Falls, the waterfalls from which the town had gotten its name. The falls and the caves there brought out tourists and day hikers, and she knew whoever might be looking for her would assume she would strike out for the falls. A young woman on her own, up on the mountain, knowing there were caves where she could hide and people who might be willing to help her. The average middle-aged man wouldn't bet money on Maeve seeking out the hard terrain, the darkest woods. Her father would expect it, but she had to gamble on him not sharing those thoughts. Even if he blamed her for what had happened, even if he hated her now. Her gut gave a sour twist, and she began to cough. Something in her felt off. She thought longingly of her grandfather's cabin, but she couldn't go back there. She continued along the narrow, overgrown trail. The rain fell so hard it began to pool and flow in little rivulets along the raised roots. Squirrels darted through underbrush. 20 paces farther, the branches grew so close together that the trail virtually disappeared. She plunged ahead. A thin branch scraped her cheek, and she hissed at the sting. Raindrops ran down her face as she pushed through, tripped on a root, and stumbled 6 steps to land sprawling on the path. The fall knocked the wind out of her. A rock jutting from the ground smashed into her left breast, and she groaned and rolled over, arms across her chest. She coughed a little. The ache in her throat throbbed, but as her breathing evened out, she managed to turn over and rise up onto her knees. The trail had turned parallel to the mountain. The rain had lightened up. Ahead, the path sloped downward to a break in the trees. Silhouetted in the gray light, perhaps 200 yards ahead, a broken, jagged stone chimney rose from a sloped roof. Maeve shot to her feet in panic, ready to bolt, fearful that she had unknowingly doubled back toward town. Something skittered through the trees overhead, but she heard no voices, nothing to indicate there were people around. With cautious steps, she started down the path toward that broken chimney, trying to orient herself. As the path sloped, she ran through all her past fishing and camping trips with her family, and moments before she reached the aging, moss-covered stone structure off the trail, she realized she had found the Moonglow Inn. It stood on a stony precipice overlooking the glacier-carved river gorge for which it had been named. 300 million years earlier, the Ice Age had caused glaciers a mile thick to move across the land, forging mountains, slashing valleys and deep gorges, shifting stone, leaving tunnels and caves and beautiful rock formations behind. Maeve's father tended to be a quiet man, but she believed he had a bit of poetry in him, because occasionally he would reveal a love for some beautiful place or story that had touched him. Once upon a time, a trapper named Elwyn Gray had been knee-deep in the river, looked up, and seen the full moon framed between the walls of the gorge, its light reflecting off glacial stone, and felt himself transported somewhere magical. Elwyn Gray had named the place Moonglow River Gorge, and as more settlers moved in, the name had stuck. In high school, Maeve had written a paper about the native Abenaki people, who had surely had a name for the gorge before Elwyn Gray's magical evening. But she didn't share that paper with her father. She didn't want to extinguish that little bit of poetry in him. The Moonglow Inn had its own story. Maeve had never been there before. Like most who'd caught a glimpse of it, she had only seen the corner of its sagging roof from down in the gorge. But her father had told her the story of a Scottish laird who had fallen in love with the view from that precipice and believed others would as well. He'd sold his Highland estate and invested his money and influence building the inn. For a time, Maeve's father had told her, it had worked. Hunters and fishermen and bird watchers came, people of wealth and breeding who wanted to explore the wild mountains. But the waterfalls to the west drew more visitors, more development, and no road could be built to reach the Moonglow Inn. By the time the Great War erupted in Europe, the Scotsman's dream had already faded, and before the war ended, the doors had been shuttered. Several times investors had purchased the property in hope of reviving it, but over the course of a century, it had never actually reopened. The Moonglow Inn had become a memory, a ruin, a stone heap covered in moss, broken windows looking out over the gorge. One wing of the inn had collapsed and slid over the precipice into the gorge about 80 years later. Hikers would sometimes make their way there, Maeve's father had told her, but it was far enough and spooky enough that the place did not draw vast numbers of partying teenagers the way it might have if it were closer to town. The place was just empty, crumbling, a dead shell of a thing, the hollow husk of a man's lost dream. It was exactly what Maeve had been hoping for. With the rain pattering the leaves overhead and the wind gusting over the rim of the gorge, she left the trail and explored the facade of the inn. Some of the window panes were intact, but most had been shattered. Maeve pressed against the swollen wood of the front door, and the rusted hinges squealed. She put her shoulder into it and yanked up on the handle as she pushed, and it scraped against the stone threshold just enough to give her room to squeeze through. Her nausea had faded, but she grunted as she squeezed through the gap and inhaled the moldy stink of the rotting wood. Her stomach churned, bile at the back of her throat. Maeve forced it down, but the moment it passed, she began to cough again. Each barking seal cough sent a spike of pain through her skull, and she felt something trickling from her nose. Reaching up, she wiped away something she first thought was blood, but which she saw, in the wan light coming through the broken roof, was putrid yellow and oily black. She collapsed to the floor in what had once been the lobby. The thick pine beams of the floor had turned soft where the roof lay open to the elements, but here it retained its solidity and strength. Where the huge stone fireplace rose to the ceiling, the fallen portion of the chimney had crashed through the roof and lay in a pile on the floor. The rain fell through the opening. Across the lobby, a staircase rose into shadows and cobwebs. The stairs seemed to call to her. They looked protected from the wind and rain, dry and warm. She could curl up at the top of the steps and figure out what to do next. Another cough rumbled in her chest, but she took small sips of breath, fighting it, staving off the pain that came along with it. Maeve stumbled toward the stairs, wheezing, barking, head throbbing, that disgusting crap in her throat. Her eyes were wet. She went to wipe at them with her hands, but when she blinked, the gray interior of the crumbling lodge turned a filmy red. Through the veil of red that covered her eyes, the room around her changed. A fire roared in the fireplace. The dying echo of laughter hung in the air. The stink of booze filled the lodge. The whole world turned crimsons and scarlets and bright candy apple reds, but mostly blood red, because all around her, strewn across the lobby, were bloated corpses dressed in the finery of another era. Their eyes were stained a reddish black, clotted with dried fluid. Their throats were swollen and black, their exposed skin covered in deep red blotches that had bled and scabbed and begun to rot as if acid had eaten down to the bone. Maeve tried to scream, but her throat was so raw that pain silenced her. Another round of coughing racked her body, and she dropped to one knee. She drew a ragged breath, managed to stifle the next cough, and stared at her hands, which were trembling and pale in the storm light. Pale, not veiled by that red film that had affected her vision. The moment passed. The fireplace no longer roared with flame. The inn had returned to the moldering, broken, abandoned gray pile it had been upon her entrance into the place. Maeve wanted to rise, to run, even to weep, but she didn't have the energy for any of those things. Instead, she lay on the floor, listened to the rain on the roof, and winced at the strange hunger that gnawed at her. The itch returned to her hands, and her fingers twitched while she lay there, yearning for something she refused to allow herself to imagine, yearning for contact. She closed her eyes for fear of what they might see. Rose knew she ought to have come alone, but she was deeply grateful to have Priya with her. Without the comfort of her company, the warmth of her love, she'd have been alone with her grief. Images of her mother and Logan swam into her thoughts, and she shoved them out. Yeah, if she'd been alone, she knew she would have collapsed into helpless sobs by now, full fetal position breakdown. Mom and Logan were dead, the two people who seemed to always look out for her the most. Now what? She was supposed to live with her father? Sometimes she loved him so much it hurt, but she couldn't trust him to do what he said or be where he promised, and that hurt even more. "Gorilla Rock's just up here, isn't it?" Priya asked. Rose smiled, surprised that Priya would remember. She wasn't much of a nature girl. They had overheard enough to know that Maeve had set out north and east from her granddad's cabin, so Rose had parked Mr. McHugh's old Corsica at the entrance to the Edison campground, and they'd hiked up the southern approach, hoping to intersect her path. Rose had halfway expected to be stopped by local or state police, but the quarantine didn't stop people from moving around Jericho Falls, only from leaving it. There had been a number of police cars parked along the trailheads, where cops and others out searching for Maeve must have started up the mountain. There'd been a single state police car at Edison Campground, but it was empty. Whoever had driven it over, they'd been deployed up onto the mountain. Most of the cops who weren't part of the search must have been manning roadblocks on the main routes out of town, or still helping with the cleanup downtown. Maybe tomorrow there would be more searchers, National Guard or something, but for now the numbers were limited. If they hadn't found Maeve by then, Rose wondered how long it would be before they decided other people were or were not infected. The federal government would be monitoring the situation, but they had proven to be colossal fuck-ups when it came to the containment of contagion in the past. In the end, the only thing Rose cared about was that there was nobody there to stop them from going up the mountain after her sister. "We follow the markers for the Eagle View Trail and will come to the fire pit," she said. "Gorilla Rock's not far after that." She took Priya's hand and led the way. When the Sinclair siblings had been small, their father had taken them to Plug Pond to fish at least once a week during the summer. For him, fishing had always included drinking, but he'd had it under control in those days, or at least none of them ever seemed to notice how much he drank. It was just Ted Sinclair, catching fish, drinking beer, laughing with his kids. She knew this part of the mountain well. Gorilla Rock had acquired its name over generations, first as a colloquialism until someone had included it in a hiking brochure, and then the name became permanent. A piece of glacial stone, its broken edges, formed what looked to be a protruding brow, shadowed eyes, a sloping forehead, so that it looked like the head of a brooding gorilla. The first time Rose had climbed up to the rock, which stood 20 feet above the trail, she had found a depression in the back of the stone head. The way the ground sloped up to it and the concavity in the rock, it was the perfect place for a girl to secrete herself away if she wanted to play hide-and-seek, or just give her long-suffering father a heart attack. She had been a mischievous girl. Priya took Rose's hand again, her brow furrowed as she marched through the trees. The trail had been marked with spots of blue paint to let hikers know they were on the right track, but this route was so well traveled that it would have been hard to miss. The thought caused a frown to crease Rose's forehead. "Shit," she whispered. "Shit, shit, shit!" Priya squeezed her hand. "What is it?" How could Rose explain the impact those blue paint spots had on her? "This trail, it's too well known," she said, looking at Priya. "I'm so stupid. Maeve's probably a mess right now, but she's not stupid. Rose cursed herself again, silently now. Maeve would be terrified and lonely and shattered by guilt, but if she wanted to hide on the mountain, she would be too smart to travel the most familiar trails. "You're right," Priya said. "She's not stupid. She has to know she needs help. Do you really think she's going to hide somewhere your father wouldn't find her eventually?" Rose looked at her, a rough heat rising in her cheeks. "You were there." Priya squeezed her hand. "Finding her isn't enough, Rose. We've got to figure out what's been done to her, how to help her. And we can't do that if she's—" "The last thing she wants is for my dad to find her," Rose said. "I'm sure she doesn't want us to find her either." Priya chewed her lip. "Then how are we supposed to find her?" Rose looked up toward the mountain's peak. "Someone's going to. Which means it has to be us." Priya kissed her tears. "Then let's focus. You said she wouldn't have come here. Where would she go? The peak? I know there are caves up there. Or maybe she just doubled back and headed for the falls. There are houses there, cabins, plenty of camps where she could try to hide." "Maybe," Rose agreed, "but I don't think so. She'd have taken the jackrabbit trail from the cabin. If we start climbing from here, head straight up the mountain, we'll cross it. From there, we'll find some of the narrow trails that hunters and animals use. Not the kind of thing hikers would bother with. We find those and we search. And if we find any sign of her, there's no point in shouting her name. Chances are she's not going to answer back. She doesn't want us anywhere near her if she thinks that she could kill us." Priya gave her a gentle kiss. "Lead the way." Rose felt a hitch in her chest as she turned and left the path, hiking up the mountain through the woods. A flood of images flashed through her mind, bouncing on Maeve's bed on Christmas morning, dragging her sleepy sister into their parents' room to wake them, the two girls teasing Logan, who would always be seated halfway down the steps waiting for them, more excited than any of them to see what Santa had brought. Logan, gone. Years had passed since Maeve had left for college. The bond between the sisters had evolved and matured. In some ways it had grown stronger, but Rose had often thought how much less fun growing up had made her relationship with Maeve. No more blanket forts. As a little girl, Rose had often woken in the night, terrified of the darkness inside her closet. The door never quite shut all the way, and the age of the house had warped the frame so that it swung open slightly when the wind blew outside, and the gusting made the house breathe in and out. On those nights, Rose would tiptoe into Maeve's room, climb into bed with her, warm and safe under the blankets with her big sister. Maeve had never sent her out, never complained of being woken. No matter how old they'd become, Maeve had always opened her arms, hugged Rose, stroked her hair, and kissed the top of her head. It had been Rose, eventually, who had decided she was too old for such displays. Maeve could hide as deep in the woods as she liked. No matter how afraid Rose might be, no matter how much she grieved, she was going to find her sister. Maeve had never turned her back, and neither would Rose. "Hey," Priya rasped, grabbing at the strap of her backpack. Rose frowned, turning to look at her. They had hiked about 20 yards above Gorilla Rock. "What's the—" Priya held a finger over her lips, neck craned, listening to the woods. All Rose could hear was the patter of the rain on the leaves and the path. Thunder rumbled in the distance. "I don't—" Rose started to say. But then she did. A noise down in the clearing below Gorilla Rock, a padding of footfalls as if someone had dashed across the clearing, trying to make as little noise as possible. The noise went silent for a few seconds, and she was about to speak again when the sound of something in the brush carried up to them. It might have been a lone hiker or someone searching for Maeve, but whoever it was, they were attempting to be quiet, and something about that made her skin crawl. She glanced up at Priya and saw what looked like a gleam of hope in her eyes, and only then did the other possibility occur to her. Maeve. Sliding and scrambling, slipping on the rain-slicked forest floor, she rushed down the slope, heedless of the noise she made as she crashed through branches. She slipped. Cussing loudly, she flailed and tumbled the last few feet into the clearing. On her hands and knees, Rose looked up, glanced around, and ached with fresh loss as she saw the clearing remained empty. "You heard it, right?" Rose asked, standing and brushing off dirt and pine needles. "Someone was here." "I thought I did," Priya said, brows knitted. "Unless it was an animal. A deer. Maybe a bear or a wolf." "Oh, that's a cheery thought," Rose replied. "Thanks for that." Quiet descended on the clearing for a moment. Even the rain paused. No birds called, no squirrels foraged. The two of them stood and listened. But if anything had been there, it was gone now. They were alone. Rose felt hollower, lonelier as she turned and started to climb up the mountain again. Priya being there, strong and calm and brave, should have comforted her. But suddenly the presence of this girl she loved only made her feel her loss more keenly. How many hours until dark? Rose began to lose hope. 9. Ted Sinclair liked movies about the apocalypse. Sometimes he would daydream about what it might be like, what kind of person he might prove to be if the world ever really began to fall apart around him. Not that Ted was eager for nuclear war or a zombie uprising, but he loved those stories because they were about ordinary human beings having their mettle tested by the crumbling of civil society. He liked to tell himself that he would rise to the occasion, that instead of seeking the comfort of oblivion, he would step up, fight for survival for himself and the people he loved. Ted could picture himself a hero, living wild, running some guerrilla war campaign against an oppressor. But in that lizard brain at the base of his skull, he could feel a different instinct, a tremor, an urge. He wanted pills, a little plastic bottle rattling with lovely tabs of oxy. Better yet, a dose or two of fentanyl. The pills might kill him, but first they'd get him so high that dying wouldn't seem like such a terrible plan. Which was exactly why he needed to stay far away from pills. Alcohol, on the other hand, remained his very dear friend. He stood in his living room, a generous tumbler of Jameson whiskey in his hand, and decided this wasn't the apocalypse quite yet, but it felt close. Death felt intimately near, tangible and possible. Ted had always loved apocalyptic movies, but now he decided he would hate those films for the rest of his life. Rue Crooker had let his daughter Rose wander off with Priya, and instead of raising alarms, instead of screaming to the world that the last healthy, living member of Ted Sinclair's family had decided to go search an entire mountain range with her girlfriend, Rue had gone off to have a close-up look at Garland Mountain Labs. They'd been friends since childhood, and he loved Rue, but he wanted to shake her. Had she really thought they would throw open their doors to her, let her see their research? Ted sipped his third whiskey, letting its burn rush through him. He stared at Rue and at Chief Kaminsky and at the stranger who sat on the arm of the sofa. Ted had told them all to make themselves comfortable, but death had come to this house, and there was only so comfortable a stranger should make himself here, today. Whiskey blunted his apocalypse a little bit, but the end times had come to the Sinclair family. The rest of the world might be tuning into CNN or Fox News or whatever, learning about the quarantine and Maeve Sinclair, the woman with the death touch. They might have watched the footage from the parade, entranced by tragedy, but they would all go on with their lives, and Ted had to stand in his living room with a stranger telling him what to do, while his ex-wife and his son lay dead in some secret government lab, and his eldest daughter ran away to the mountains to hide, while the youngest went in search of her. And this Walker's son of a bitch wanted Ted to sit here and just wait. "I wish you could hear yourself, Mr. Walker," Ted said. He knew he was glaring, knew his upper lip had curled with disdain, but he couldn't help it. "Dr. Walker," Rue corrected him. "Just Walker is fine," the guy said. "I don't give a fuck!" Ted snapped. They all stared at him, Rue, Kaminsky, Walker, and Ted felt his chest rising and falling, felt the warm flush in his cheeks. He knew he must look like a drunk about to get into a bar brawl, and maybe he felt that way. Shit, no maybe about it. "You really think I'm going to stay here while my girls are up on that mountain?" Ted demanded, glancing incredulously from face to face. "I don't even know you." Kaminsky had perched on the edge of the big old green and gray striped chair that remained the oldest piece of furniture in the house. He leaned forward, his face full of so much sympathy that Ted wanted to kick him. "Ted, you've got a concussion, broken ribs, and cartilage damage in one knee. You're not going to be much use crawling around those mountains. Between my officers, state troopers, and security officers from the lab," Chief Kaminsky started. "Goddamn government thugs," Ted snarled. "No argument," Kaminsky said. "That's what they are. But they're up there with good police officers searching for Maeve. I'm going to radio up that Rose and Priya are on the mountain as well. But you know their priority has to be Maeve." "Because she's dangerous," Ted sneered. "You know she is," Rue said. She stood up from the sofa and approached him, put her hands over his as if she wanted to try to help him clasp his glass of whiskey, to take it away. Like he needed help. And maybe he did, the way his hands had started to shake. "I guess I do," Ted said, looking Rue in the eye. "I watched them die. Watched Logan and—" He shook his head, blew out a breath, refused to cry in front of a stranger. Not again, anyway. He shot a look at the presumptuous bastard sitting on the arm of his sofa. "Walker, you really think you can get her off the mountain safely? I can't help feeling like no matter how good these cops are, the first one she comes near is going to shoot her, to keep from dying the way my son and his mom did." "If she comes off the mountain on her own, she'll probably come home, which means you'll see her first," Walker said. "If she stays up there, then I do think it's best for her safety and everyone else's if I find her first." "How do you plan to do that?" "It's not my first mountain or my first time tracking someone," Walker replied. "I've got some gear and some connections they don't have." Ted exhaled. "What do you need from me?" Walker gave a slow nod. It looked almost like a promise, but Ted couldn't allow himself to trust anyone. "Any insight into her thought process would help," Walker said. "The police are focusing on the area around the waterfall, banking on Maeve heading for somewhere she might regard as safe." "There's some logic in that," Ted admitted, glancing at Kaminsky. "But she lit out from her granddad's cabin heading northeast, and I think she'll stay that way. Either go straight up the mountain or to the west. Might not be as safe or as familiar, but she'll stay one step ahead as long as she can. And then she'll go to ground, find a place to hide. I've taken my kids fishing up there 100 times, and we used to hike all over when they were little ones. A shudder went through him. Ted's breath hitched, and he held up a hand, knowing if he uttered another word he would erupt into a torrent of sobbing. Kaminsky put a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, Ted. I'm gonna take Dr. Walker up to the cabin, and he can start searching from there. The government goons want me to focus my people to the west, toward the falls, but that doesn't mean Walker has to follow those orders. Maybe we'll come across Rose and her girlfriend. If we do, I'll bring them home. You just need to stay here, answer the phone if it rings, and hope she comes home on her own." Ted felt his legs weaken. The idea of staying here made him want to scream. These were his daughters, his last family, flesh and blood. But so did the idea of him not being here when one or both of them made it home to an empty house. It tore him apart. He wanted to collapse, but he'd been raised with more spine and dignity than that. "You have anyone who can stay with you?" Kaminsky asked. "Other family?" Ted felt the thin smile on his lips. Other than Rue, he'd never been much for small talk with neighbors or friends, even the ones he liked. Shortly before Walker and Rue arrived, Ted had thought about calling his sister Diana, but Di lived in Texas, and they hadn't done more than exchange Christmas cards or share a cursory phone call in going on a decade. His brittle smile grew thinner still. "I'll be all right." Rue had hung back, standing in the archway that led into the living room. She matched his own brittle smile. "I'll stick around, if you'll have me, Ted. We're quarantined anyway, and I know you're not going to eat a damn thing unless I force you to cook something for us both." Ted stared. He wanted to be angry with her for letting Rose and Priya wander off, but he had known her so long and so well that her presence did ease his mind, at least a little. If not for Rue, he doubted he would ever have really understood what it felt like to have a real friend. It wasn't watching a ball game or bullshitting or fulfilling some kind of silent obligation. Real friendship was about deciding someone else's well-being was just as important to you as your own, or even more important. Someone who wasn't your spouse or your child. "How do you feel about a quick egg fry?" he asked, draining the last of his whiskey. It was what they'd always made in high school, when they'd come home much too late from a party, usually a little drunk or a little high. He'd crack some eggs and throw whatever he could find into the frying pan with them. Grated cheese, leftover taco meat, shreds of deli ham, chopped vegetables, Tabasco sauce. "Sounds perfect," Rue said. Whether Ted liked it or not, Kaminsky was right. With his broken ribs and battered head, he wasn't likely to be able to hike all over the mountain without injuring himself further. He would be of no use to his daughters today, but Ted had gotten used to the feeling. He looked at Walker and Kaminsky. "Go. Bring them back. Both of them." There were other things he wanted to say, words he didn't dare speak aloud, words about making sure that whatever happened, Maeve did not lay a hand on Rose. Ted would never have admitted it out loud, but part of him considered Maeve already lost. "God forgive me," he thought, even though he had never been persuaded there was a God up there listening. Now, more than ever, he figured prayers fell on deaf ears, or no ears at all. Which left Walker, a virtual stranger who had confidence and determination, but also a haunted look in his eyes, as if he had faced horror before and not emerged victorious. But Walker was all they had. Rue watched with condemnation in her eyes as Ted poured himself another drink. 10. Kaminsky drove the route toward the cabin mostly in silence, for which Walker felt grateful. The rain came down hard, windshield wipers squealing out a rhythm as questions cluttered his mind. The federal government had to be involved, or Garland Mountain Labs would not have been able to get the quarantine order. So who was pulling those strings? The Black Coats were mercenary security forces, not U.S. military, but someone had to be signing their paychecks. There were too many unknowns. His pack sat on the floor of Kaminsky's car, nestled between Walker's boots. Alina Boudreau had not sent him to New Hampshire empty-handed. The SRC might not have the flair of Q from the James Bond films, but DARPA existed specifically to develop science. Not all of it was about finding new and clever ways to kill someone. So he did have a thing or two in that backpack that might help him track Maeve, if he was lucky. Alina had also given him a small black box containing 2 comm units, a primary and a spare. They were tiny things like AirPods, but they came in handy. Once he slipped one in his ear, he would be able to communicate with Alina directly. By now, the cell phone towers around Jericho Falls would be jammed, but the comm units didn't rely on those towers. On the other hand, Alina was a long way from New Hampshire. It'd help if he had someone a little closer to handle some of the groundwork and keep him updated if he got into trouble. Walker glanced at Chief Kaminsky and wondered if he could be trusted. More than that, he wondered if the chief would have time to help him, should the moment arrive when Walker needed that help. His pack also held other, more standard gear: flashlight, night vision goggles, and a gun. Walker had a love-hate relationship with guns. He hated pulling the trigger, but he loved staying alive, which brought him back to his frustration with the many unknowns he faced in his search for Maeve Sinclair. He didn't like it. The assignment was to get Maeve Sinclair off the mountain alive, but to do that, he needed to do the same for himself. As Kaminsky turned up a narrow road that snaked through the forest, Walker studied the houses they passed, wondering what the people inside were doing. The quarantine forced them to stay in Jericho Falls and established a curfew that confined them to their homes after dark. But it seemed most people were nervous enough to stay inside during the day as well. Walker reckoned they were going to get cabin fever pretty quickly. The rainstorm that had moved in over the past hour or two had turned the afternoon gray and gloomy, but there were at least 4 or 5 hours of daylight left. It was July, after all, midsummer. "You can show me where to enter the trail her father talked about?" Walker asked. "The Jackrabbit Trail," Chief Kaminsky reminded him. "It's the only thing that makes sense. We know she was at the cabin. From what Ted said—" "I don't love the idea of relying on him," Walker said. "The guy's an alcoholic and an addict. Never mind that he got his bell rung this morning. He's also drunk right now, while both his daughters are lost on a mountain." He didn't specifically say he thought Ted Sinclair was a bad father, but the chief didn't have to be a genius to read between the lines. Not that you're such a great dad yourself, Walker thought, remembering the look in Charlie's eyes earlier in the day, and his words. That was for later, though. Walker felt a little sick at the thought. Charlie, it seemed, was always for later. He wondered if he had been too swift to judge Ted Sinclair, or too slow to judge himself. "You said you didn't want him with you because he'd slow you down," Chief Kaminsky said. "He would have," Walker replied. "But with all respect for the man's grief, I had to weigh how much help he might be against how much trouble. Better for everyone if he stays home. His ribs and his skull will thank me later." Kaminsky slammed on the brakes. "Son of a bitch!" They'd just come in sight of the late Granddad Sinclair's cabin. Several police cars and a K-9 unit van sat out front, but Walker only spotted 2 cops. The pair of beer-bellied officers on the cusp of retirement had apparently been left behind to establish the cabin as base camp. But it wasn't the presence of the 2 cops that had startled Chief Kaminsky. 2 black coats stood in front of the cabin near the aging police officers. Several other black coats were walking the perimeter of the property, likely marking out trails and searching for signs of Maeve's presence. "Do these guys really think she's coming back here?" Walker asked. She abandoned her phone at the cabin, Kaminsky replied. She's never coming back to this place. But you know the way swaggering dicks like them think. They look at Maeve as a scared young woman. Most of them probably figure she hasn't gone more than 100 yards into the woods, and any minute she's going to come back looking for some big, strong man to save her. Kaminsky put his vehicle in park, killed the engine, and climbed out. One of the two cops hurried toward him, glancing at the black coats with bristling resentment. The good news, Kaminsky went on, is that the longer they think of her as soft and weak, the longer Maeve will be able to stay lost. Hopefully that'll buy you the time you need to reach her first. "Chief, I'm sorry," said the officer who trotted up to the vehicle. The man huffed with exertion after jogging a dozen paces, so it was no wonder he hadn't been assigned to a search party. "They showed up with federal ID. We had to let them look over the scene." "Don't sweat it, Foley," Kaminsky replied. "If they'd found anything useful, they wouldn't still be looking. Keep an eye on them. Make a record of anything they try to remove from the site. Otherwise, let them alone. I don't want you getting into a pissing match with these guys, Foley. They'll end up killing you and burying you in a shallow grave." Foley's eyes went wide, like he wasn't sure whether or not his police chief had been joking. Walker wasn't certain himself, but he said nothing until Foley had trotted away, and Kaminsky frowned thoughtfully. "So where's this jackrabbit trail?" Walker asked. Kaminsky kept his back to the cabin so neither his own people nor the blackcoats would be able to hear him or see the small gesture he made, pointing in the general direction of the northeast tree line. "It's narrow, mostly overgrown. Might be marked, but most likely it's not. You can't miss the tree by the entrance, split by lightning some years back, but both sides are still growing." Walker nodded. "I'll walk a little way before I head into the trees. Don't want to draw attention. But there's something you should know, Chief. You've got a lot on your hands, keeping the peace in town, keeping civilians off the mountain. You should be on the lookout for other people on the mountain, too. People who aren't civilians." Kaminsky shot a sidelong glance at the blackcoats. "Tell me about it." "I don't mean them. There could be others looking for Maeve," Walker said. "Dangerous people who want the ability to do what she can do. Warn your officers. It's not just one lost woman they need to be worried about up here. There's worse than that." Kaminsky massaged his left temple. "This gets better all the time. But thanks, I'll pass it along." Walker opened the back door of the chief's car. Making sure the cops and blackcoats couldn't see what he was up to, he dug into his pack and tugged out the black box containing the two comm earpieces. There were a dozen names for the little devices: earbuds, pods, comms, lobes, and others, but Walker had always thought of them as earwigs, the first name he'd ever heard for them. Once upon a time it had been necessary to hide such devices, but they were so readily available to consumers now that being seen talking to oneself no longer came off as crazy. "Do something for me," he said, holding out an earwig to Kaminsky. "Bring this back to Rue Crooker. Ask her to turn it on and monitor. I may need someone in Jericho Falls who understands the science." Kaminsky took the earwig, studied it in his open palm, and slipped it into his pocket. "Anything else?" Walker put in his own earpiece, stuffed the box back into his pack, then took out his holstered weapon and clipped it to his belt. "Buy me whatever time you can." He closed the car door. The sound made two blackcoats look over at him, but he was with Chief Kaminsky, so they kept searching the grounds of the cabin. "You want me to keep the state troopers and my own people searching around the falls? Keep them away from this side of the mountain?" Kaminsky furrowed his brow. "It'd help." Kaminsky glanced up toward the cabin. "I'll do my best." With that, Walker started along the dirt road, back the way they'd come. He'd gone about 30 yards when he found himself around a curve and out of view. Darting into the woods, he started backtracking to the Jackrabbit Trail. Maeve had a hell of a head start, but she was sick and scared and confused. Walker told himself he could find her. A quarter-hour later, when he came to a place where footprints in half-dry mud had been obliterated with a stick, he actually believed it. Staring at those footprints, he felt a little queasy, and a shudder went through him, almost as if he could feel the sickness Maeve had left in her wake. Sickness and something else, a skin-crawling sensation that made him glance yet again at his surroundings. A deep frown creased his forehead. The trees on either side of the path seemed lower, denser, as if they might inch closer until they could strangle him. They were only trees, of course, but as he quickened his pace, the whole trail seemed tainted by that unsettling feeling. Walker thought perhaps it wouldn't be as difficult to find Maeve as he'd first imagined. He also thought finding her might turn out to be an absolutely terrible idea. But he kept following the trail. Whatever had infected Maeve Sinclair, it couldn't be allowed to roam free. Viv Cheng and Leon Lewis had been assigned to Garland Mountain Labs within weeks of one another. Leon had been honorably discharged from a special ops group he was never allowed to mention, but he'd told Cheng as much as possible about his background. Cheng, on the other hand, had only been willing to say that she had done work for Homeland Security. Leon still wondered if that meant something covert, or if she'd just been an ICE agent and been fired or quit. Of course, if she'd quit ICE as a conscientious objector or something, she wouldn't be employed by White Oak Security. The firm provided private armed security for at least a dozen sites on American soil that the government didn't want the public to know about. They couldn't use the official U.S. military, so they used White Oak, one of several firms that provided what had come to be colloquially known as black coats. Most of the time, Leon liked his job. He'd been in blood-soaked deserts and climbed over corpses in ditches, so he didn't mind putting a bullet into someone for no reason other than that he'd been ordered to do so. But this felt different. "You feel all right?" Cheng asked as they moved quietly along the narrow trail Ben Walker had chosen. Leon snorted. "Do you? This feel all right to you?" He regretted the words the moment they left his lips, but the old cliché about not being able to put the genie back in the bottle had never been truer. Cheng shot him a narrowed glance, and an uneasy quiet fell between them. Not silence. Up on the mountain, in the fucking woods, they would never find true silence. Birds cried and wheeled far overhead, barely glimpsed through the branches that wove together to block all but shafts of daylight from hitting the trail. Gray, ugly light from a sky full of storm. Rain pattered the leaves and the trail. The wind kicked up and rustled a million leaves into a rough whisper that almost sounded like a voice. To Leon, it held a beauty he could not deny, the rustling of leaves telling him to breathe, to take it all in. Maybe telling him that this wasn't the kind of hunting people were supposed to be doing up here in the quiet of the wild. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Cheng asked at last, without glancing over her shoulder again. "I don't want to have to worry, Leon." "Relax, Vivian. I'm here. I've got your back. Walker's one guy, and he may not like it, but we're on the same team." Cheng halted, turned to scan his face. "Did you see the video clip? Sinclair touching those people? Them falling down dead?" "I saw it. Just making certain. 'Cause it sure as hell isn't some DC scientist who's got me on my toes. The Sinclair woman might as well be the boogeyman or the big bad wolf as far as I'm concerned," Cheng said. "I'll be honest, man. It's got me spooked. I'm looking behind every damn tree, worried she's gonna jump out at me. I'd rather run into a bear than this bitch." Leon had seen the video, but he decided he and Cheng had viewed it very differently. Project Red Hands wouldn't be the first science experiment to have gotten out of control and killed a bunch of people. This wasn't even the first time Leon had to work a containment job, keeping a fuck-up quiet and limiting exposure. But the last time had been in Mosul, and the people they'd been hunting, the ones who'd invented the bioweapon, had been terrorists. Who were the terrorists here? Not Maeve Sinclair. He didn't like the idea of hunting an innocent woman, and certainly not on American soil. Hell, there wasn't any terrain that felt much more American than this. Cheng held up a fist. Leon stopped, listening hard. Sure enough, he could hear a voice drifting back to them. Walker, talking on a phone or radio. The guy had paused, and Leon cursed himself for not paying enough attention. They couldn't afford for Walker to realize he was being followed. Not yet. Dr. Vargas back at Garland Mountain thought Walker had an in with the family, that maybe he'd even been in touch with Maeve Sinclair. Cheng and Leon had been tasked with following him, just in case he really did know how to find the woman. Cheng motioned for them to continue and started up the trail. Slowly, quietly. Leon started checking the trees on either side of the trail, unsettled by her description of Maeve Sinclair jumping out at them. The woman had done nothing wrong. Garland Mountain Labs had been responsible for everything that happened in Jericho Falls that day. But if they did manage to find Maeve Sinclair, and she made the slightest movement toward him, Leon Lewis intended to shoot her in the damn face. Twice. Walker never loved the idea of working for DARPA. They spent a good deal of their budget developing projects that kept him up at night. What got him through to the sunrise was knowing how many lives their science also saved. DARPA had given him more than one opportunity to stave off global catastrophe, and that counted for something. Of late, he'd developed a recurring nightmare about the mass graves that would be necessary if nature ever unleashed a true pandemic, and he told himself those nightmares were reason enough to keep working for the SRC. As long as he could keep the scales tipped toward saving lives instead of taking them, the work was worthwhile. And, of course, he liked the toys. More than once he had squirreled something out of the DARPA labs that hadn't been cleared for real-world deployment. Twice, Walker had been officially reprimanded for his sticky fingers, and once the Department of Defense had threatened to imprison him if it should happen again. The threat had the desired effect, meaning Walker hadn't stolen anything from DARPA in about 18 months, but that didn't mean he couldn't occasionally raid the lab like a girl rifling through her big sister's closet for the right outfit. Today, however, the right outfit had been a loan from his new boss. Before sending him off on his flight north, Alina Boudreau had outfitted him with a set of Tagi goggles, newly developed by a DARPA scientist named Arun Lahiri. Walker hadn't bothered to tell Chief Kaminsky about them. He hadn't wanted to get the chief's hopes up, but he had slipped them on 50 yards along the Jackrabbit Trail, and he'd been entranced ever since. Tagi stood for Thermal and Gas Imaging, which seemed a very boring name for equipment that broke every rule. Walker had used infrared and thermal imagers before, but Tagi took the concept much further, able to identify not merely the presence of a heat signature, but minute thermal changes in the landscape. Maeve Sinclair had passed this way too long ago to have left her own heat behind, particularly with the rain that had been falling. But in certain places her passing had disturbed the mud and leaves and pine needles, causing the release of small amounts of heat and gases related to the decomposition of the leaves. A broken branch released both moisture and accumulated ethylene gas, and Tagi logged each of these minuscule changes. Walker could not see Maeve's footprints, but it was evident that someone had come this way quite recently, and given what Ted Sinclair and Chief Kaminsky had said, Walker had to bank on it being Maeve. He would follow the trail as far as it would take him, and if he lost her, he would have to improvise. He jogged along the path, careful not to catch his foot on a root or rock. As he moved, he tapped at his earwig. The comm unit came online with a piercing electronic shriek. Walker swore, stumbled a bit, teeth bared. He reached up to dig the earpiece out, but the shriek quieted to a crackling noise, and then nothing but the shush one might hear on the inside of a conch shell. Frowning, he dug the earwig out anyway, studied it, then plugged it back into place as he picked up speed again. "Call David," he said aloud. The line buzzed only once before David Boudreau answered. One of the smartest people Walker had ever met, David looked younger than he was, some of that youthful appearance stemming from the chip that seemed forever on his shoulder. His mother had died when he was quite young, after which he had been raised by his grandmother, Alina. At the time, she'd been a globe-trotting scientist and all-around troubleshooter, the kind of person who didn't have room in her life for a kid. Instead, David had been her sidekick, learned the tricks of the trade, surpassed his grandmother in intellect, but not in wisdom. He'd been mauled badly in a gruesome field assignment in the Caribbean, a precursor to Walker suffering a similar but less severe attack in Guatemala several years later. They both had scars, they both took too many painkillers, but Walker could still make himself useful in the field. David hardly ever left the M Street apartment in D.C. where he lived. But he didn't have to leave to give Walker what he needed. "I was wondering when I'd hear from you," David said. "Someone's trying to block communications in the area." "What, you can't say hello?" "Hello, David." "Hello, Walker. Of course they're blocking comms. Local phone service in Jericho Falls is out. Cell towers are being jammed. They don't want residents discussing the details of the quarantine with the rest of the world. More importantly, they don't want whoever's up there on the mountain with you, or on the way there, to have an easy time talking to each other. Never mind tracking the woman with the death touch. Speaking of Maeve, could you skip ahead to where you tell me what you know? I've got signs of someone on this trail, but there's no guarantee it's her. What am I dealing with?" "There's a lot of chatter," David said. "It's only been about 5 hours, and the parade disaster clip has had millions of hits online. We're far from the only people who are going to be looking for her. I gather there are some already on location, but others will be on the way." "Satellite surveillance?" "Of course. At least one vehicle entered via a fire road to the southeast. Bolt cutters were used on the chain. They didn't bother being stealthy or trying to cover their tracks." Walker slowed to a walk, adjusting his goggles as he peered at a heat signature off to his left. It darted away, skittering up a tree. Just a red squirrel, terrified and irritated. "The quarantine restricts residents to the settled parts of town," Walker said. "A single vehicle could just be libertarians flexing, or a pack of teenagers acting out their rebellion fantasies. I would have been happy to tell the government to screw in a situation like this when I was younger." "You'd like to tell them to screw now," David reminded him. Walker smiled. As he did, a sound came from behind him. He turned, goggles slipping a bit. As he adjusted them, a hawk took flight from the trees back along the way he'd come. "Everything all right?" David asked. "Just a bird. Our conversation is disturbing the local wildlife." Walker broke into a light jog, following what he continued to hope was the same path Maeve Sinclair had taken. But he hadn't gone 6 paces when he faltered. To the right, a smaller path branched off. Calling it a trail would have been a generous use of the word, but the toggy goggles showed plenty of disturbed leaf cover and small snapped branches at the entrance to the path. "You still there?" David prodded. "I'm here. Tell me about my visitors," he said. "The guys who cut the chain? No idea. A Jeep. We're working on backtracking it, trying to get IDs on the driver and any passengers. Meanwhile, you have other problems. At least 2 small aircraft have flown over in the past hour." Walker ducked to avoid branches as he forged his way along this rougher path. "Any thoughts at all about who I'm going to run into out here?" "Let me get back to you on that," David said. "Meanwhile, stay alive, I know." The conversation ended. The earwig gave a little squeal of static, but nothing as deafening as earlier. Walker picked up the pace. Wearing the goggles made him feel as if he had slipped into some other world, but the smell of the woods and the mountain air and the solidity of the trail beneath him helped to ground him. He ought to have allies up here. The cops and the black coats and Walker himself ought to have been seeking the same resolution, but he could not allow himself to trust in that assumption. Right now he could trust only himself, and that knowledge made the shadows in the forest around him seem darker, and the skittering of wildlife in the underbrush took on a sinister quality. A low burring noise made him look up, and despite the rain and the looming gray sky, he could make out the small airplane coming in from the north. As he watched, a small figure detached from the underbelly of the plane. Dread began to tighten around his heart. Seconds passed, and then the tiny figure unfurled into a bone-white parachute. He bolted along the path, barely paying attention to the heat and gas signatures picked up by his goggles. Chief Kaminsky didn't have enough people to sweep the whole mountain, so he sure as hell didn't have an airplane or someone willing to jump out of it. The blackcoats would have come in with choppers, and for the moment they were also focused mostly to the west, at least for now, which meant that ghostly parachute belonged to someone else, someone determined to find Maeve, who didn't care that their arrival would be seen by some of those on the ground. People like that were very, very dangerous. He slowed his pace. Even if he left the trail, rushed through the trees, he would never be able to pinpoint exactly where the parachutist would land. On the off chance he guessed correctly, he would not reach the spot before the jumper could unbuckle their chute and set off into the woods. And then what? Walker began to think that leaving Ted Sinclair home had been a terrible idea. Injured alcoholic or not, at least Ted knew these paths and knew his daughter. Focus, he told himself. Stick to the hunt. He could not allow himself to be distracted by the other hunters. Walker had known governments and spook agencies would send people after Maeve. David's report about the jeep confirmed it. He needed to find Maeve before anyone else did. Or maybe not. Whoever found her first might not live through the encounter. Maybe he just needed to be the first one to find her and survive. 11. Maeve woke to find that the roaring dragons that chased her through her dreams were the grinding, buzzing engines of dirt bikes coming toward the half-collapsed Moonglow Inn. The sound echoed off the walls as Maeve sat up, heart thumping inside her chest. Her head ached and her throat burned, but she propped herself up and listened as one engine seemed to move farther away and the other drew nearer. She told herself it must be kids, a couple of teenagers from town ripping through the woods on their dirt bikes. Her first boyfriend, Rick, had gotten his dirt bike third hand. It had been his dad's, then his older brother's, and by the time he'd gotten the beast, it had been beaten to shit, rusted, and had bald tires. Rick had restored it the best he could, but mostly he only cared that it would run and that it had tires that could tear up the mud and rocket him along the mountain trails, even the ones where dirt bikes weren't allowed. 15-year-old Maeve Sinclair had pretended to disapprove, but she'd loved that he liked to break the rules. A bout of coughing broke her reverie. Dark spittle flew from her mouth, and a wave of nausea struck her. For a few seconds she faded out, as if falling into a trance, or a fever. In those precious seconds, the dirt bike roared nearer, loud enough that it seemed to be breathing right outside the door. "Idiot," she whispered, stumbling to her feet. Dizziness washed over her as she started for the broken wall, and she staggered to the right, arms raised as if trying to walk a tightrope. The rain began to fall harder, a curtain of noise drawn over the whole mountain. It had a buzz of its own, so as she reached the edge of the broken wall, it took a moment to realize the dirt bike engine had gone silent. Her chest fluttered with the need to cough again, but she stifled the urge. The part of the inn that had slid into the gorge had left a ruined, ragged edge, but the broken wall ended a dozen feet from the cliff, so she could slip out into the storm without falling hundreds of feet to the rocks below. The wind pushed against her the moment she left shelter, A gust swept through the trees as if it meant to brush her over the edge, but Maeve held her footing. The storm hid the sound of her footfalls. As she reached the front of the old stone building, she glanced around the corner. The dirt bike lay on its side, as if the rider had ditched it, but she knew that couldn't be true. Somewhere off in the woods, the other dirt bike's engine still roared in a rise and fall. The rain had arrived early, but rough weather had been part of the forecast. These riders were not in this part of the woods in the middle of a rainstorm merely for recreation. They were searching for something. They had a purpose, a target. She scanned the trees in front of the inn. In the gray gloom of the woods and the rain, the figure near the inn's facade had to move before Maeve noted his presence. She sucked in a breath as he took a step. The rider moved quietly, carefully, thinking to find her still inside the ruin of the moonglow. Maeve watched as he reached into his coat and slid out a handgun. The gun glistened in the rain. In the storm, all she could see was that he was white and needed a haircut and a shave. The rain had plastered his hair to his head, and he looked like he'd just been fished out of a pond, but the urge to go to him seized her. He stepped inside the inn, the same way she had entered. She scanned the woods, then stared at the toppled dirt bike. That other engine still roared out in the woods, and the last thing she wanted to do was draw attention to herself, give her presence away. But she felt too sick to fight back, or even hide very long if the rider was determined to find her. Maybe he's only checking this place because he figures you'd need shelter. He's just guessing. He doesn't know you're here. Maeve closed her eyes, felt the rain on her face and drizzling down the back of her neck under her collar. She stepped out from hiding at the corner of the stone building, took another step, watching the darkness where the rider had vanished inside the inn, and then she bolted for the dirt bike. In her mind, she had already reached the bike, stood it up, straddled it, and kick-started the engine. Simple tasks. She counted them off in her head. Lift, straddle, start up, give it some gas. Get the fuck out of here. The driver darted his head out through the doorway. Silent, he watched her bolt through the rain. For the first time she heard her own footfalls and knew they had given her away, that even with the rain and distant thunder, her boots on the trail had been too loud. If she'd gone quietly, she might have made it, but she'd wanted to rush, to get as far from here as possible, quick as she might. He ran. It took her only 3 more steps to realize he would intercept her, that she would never get on that bike before the rider could get his hands on her. In the back of her mind, a small voice tried to reason with her, tell her that maybe he wasn't after her at all, that he only thought she intended to steal his dirt bike and wanted to stop her. But the man kept silent, and his silence told her that he had no questions about her identity or her intentions. Maeve knew only one choice remained to her, the same choice she'd made hours ago. She veered into the woods and kept running. Numbness spread through both of her feet. The pain in her throat returned. She coughed and wheezed. The dirt bike roared to new life behind her. Branches snagged her clothes and scratched her skin. One whipped across her cheek, stinging only an inch from her eye, and she felt blood trickle down her face like hot tears. The trees seemed to blur. Somehow, off the trail now, her feet managed to miss the roots. She scrambled over a fallen tree, jogged to the right. Through blurred vision, she saw more gray light and knew she had started shifting back toward the gorge. The engine roared louder. Her chest burned. Her legs, so tired from her hike already, quivered with every step, ready to collapse beneath her. In the midst of the trees, she came upon a ridge of massive rocks carried here by glaciers millennia before, nearly piled one atop the other. She heard the dirt bike engine whine and glanced over her shoulder. The bike shot from the trees 15 yards away. Maeve reached into a place inside of her that existed only for survival. Rage lived there, along with sorrow. She ran along the stone ridge, searching for a place to climb, telling her she could outpace the rider, that he'd have to leave his bike on this side, and if she could get on the other side before he managed, she could still get away. But of course she'd forgotten about his gun, and now that she remembered, she knew she couldn't climb, couldn't give him such an exposed target. She would have to keep running, make it to the edge of the gorge, and hope there was some other way. Abruptly, she came to an opening between two of those ancient glacial stones and ducked into it without hesitation. As she ran, coughing up thick black spittle, she knew, this is useless. Where could she go, weaponless and on foot, where this man could not find her? The path between the stones ended. Dark, rain-swept forest stretched ahead. Behind her, she heard the dirt bike roar into the passage, engine echoing off the walls. Just to her right was a fallen sycamore tree. It had blown down in a storm, its whole root system exposed. Branches had smashed against the stone ridge, several snapped off and others hanging by bark and fiber. Maeve grabbed a broken branch, 4 feet long, thick as her wrist. The dirt bike engine roared over her left shoulder. She turned and swung the branch like she was aiming to knock the son of a bitch out of the ballpark. The thick, bare end of the branch caught him under the jaw. He came halfway out of the saddle, managed to keep one hand on the bike, which made him swerve straight at the fallen sycamore. The front wheel hit a rut, twisted hard to one side, and the bike bucked the rider. He flailed as he flew through the rain. Maeve could only watch as a jutting, broken branch impaled him, and he slumped over it, hanging like a scarecrow from the fallen tree. She didn't even have the strength to scream. The driver gasped, sucking air. His left arm began to shake as blood spilled from around the branch and down his leg, soaking through his trousers. Bloody froth spilled over his lips as he continued to try to breathe, and he turned his head to stare at her. His mouth moved as if he wanted to speak, and Maeve realized she needed to know whatever he could tell her. "Who sent you?" she asked, approaching him, trying not to get too close. "What's happened at home? What are they saying about me?" As she took another step, his gaze shifted to her hands. Maeve had never seen such terror. He might have been dying, but what he feared more than anything was the idea of her touching him. In his fear, he began to snarl words at her in a language she thought might be Russian. Tears welled in her eyes, slid down her cheeks, hot amid the cool trickles of rain on her face. Emotions warred within her. In their midst, one feeling burned the brightest, a gnawing she had felt earlier, but which now seemed to inflate inside her. Her fingers flexed of their own accord, and she took another step closer, studying his scruffy beard and sodden clothes. Blood and rain dripped from his dangling feet. Her aches and weariness seemed to diminish as she took another step toward him. The rider twitched and coughed, choking on his own blood. Somehow he mustered the strength to shake his head, to plead with her to stay away. Maeve lifted a hand, reaching toward him, basking in the breeze and the rain, and relishing the thought of what it would feel like to take what she needed from him. Like the driver at the parade had done, like she herself had done to her mother and Logan. He would die anyway. What difference would it make if she hastened him along? It might save him hours of anguish. In the back of her mind, a little voice pleaded with her to back away, but the other voice had grown louder. Like the drone of highway traffic or the whirl of a ceiling fan, it had become white noise, but she realized it had never left her. The presence shifted inside her skull, whispering, tempting her with promises. "Touch him. It's the only way. The sickness in you." Maeve knew the rest. Her hands shook. She stared at the man, watched the blood and rain sluice off his boots, and noticed the gleam fading from his eyes. "No," the voice inside her said. Shaking, yearning, she reached for him. One of her hands caught the back of his shirt, and images seared through her mind, flickers of the death she'd witnessed and the ones she'd caused. Her mother's throat had turned black. Her brother's eyes had gone blank and dull, vacant and unknowing. "No!" Maeve screamed. She threw herself backward, staggered. Her gut twisted, and she breathed through her nostrils, forcing herself not to vomit. Instead, she turned her back on the dying man. She started back through the passage nature had cut into the stony ridge, but the roar of the other dirt bike rose abruptly, as if it had just found the path that would lead to her. Maybe it had. Maybe the driver had found the first dirt bike's trail. She turned and rushed past the impaled man. As she darted into the trees, she spared a backward glance and saw that his eyes had glazed over. His body hung lifeless, all his muscles slack, and a part of her was relieved. But the other part screamed inside the cage of her bones, enraged that she had let that life go to waste. She staggered into the woods, numb with horror and guilt, and fearful of the conflict between her head and heart. She ran as best she could, half listening to the dirt bike engine coming closer. Through the trees, she could see the edge of the forest and knew it had to be the gorge. She had to hide, had to be quiet. If the second rider couldn't hear her, no way would he find her in this rain with no trail around. She turned left, heading north, 60 or 70 feet from the edge, searching for a felled tree to shimmy under or a cluster of low bushes to crouch within. The sound of the rain vanished. Though she kept running, the noise of her footfalls went away. Even the growling engine went quiet. Maeve stopped, breathing hard, the only sound the thump of her heartbeat in her chest. Her back felt strangely cold, as if winter had peered across the seasons all the way to July and caught her in its gaze. But she knew it wasn't winter. It was something else. She turned to look and saw a figure, wrapped in rough white cloth and draped in another layer that billowed around her, sheer and translucent. Red and black fluid dappled her shroud. Stains peppered the cloth where it touched her body. Her hair had been shorn to mere inches and jutted at all angles, ragged and filthy. A leather mask had been tied across her face, cut and stretched to resemble a hawk or some other bird of prey, complete with jutting beak. The leather had been stained a deep crimson, the dark shade of blood that has begun to pool. No rain touched her. The storm wind gusted the opposite direction from the unfelt breeze that billowed her funereal garments. Maeve stared at her, slowly shaking her head, backing away from the gnawing hunger she felt emanating from the thing in the woods, this thing that she knew had followed her. She would have screamed, but she knew that somewhere the other riders still hunted her. At this thought, as if the vision could read her mind, the masked woman smiled. Her teeth were rotten and bleeding, her lips covered in sores. The instant Maeve made the decision to flee, the noise rushed back into the world. The rain, the wind, her boots on the dirt, and that dirt bike growl, which now thankfully seemed farther away, as if the rider had lost her trail, if he'd ever had it to begin with. She ran 200 yards or more before she staggered and rested against a tree. Struck by a fresh bout of coughing, she spat blood and black bile. Little spots of blood welled from the pores on her arms, and the rain washed it away. "I'm dying," Maeve thought numbly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. And maybe it was. Dying seemed like precisely the right thing to do. 12. Rue stood by the window and watched the street outside the Sinclair house, pulse racing. She felt sure she had seen a figure out the side window, looming just beyond a tangle of shrubbery, but when she'd rushed to the window for a better look, there had been no sign of anyone. She darted around the first floor of the house, peering through window after window, but spotted nothing out of the ordinary. Rue had never been paranoid, but she could forgive herself today. She made her way back to the living room and peered out the front window, wishing she had someone to share her fears with. The only other person in the house was Ted, but he was lying down upstairs after too much whiskey and too much pain, and giving him something else to fear was the last thing she would do to him. Once in a while a car passed by. 2 doors down, on the other side of the road, a kid played basketball in his driveway in the rain. Tall and thin, tank top and shorts soaked through, he moved methodically back and forth across the pavement, taking shot after shot and sinking most of them. The kid focused so much on his shooting that it was as if he didn't notice the rain, and apparently he had the same attitude toward the quarantine. People in Jericho Falls weren't confined to their homes. The older folks would likely be at the supermarket, stockpiling in fear, not knowing how long the quarantine might last. She figured most of the younger residents were going out of their minds. No cell service, no texting, no Wi-Fi. It had all been cut off on purpose. The teenagers in town wouldn't have thought about landlines, but those had also been jammed. Quarantine, she muttered to herself. This wasn't any quarantine Rue had ever heard of. She couldn't call her boss, couldn't call the governor's office to complain, couldn't see what people might be saying on social media. Anyone who wanted news would have to head to the town hall or the police station and find someone willing to talk. Rue had already made that trip once. The police station had been virtually abandoned, aside from Len Kaminsky's Aunt Carol, who always worked the front desk, and a young cop named Burlingame. The moment she saw that, Rue knew she had wasted the trip. Aunt Carol and Officer Burlingame proved capable of only 2 responses, "I don't know," and "We'll ask the chief when he's back," neither of which helped in any way. The only place she could think of where she might actually get some answers was Garland Mountain Labs, and she wasn't quite ready to make the trip over there again. With communications in town virtually silenced, all her nascent little paranoias had grown to full size. The world had already seen the video clip, so what were they trying to hide? If they weren't trying to cover up the event itself, the moment Project Red Hands got out of control, then why didn't they want the locals talking to each other or to anyone else? Could it really all be about Maeve? Were they that worried that someone would hear from her or try to help her? Or did they expect worse things to happen in Jericho Falls? Things they didn't want the rest of the world to see. The thought chilled her, settled deep into her bones. Rue watched the kid down the street shooting baskets and knew that whatever happened, she could not be like him, could not pretend the rain wasn't falling, that they weren't cut off, virtual prisoners of the devious pricks at Garland Mountain. Something moved outside the window. Rue craned her neck to look sidelong across the front yard and saw a fat wild turkey ambling across the lawn. Another followed, and then a third. The little parade moved with an odd dignity as they crossed to the opposite side of the street and cut between houses before vanishing into the garden behind an old federal colonial. Growing up here, Rue had seen all sorts of animals in the wild, but turkeys had always been a particular fascination to her. They were contentious, inexplicably awkward birds. As a girl, it had occurred to her that she had never seen a turkey fly, and she wondered how they avoided predators if they couldn't get into the air. She wondered if, perhaps, they managed to fly high enough to get into the trees, and it thrilled her when she learned she had guessed it precisely. They were silly-looking creatures, but she admired their resilience and their sense of self-preservation. Life, it seemed, was all about self-preservation. Rue went back to the sofa and picked up the notebook she'd been scrawling in for an hour. She had been at the parade, heard the crump of impact when Oscar Hecht had driven his BMW into the crowd. Spectators had fallen, broken and bleeding, some of them dead. And then Hecht had climbed out of the car, and the horror had only grown worse. Rue had been turning it over in her head, trying to see it from a new angle. Before someone had started jamming the internet, she had watched grainy footage of the crash and aftermath over and over, focused not on the car or the victims Hecht had struck, but on the people he touched, the way they died. Too fast. 30 or 40 seconds from contact to death, that had been all it had taken. She visualized the contagion taking place. The virus or bacteria passed from one person to another. Bacteria seemed more likely to her, but she didn't want to assume anything yet. She had scrawled dozens of mathematical calculations in her notebook, jotting notes in the slanted script she had learned by copying her grandmother and which looked hopelessly old-fashioned on the page. One word stood out amid all the others. Stood out because it had been circled a dozen times and underlined twice. Accelerant. Many scientists Rue knew were rigid in their belief that established science remained immutable, that the areas of existence still to be explained were open to discussion, but that facts were simply facts. For instance, no contagion on Earth could infect a host in mere seconds. The word for such a thing was impossible. Rue had never liked that word. She tended not to think in terms of what might be possible or impossible, but what was demonstrable. The world had seen video of a disease not only transferable by contact, but instantly fatal. Some of the comments online had suggested poison, and Rue had a whole list in her notebook, along with explanations for why she had crossed each one out. Poisons like arsenic and tetrodotoxin would take hours to kill someone who ingested them, longer if absorbed through the skin. Something like polonium would take days. Cyanide would do the job much more quickly, but still, the absorption rate would come into play. Consuming a liquid or inhaling a gas would be different, but nothing like that had happened at the parade. Logic didn't support poison as the answer. If somehow Hecht had been immune but infused with some kind of poison developed at Garland Mountain Labs, how had he passed that same condition to Maeve Sinclair? Bacteria seemed only slightly more logical. Naturally immune, Rue had scribbled in her notebook. Carrier? Desperate for some explanation, this one seemed to come closest. Garland Mountain had bioengineered some kind of killer bacterium that could be transferred in seconds by touch alone, and Oscar Hecht had been immune, a carrier. In Maeve Sinclair, he had found another like him. The fact that she'd touched him while he was dying was sheer coincidence. Maeve would have been infected either way. Rue managed to make all of that sound almost rational in her mind, as long as she didn't let her thoughts stray to the tragic flaw in her logic. It was simple enough to believe Garland Mountain had made such breakthroughs, malicious, mad scientist bastards that they were. But it was one thing to believe an infection could be transmitted so quickly, another thing entirely to swallow the idea that it would travel through the human body fast enough to kill in an instant. Absorbed through the pores, carried into the bloodstream, surfacing as suppurating sores, corrupting the lungs. She couldn't call it impossible because she had seen it. The effect was demonstrable, and Rue had no doubt that if Maeve touched her now, she would die the same way and with equal swiftness. It just wasn't logical. "It hurts my fucking head," she whispered. "What's that?" a voice said behind her. Rue jumped up from the sofa, turning around, one hand over her heart. "Jesus, Ted, you scared the life out of me." He smiled weakly. "There's enough of that going around." Rue's eyes widened at the poor joke, and Ted, realizing what he'd said, lifted a hand to cover his mouth. Grief clawed at the expression on his face, but he shook it off with a huff. "Any word?" he asked, still muzzy from the whiskey. There were dark circles under his eyes, and she couldn't help wondering if there were pills of any kind in the house. All he'd taken for the pain of his injuries had been whiskey and ibuprofen, and the allure of a stronger painkiller had to be powerful, especially for someone with an addict's memory of drug-induced bliss. She pushed the thought away. Ted was stronger than that. He had to be. "Nothing," Rue said, closing her notebook. Ted shook his head sadly. "I should have gone." He shot her an accusatory glance. "I should be up there right now." "You're not in any shape to do that, Ted. And there are dangerous people up there." "That's exactly why I should have gone. My daughter is—" "Maeve is one of those dangerous people," Rue said. "She needs you alive. She needs you here when she comes home." They had been friends a long time, but Rue had never seen him like this, tormenting himself, hating himself. "You're a good man," she said. "You always were. You've suffered loss today that most people can't even imagine. Nobody expects you to—" Ted threw up his hands. Tears came to his eyes. "Jesus, Rue, don't you get it? I expect me too. I need to be a better father than this. Ellen would have expected me to be stronger than—" He trailed off, wincing and favoring the side where he'd cracked 3 ribs. "Who am I kidding? Strong people don't become addicts. Strong people don't have to tell themselves they can give up drinking whenever they want." Rue went to him, took his hands, forced him to look into her eyes. "You're a sensible man, a good father. Addiction is complex, but I know this much. It had its claws in you pretty damn deep, and you ripped those claws right out. I saw the way it hollowed you out, Ted. But you came back to life." He smiled softly, still half drunk, pale with pain and grief. "Nice try, Crooker, but I'm still a drunk." "One monster at a time, buddy," she replied, tapping a finger on his chest. "One monster at a time." "You don't think I'm letting them down? Letting Ellen down?" "She's gone," Rue said. "She and Logan both. But her daughters are alive. Ellen would want you to do what was best for them, and you know it. I don't have kids, but I know it must make you want to scream, just sitting around and waiting. But we've covered this. You were hit by a car. You're a wreck. They could be anywhere by now. Just stay here. Be the sanctuary they will need when they come down off the mountain." "A whiskey-soaked sanctuary." "If that's the way it has to be," she replied. Ted looked as if he wanted to argue, but instead he pulled her into a quick hug, rested his head on her shoulder a moment, and then turned away. As he did, the doorbell rang. Rue turned toward the sound, but Ted rushed by her, hurrying out to the foyer, fueled by hope and desperation. She arrived in his wake just as he opened the front door. Rue would have told him to be careful, all sorts of dark fears surfacing in the back of her mind, but the door already hung open, and she looked over Ted's shoulder at Chief Kaminsky. Ted stared at him. "Please tell me something good." "No news either way, I'm afraid. Not yet," Kaminsky said. He looked past Ted. "It's actually Rue I needed to see." Ted visibly deflated. He turned and wandered back into the living room as if he'd forgotten Kaminsky had arrived. Rue watched him go, tempted to get him another glass of whiskey, hating that temptation. She looked at the chief. "What's going on?" Kaminsky reached into his pocket and withdrew a small nub of black plastic. "Communications earpiece. You ever use something like this?" Rue took it, brows knitting as she lifted it to the light and turned it over. "Not exactly like it, but I have AirPods for my phone." "Same basic idea. Walker asked me to give you this. Hoped you'd use it. Monitor. Wait for him to be in touch." She held it in her palm. "He wanted you to give this to me?" "Said he might need someone with your science brain down here in town. Seemed like a compliment to me." Rue closed her fist around the little plastic nub and shook it like a die. "I suppose, the kind of compliment that could get a woman killed. But I'll help however I can. I don't think this thing will do much good, though. The cell towers are jammed." Chief Kaminsky smiled. "This one doesn't need cell towers. I'm headed back up the mountain. Someone's got to keep the damn black coats from pushing my officers around. Meanwhile, give Walker a call. Maybe he can put a stop to this cluster fuck before it gets any worse." Priya would never tell Rose, but she had begun to give up hope. The day had started hot, but once the wind and rain arrived, the temperature had dropped precipitously, and up on the mountain with the breeze and the clouds, soaked to the skin, she felt a chill settling in. The humidity made it hard to breathe. Her feet squelched inside her shoes. She would have sold both kidneys for a cup of coffee. Half an hour earlier, they'd heard what sounded like a bear lumbering through the trees, and she had spotted a deer a few minutes later, but the animal had bolted. Other than that, the nearest living thing seemed to be the pilot of the helicopter that made regular sweeps over the mountain. Priya didn't mention it to Rose, but the presence of the chopper reassured her. If they were still looking for Maeve, that meant she hadn't been captured yet, and hopefully that she was still alive. She exhaled, tugging on Rose's hand. "Sorry, can we take a breather?" Rose kissed her fingers. "Of course." Grateful, Priya sat on a large rock and scanned the trees around them. Water dripped off the leaves. Little streams ran along the path, pooling beside thick roots, finding a path down the mountain. Pine needles and leaves were carried away. She looked up to find Rose watching her. "What?" she asked. "You're going to make me say it? That we're wasting our time?" Priya exhaled. It was one thing to think it, another to hear the words spoken aloud. "I'm not going to say that. I'm with you, no matter how long we're up here. But I admit, I'm worried about the rain. Even if we knew how to track someone, we're just guessing." Rose turned to stare along the trail in the direction they'd been headed. If she started on the Jackrabbit Trail, she'd have kept going east. That'd bring her to the gorge eventually, and she knows the gorge from fishing with my dad. She knows there are caves down there. She's going to need time to figure out her next step, somewhere to sleep tonight out of the rain. If it were me, that's where I'd go. Priya felt a flicker of hope. Or maybe it was just that she had faith in Rose. "The gorge it is," she said, rising from the rock. "You know how to get down there from here?" Rose shrugged. "More or less." Priya saw motion out of the corner of her eye, a ghostly figure that seemed to separate from the trees without a sound. The white woman couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall. The silver of her shoulder-length hair might have been natural or come out of a bottle, but either way, it added to her haunting pallor, as did the gleaming silver pistol in her hand. "Hey, no," she muttered, holding her hands out to make sure the woman knew they didn't represent any kind of threat. Rose stepped between Priya and the gun. "Who the hell are you?" The little silver-haired killer ignored the question. "You're Rose Sinclair. Your sister is Maeve, the woman from the video, the one with the death touch." They weren't questions. The killer lowered her weapon, but it hung at her side, deceptively loose. Just from the way she stood and the dull, dead light in her eyes, Priya knew the gun was far from dormant. It might as well have been a snake coiled to strike. "You can call me Agatha," the woman said, with an accent Priya didn't recognize. "I'm bored to tears, honestly. Sick of trailing you two. I'm glad to hear you've got at least some idea of where to look for your sister. Otherwise, I would have been very angry." "What do you want with Maeve?" Rose asked. Agatha lifted the big silver gun again, the barrel's mouth giving them a dark wink. "Lead the way, Rose. If I get the impression you're intentionally wasting my time, I'll put a bullet through your pretty girlfriend's head." "You do that," Rose said, "and you'll never get what you want from us." Priya grabbed a fistful of Rose's shirt and whispered to her, "Don't do anything stupid." The woman grinned, left eye half hidden behind the silver hair the rain had plastered across her face. "Let me tell you something now that may help you later on." The gun barely twitched before she fired a bullet into the ground. It kicked up dirt and rainwater just inches from Rose's left foot. "I kill for a living, and sometimes for pleasure. It took more effort just now for me to avoid killing you than it would to put a bullet in your heart," she said. "So, let's go, shall we?" Rose touched Priya's arm, encircled her wrist, and gave her a tug. The echo of the gunshot still rang in her ears as she turned to follow Rose along the trail, with Agatha, whoever she really was, keeping pace 10 feet behind. Whoever she was, Priya had no doubt this woman intended either to capture Maeve or simply murder her, and there was no way she could let that happen. Rose had lost enough. Contrary to her own advice, Priya had a feeling she was going to have to do something very, very stupid. 13. Walker slid the toggy goggles down to hang around his neck as he trekked through the rain. Any hope he'd had of following Maeve's trail had turned to mud, just like the ground underfoot. He had seen that parachutist floating toward the trees, and he needed to make a split decision. Whoever had that chute would also be searching for Maeve, and he'd banked on them having more intel than he did, or at least a more efficient way to track her. It was a thin strand of hope to hang on to, but for the moment, it was all he had. Which troubled him. Where are the satellites, he thought. American spy satellites could focus with such clarity that surveillance could count the whiskers in a man's beard. In the rain and through the trees, that might be more difficult, but Alina should be able to get some satellite surveillance of this damned mountain, give him some help. Walker wondered if he'd been set up to fail. According to her reputation, Alina Boudreau didn't operate like that, but his doubts grew with every step. He had anticipated field support, more intel, more everything upon his arrival here. Instead, he had been dropped into town with zero guarantee of backup, and when he'd called in, the person on the line had been David Boudreau, Alina's grandson. The assignment felt very quiet, very insular, and it had his thoughts awhirl. Whoever the parachutist was, they wouldn't have dropped onto the mountain without some sense of Maeve's location. Walker figured they had their own satellite surveillance working for them, or some other way to find her, which meant they either weren't American, or the Department of Defense didn't know Alina had sent Walker onto this mountain, or both. He didn't like where this train of thought was heading, but he couldn't stop its progress. He had gotten himself into hot water with his bosses, and they had benched him until they felt they could trust him again, which he had known might be never. His employers had been furious at him for dropping the only sample of a potentially deadly bacterium into the ocean, but mostly because they wanted that contagion for themselves. Of course they had sidelined him. The fact they hadn't court-martialed him or found some other way to lock him up could only be ascribed to their own self-preservation. He had saved a lot of lives, but even his friends had told him he would never be put into the field again, that nobody would trust him. Yet here he was, in the field, alone, at the behest of a woman who claimed to have been put in charge of a new operation, the Global Science Research Coalition, just yesterday, and who needed his help. How many times had Walker slipped something useful out of DARPA because nobody had been paying attention? Because in that moment it was an item nobody needed. That was him, Walker knew. Put into a box on a shelf or stored away in some climate-controlled warehouse like the Ark of the Covenant at the end of Raiders. And Alina Boudreau had sneaked in and snatched him off the shelf. Soaked with rain, sick of trudging, covered with scratches, he knew the conclusion was inescapable. Alina had sent him up here because she didn't have anyone else to send, and because he was expendable. She'd also sent him because he had a history of rash behavior, and if he fucked up, she could say it wasn't her fault. That was just Walker being Walker. He trudged onward, growing more determined. One man, by himself, without a trail to follow, had almost zero chance of locating Maeve now, if she didn't want to be found. But that didn't mean he wouldn't try. Walker slowed his pace, quieting his steps as he drew toward the area where the shootist had landed. From a distance it was always difficult to gauge perfectly, but he felt he must be very close. Pausing, he closed his eyes and listened. Sure enough, he could hear the patter of the rain striking smooth nylon, and he started off to his left, slightly northward. 50 feet through the trees and over a fallen oak, he saw the chute tangled in the trees. Whoever had arrived had dropped to the forest floor and run off into the woods. He reached up to slide his goggles back into place and tapped the side to power them on again. Instantly, the new arrival's footfalls were revealed. A smile lifted one corner of his mouth as he followed the trail of broken branches and the heat of the shootist's passing. Given how quickly he'd closed the distance, he gauged he wasn't more than 10 minutes behind. Walker inhaled the scents of the forest and the rain, and his mind went back to the way this day had begun. He should have been in Virginia, camping in the mountains, swimming in the river with Charlie. If he closed his eyes even for a moment, he could see the frustration and disappointment on his son's face. Charlie had grown up with broken promises and long absences that must have seemed like disinterest. Walker loved his son, but it wouldn't have felt like love to Charlie. Quite the opposite. In the 9 months he had been benched, he had worked hard to repair their relationship. Walker's own father had let him down so many times, in so many ways, that he always promised himself he'd never inflict that kind of hurt on Charlie. For years he had told himself his situation was different. As a child he had felt invisible in his own house. His father had been there in the flesh, but emotionally absent, usually halfway drunk and surrounded by a cloud of cigarette smoke. He'd been afraid of his own shadow, and his cowardice had filled him with such self-loathing that he'd gone off to Iraq to prove he could muster up some courage when his country needed him. He died there. Every time Walker lost himself in his work, every time an assignment took him away from home for weeks or months at a time, he told himself it wasn't abandonment, lied to himself to make it okay. "Good thing I don't need you," Charlie had said today. Walker's father had been frightened of shadows, but Walker himself only feared one thing, that Charlie had been telling the truth. He hadn't forgotten the exchange he'd had with Amanda this morning either. It had been 3 years since their split, and he still remembered the smell of her hair and the way she had curled against him in the middle of the night, and the times he'd woken up with her nestled into the crook of his arm. There had been women since Amanda, one in particular. Song didn't want anything to do with him now, and that was all right. He understood the choice she'd made. Amanda, though. Walker wanted to get off this mountain. His earwig buzzed. He tapped it. "I'm here." "Is this Dr. Walker?" A woman's voice, but not Alina's. It took him a second to realize who it had to be. "Dr. Crooker? Any luck in your search?" Walker saw the bright flare above the path that indicated a branch had broken, and he frowned. The parachutist had gone this way, no doubt, but Walker did not want to catch up with him while talking to Rue. He slowed down, glanced both ways through the woods. If the shootist was close enough to hear his voice, he would hear the noise if the guy made a run for it. "It's a big mountain," he replied. "I'm doing what I can, but if Maeve's father has any other suggestions about where she might have gone, I'd love to hear them." Silence on the line. The wind kicked up and rain trickled down the back of his neck, drizzling along the small of his back. He shivered. "Rue, you still there?" "Yes. I'm just wondering if that's why you went to all the trouble of getting me this phone. The town is quarantined. Someone, I'm guessing government, has blocked all phone communications, but you decided I ought to be an exception to that. But you don't even know me." Walker smiled to himself. "That is why." "Sorry, I'm having significant trust issues right now, Dr. Crooker," Walker said. "I don't trust anyone I know, including my current and former employers." "So you trust me because I'm a total stranger? How does that make sense?" "I trust you because you're a bystander. You're in this because you live in Jericho Falls and you were at that parade. You're in it because Ted Sinclair is your friend and he's suffered a tragedy that would crush any of us, and because you care about his daughters. I trust you because you stood up to the Garland Mountain people and didn't take any shit. And because you're a scientist. And if there's anything this world needs to learn, it's to trust our fucking scientists." A soft chuffing noise came over the line. It took a second for him to recognize it as a laugh. "That's funny?" he asked. "You're just coming up with reasons to convince yourself." Walker heard a rustling sound back the way he'd come. A squirrel or something, he was sure, but he had a sense this was larger than a squirrel. Please don't be a bear, he thought idly. He didn't have time to run from a goddamned bear. "You're right," he said, "but those reasons are good enough for me." "What do you want from me?" "I want you to leave Ted there. I know it's awful to ask. Maybe you can get a neighbor to sit with him, but I need you to—" "Abandon my best friend?" "No, I need you to help him. I'm asking you to put yourself in danger for him." "What kind of danger?" "The kind that leads to people dead in the street at a parade." "Jesus!" Rue hissed in admonishment. Walker hurried on before she could be angry with him. "I'd like you to go back to Garland Mountain and stick your nose in as much as possible. Find out whatever you can about Project Red Hands and what they did to Oscar Hecht, what it's done to Maeve. If I can find her, I intend to bring her in alive. But if there's any hope of helping her, we have to be able to hold her and understand what's happened to her. You have the skill set I need, Rue." "Walker, I'm a civilian. They wouldn't even let me through the gate. I can't just—" "You have the knowledge base, and you're really, really fucking pissed off. Am I wrong about either of those things?" "No." Another rustle in the trees. Walker looked that way. His goggles picked up a bit more light than they had before, streaks of heat where there hadn't been any before. He started following the parachutist's trail again, listening for his pursuers. "I have the authority to hire outside consultants and to grant emergency interim security clearance." "Is that even a thing?" I'm offering you a temporary consulting position with the SRC so you can get into Garland Mountain and get some answers. You're basically deputizing me? Yes. I don't have any ID, Rue said. They won't take me seriously. When I was there, I spotted a familiar face, Kat Eisenberg. I worked with her 7 or 8 years ago. She was with DARPA then, and I'm guessing Garland Mountain is under the DoD umbrella. Maybe she's not the person I thought she was, but if she is, then she can't possibly be comfortable with all of this. See what she can tell you, and see if she can get you into the lab. That's a tall order for a woman you worked with once, years ago. Walker scanned the trees ahead for a place to hide, a place to wait for whoever trailed him to pass by. She'll either want to do what's right or she won't. How am I supposed to get in touch with her? The phones are jammed. The earpiece you're using now should only have 2 numbers programmed into it, with voice commands for Alpha and Beta. Alpha is me. Call Beta and you'll get the office of the director of the SRC. Whoever answers will be able to get a message to Kat. There's no way communications aren't working at Garland Mountain. So I just call her up? Rue asked. What's to stop her from just telling me to go to hell? Humanity, I hope, Walker replied. I need to sign off, Dr. Crooker. I hope you'll do this for me, but it's your call. If you get in touch with Kat Eisenberg, tell her I have faith in her. Also, try not to get killed. Rue swore. I hope this wasn't your idea of a pep talk. I wouldn't ask if I had someone else with your expertise on the ground down there. Someone with my expertise who happens to be willing to do anything so her best friend doesn't lose more of his children today, she replied. I'm sorry it has to be you, Walker said. He ended the call. Rue might be fuming, thinking him an asshole, but she would do as he'd asked. Walker didn't have time to be polite. He slipped the gun out of his waistband and held it down by his side as he stepped silently off the path and found a space between a pair of 100-foot northern pine trees. The shadows in the woods had gotten longer and deeper, and in the gray light and the drizzle, it all felt like some strange other world. But this was no fairy tale. None of the fairy tales he knew had guns in them. Leon Lewis heard Walker's voice ahead on the path. Not the words, just the distant mutter. From the shift in tone, he knew when Walker began to wrap up the call, and he held up a fist to signal Viv Cheng to freeze. They had been quiet enough, but Leon had started to think maybe Cheng had been right. Maybe they ought to have hung back a little farther. In the rain, with the wind blowing, he doubted they'd made any noise that Walker had heard. They'd both been trained to move silently, like a fucking ninja, Leon would have said, except he didn't want to offend Cheng. She was of Chinese descent, not Japanese, but Leon liked to be what Aaron, his older brother, called sensitive and shit. Cheng touched his shoulder, and he nearly shot her in surprise. Shot her, or shat himself. Leon hadn't realized how tense he had become over the past hour or so shadowing Walker, but every muscle in his body seemed ready to snap. With her usual scowl, Cheng motioned for him to continue forward. Leon hesitated until Cheng pointed to the ground and used 2 fingers to mime walking. Sometimes Leon could be slow on the uptake, but he got this right away, and he couldn't argue with her logic. They were not on a trail. They had pursued Walker into a part of the forest without any path at all, and that meant that with every second they delayed, they ran a greater risk of losing track of him. Leon had invested a lot of time and sly ninja shit into trailing Walker, and the last thing he intended to do was fuck it up. Never mind that he might well be demoted or even fired. He steadied his nerves, took a breath, and started forward. Head cocked, he listened to the rain and to his own nearly silent footfalls. Shit. Not a peep from Walker. He tried not to think about the fallout if he and Cheng blew this assignment. Instead of searching the mountain for Maeve Sinclair, they had been told to follow one person, A single individual who had some serious training on his resume but had never been in combat. Walker might have seen some crazy shit, but he wasn't special ops. Leon quickened his pace. He heard Cheng make the little clucking noise with her tongue that always came out when she disapproved of something, but he kept on. Maybe he wasn't as quiet as a ninja in that moment, but he told himself that the rain and wind would cover it. Thunder cracked somewhere far across the sky. It boomed and rolled, and he picked up the pace even more, scanning the path ahead for any sign of Walker. It might not be nighttime, but with a storm as gray as this and in the dark shadows of the forest, the dark seemed deep enough. His heart raced. Shit. Where had Walker gone? Unless he had started to run, there was no way he could have gotten so far ahead of them in such a short time. He had been on the phone only 2 minutes ago. The call finished, and then he'd started moving. Leon and Cheng had paused, but not for this long. Anxiety flooded through him. Had Walker diverted through the trees, taking off at a new angle? Maybe he'd learned something in his call that had made him alter his course, but without a path it would be impossible to know where. Leon cursed under his breath, wondering if his sister could still get him the job she'd once mentioned as an investigator for the law firm that employed her. A rustle came from behind him, along with a strangling noise that sounded a bit like Cheng's clucking tongue. Leon turned. Walker stood behind Cheng, choking her with one arm across her throat. In his free hand he held a gun, the tip of its barrel nestled in the little concave space just behind her right ear, but his gaze locked on Leon. "Who do you work for?" Walker asked. Leon smiled. "We're all here doing the same job, Walker. Don't get crazy." Walker jabbed the gun barrel into Cheng's skull, and she cried out. "Specifically," Walker said, "who do you work for?" Leon lowered his weapon, let it drop onto the damp leaves, and slowly held his hands out in supplication. "We're on the same side. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. We're White Oak Security." "Mercenaries, yeah, I got that part," Walker sneered. "I want to know who your current client is. Who is paying the tab for you fuckers to sneak around up here? And what are they paying you to do that requires you to follow me?" Leon's mouth had gone dry. He found himself wishing he hadn't dropped his gun. Not that he would have drawn on Walker while the guy had his weapon snug against Cheng's skull, but he didn't like losing the option bullets gave him. The knife clipped to his belt felt warm and familiar against his hip. It would be clean and shiny now, but it had been dipped in blood before. It would be a damn shame if he had to kill Walker, but better than having to go back and tell the boss he had lost the bastard in the woods. "We don't have clients," Leon said. "We take orders. The boss doesn't tell us who the client is." "Bullshit. You can figure it out." Cheng bared her teeth. "Yeah, sometimes we can. Right now, we know it's government work, just like you." "Not like me." "Oh, Mr. Fucking Righteous," Cheng said. She tilted her head away from the gun, but Walker followed with its barrel, kept it nudged against her. "You're asking questions you already know the answers to. We're following you because we have orders to follow you. The boss told us you were here, told us to shadow you in case you found the target before we did." Leon winced at the word. He saw Walker's eyes narrow the moment Cheng uttered those two syllables. "Target," Walker echoed. "Maeve Sinclair is not a target. She's a victim." "You gonna kill me or argue semantics?" Cheng asked. Leon saw her legs tense, knew she would make a move. His fingers drifted toward his knife. "I don't have time for either," Walker said. He drew back his hand, went to knock her on the skull with his gun. Cheng twisted in his grasp, grabbed him by the throat, reached for his gun hand. As she moved, Leon unsheathed his knife, rushing toward them. Cheng wouldn't need him. She had Walker cold. He watched her thrust her left leg behind his right and drive him backward, Walker started to fall. As he did, he grabbed a fistful of Cheng's hair and dragged her after him. The momentum of his fall brought them both down. He yanked her over him, put a boot in her gut, kept her moving, hurled her at the trunk of a foot-thick birch with such force that the tree cracked and began to fall, branches catching on other trees on the way down. "Son of a bitch," Leon muttered, as he took aim at Walker's back, cocked back his knife hand, and snapped his wrist forward. Walker wasn't there when the knife sliced the air. He'd dropped to the ground. The knife glanced harmlessly off a tree branch and skittered into the underbrush, and Leon found himself looking down the barrel of Walker's gun. Cheng rushed at him from the left, had the drop on him for sure, but Walker jerked his gun hand up and fired. The bullet took Cheng in the shoulder, spun her around. Leon saw her blood spatter the leaves as she fell. Walker slammed a boot down on the bullet wound. "That placement was on purpose," he told Cheng. "I can shoot you somewhere else if you want." "Christ's sake, we're on the same side," Leon snarled. Walker stepped back, covering them both with his gun. "The possibility of that being true is the only reason I'm not leaving your corpses out here in the woods. You just outright told me you intended to murder Maeve Sinclair. Those aren't my orders, and I wouldn't follow them if they were. Give your boss a message for me. I'm going to get that woman somewhere safe, where she can be treated. I'm putting myself in between her and anyone who wants to stop that from happening." Gun or no gun, Leon lunged for him, got hold of his wrist to keep the gun aimed up at the sky. Leon caught him with a punch to the gut, then the kidney, but Walker moved with the blows, and when Leon tried to hit him again, the bastard gave him a solid shot to the skull. Leon staggered, rattled, wondering if a man could be concussed by one fucking punch. Other punches landed, all of them Walker's. Leon caught a glimpse of Cheng, unconscious now and bleeding in the dirt. Then Walker brought his gun down on Leon's head, and the lights went out. 14. Maeve huddled beneath the prickly branches of a pine tree, smears of sap on her arms and face. The earth moved, but this was no quake or tremor. She had felt this way before, drunk and lying in bed with the spins, vertigo or something like it. Her vision blurred. Long minutes passed, she couldn't be certain how many, before drops of rainwater plinked into her left eye and forced her to focus. She felt the pine needles sticking to her soaking wet clothes and knew she had to move. Maeve rolled onto her belly and crawled out from beneath the pine. Maeve. The world tilted again. Her stomach convulsed, and she vomited with such force that tears came to her eyes. The stink of it wafted up at her, and she recoiled even as her stomach twisted again, and once more she went rigid as vomit poured out of her. She breathed through her mouth to keep from smelling it. Forcing herself to crawl away, she found herself out in the open again, in the rain, and she let the cold water cleanse her. "It's rotting you from the inside, Maeve. Get up, you cowardly nothing. Can't you feel it? You're hungry." And she was. God, she was. The inner voice might have been cruel, but she couldn't deny the truth of its words. What troubled her was the voice itself, the way it resonated in her bones as if the words were music played through the pipes of an organ. Was this madness? Sickness? How could she be hungry after being so violently ill? She tried to rise, stumbled, and then managed to walk. Her vision wavered, the path ahead unclear. Her thoughts were muddled as if the rain and the wind had penetrated her mind. In high school, she and Christy Burns had gotten so drunk at a party in the woods that they'd tried to walk home and had gone 2 miles in the wrong direction before they'd realized. They'd made it to a street on the outskirts of town, headed toward North Conway, and Alec Bergen had pulled over to check on them. Alec and Christy's older brother were best friends, and Christy'd had a crush on him since she was in the 6th grade. That night she had thrown up in the back seat of Alec's car, a stink that would never come out of the upholstery, and afterward Christy could never stay in any room with Alec for more than 30 seconds, but at least they had made it home safely. For a few seconds, Maeve found herself back inside that moment, living that night, riding in the back of Alec's shitbox Cadillac, an ancient rusted thing he'd gotten from his grandpa. She blinks, breathes in, smells Christy's puke, or her own, and then she isn't in the car or in the woods, but standing at the edge of a field, hungry. There are soldiers in the field. Bulanova, says that dark voice inside her. She feels sun on her skin, hears the clang of crude swords and the grunts of men. They're starving, says the voice, killing each other so they might no longer be hungry. Can we do any less? Maeve staggers forward with legs that are not her own. She feels tall, though her arms are thin and her clothing ragged. The smell on her now is something else, something worse, something like the awful gut-churning stench of the rats who died and rotted in the wall of her family kitchen one spring. She walks toward the soldiers as they clash. Her hands are outstretched. Their nostrils flare and foreheads wrinkle when her stench reaches them, as if she is only vaguely visible to them until that moment when they smell the stink of death. That moment when it becomes too late. Her long, spindly fingers reach out to brush an arm, a cheek, the soft curve of a throat. One by one they fall, those she touches, and they buck and writhe as the sickness turns them putrid. They wilt and die behind her like flowers in a field of war. On her hands and knees in the mud and rain, Maeve coughed hard enough that bloody spittle flew from her mouth. Coughing racked her body again, her fingers sinking into the mud. But she forced herself to breathe evenly, slowly, shuddering. Blinking, she stared at the muddy ground, at her fingers, nothing like the long, wicked claws she had just imagined. What the hell was that? Trembling, hands on her knees, she managed to rise to her feet. The wheezing remained in her chest, the pressure in her head. The voice lingered as well, the malignant presence that had been taking root in her thoughts, inside her skull. As she thought of it now, a soft sigh of amusement that slithered in her brain. A tumor, she thought. Could cancer grow that quickly? Put pressure on some part of her brain that might make her have such hallucinations? Might breed this fear and paranoia? Or could it just be fever, exhaustion, dehydration? Snarling, she bashed her fists against her temples. Sick as she was, she knew she had to find something to eat and fresh water to drink. Hungry? Serpentine, the voice continued to snake through her thoughts. An image swam up into her mind of the guy on the dirt bike, impaled, bleeding, and on the edge of death. Again her hands clenched, itching. They yearned to return, to touch the dying man. But even if she would have done such a thing, it was too late. The rider had died. Find another, Maeve. Again she smashed her fists against her head. She didn't want to kill anyone else, even if that meant the sickness gnawing at her would kill her. A buzz filled the air, low but growing louder. The other dirt bike, she thought at first, before tracking the sound as coming from overhead and to the north. Hopeful, she looked up to find the sky almost completely hidden by the canopy of trees. Rain dripped from branches and leaves and pine needles. In the open places, Gray light and still more rain slipped through, but she couldn't get a glimpse of the helicopter, even as the noise of its rotors droned nearer. Heart thumping, she hurried through the trees, searching for a clearing. She could turn herself in, get help. They might not be there to help her, she knew. After what she'd seen at the parade, after the infection had poisoned her, turned her into a carrier, a killer, a contagious thing, they might not want her alive. But that would be better than the urge inside her now, the desire to find someone to touch, some warm life to end. "Please," she managed as she came to a place where slightly more of the gray sky showed itself above her. She screamed, "Please!" Maeve waved her hands back and forth, spotted the helicopter against the storm clouds. Too high, too far. She waved harder, screamed louder. She watched the chopper glide away until the trees blocked her view again. Adrenaline had masked her pain and discomfort for a minute, but now the ache in her throat and the throbbing in her skull returned. Her bones hurt as if they had been driven into her flesh. Maeve exhaled, coughed, and tried to clear her thoughts. Instinct had made her head for the gorge earlier. She'd gotten sidetracked, but now she glanced around in search of the right direction. Whoever might be on this mountain looking for her, she could never trust their motives. Only her dad and Rose. Descending into the gorge could be treacherous if he didn't know the right path to take, but there were caves in the gorge. It could take them days to find her, even if they knew where to look. Down there, she would either be trapping herself or saving herself. She set off north through the trees. Inside, the voice still lingered. She felt its awareness of her, like eyes watching her from the dark, only inside her thoughts instead of hiding in the trees. For the moment, however, the voice had gone quiet, and she had no visions of spindly fingers brushing death across the skin of the living, or of them falling to the ground, lesions bursting on their flesh. The silence hung heavy in her thoughts, as if something held its breath, waiting. 15. Rose had never felt so exposed in her life. She and Priya walked hand in hand where the woods would allow it. The bitch with the gun followed right behind them, but they held hands as if this were an ordinary hike, the two of them exploring the wilderness. They had kayaked on the river, but had never climbed any of the mountains together, never even gone fishing. Their dad had taken Rose and Maeve fishing many times, and she wondered why she had never taken Priya. Agatha bumped her gun against the small of Rose's back, and she let out a kind of peep, a sound she'd never made in her life. Her face flushed with shame. Had she ever hated anyone as much as she did this tiny woman with her big, goddamned gun? She didn't think so. Even the man who had driven his car through the crowd at the parade had been sick and fleeing something or someone. And she couldn't hate Maeve, even though her heart wanted to. Maeve would be suffering even more than Rose. After what she'd done, Maeve would be in agony. But this fucking bitch, Rose burned with hatred for her. "Talk to me, Rose," Agatha said. "Where are we headed?" "Where you wanted to go. There are dozens of ways to get down into the gorge, but only a few of them are both quick and safe." Agatha said nothing, just kept them moving with the specter of that gun. "Can I ask you a question?" Priya said quietly. Agatha's footfalls were quiet, but now they grew quieter, as if she had fallen back to make sure she could shoot them both. "Go on." "How much do you get paid to kill someone?" Rose stiffened. Her mouth went dry, but she kept walking. She squeezed Priya's hand in warning, but the question was already out. Agatha laughed softly. "Well, Rose, Looks like your girlfriend is more interesting than I thought. But what makes you think I kill people for money, honey? All sorts of people will want what Maeve has. Maybe I work for my government." "I don't think so," Priya interrupted. "You're a private contractor. That's why you're here alone. I don't know if someone paid you to be here or if you're looking at it as like an investment or something, but you work alone. And I was just wondering what it cost to hire you to kill someone." Rose felt the chill of the rain that soaked her clothes, felt the way they clung to her, but now she felt the dampness of the air as well, and it seemed ready to suffocate her. This wasn't Priya, so what did Priya have in mind? Agatha fell back another step or two. She laughed softly, muttered some profanity under her breath. "Let me get this straight. I have a gun pointed at you. In this moment, you have zero idea whether I intend to let you live through the day. And you're looking to hire me to murder someone else?" Rose glanced over her shoulder. Agatha's amusement seemed genuine. "Not necessarily to hire you," Priya replied, growing sheepish. "I'm just, looking for an estimate." That did it. Agatha burst out laughing, stopped in her tracks. She kept her gun aimed at them, but the barrel wavered. Priya plowed into Rose, letting go of her hand and practically sweeping her off to the left. Rose stumbled, but Priya kept her from falling, kept her moving. Panic alarms shrieked inside her, and she expected bullets to punch through the vulnerable softness of her back. Expected them, but didn't wait for them. Her body understood what it took her mind deadly seconds to process, that they were running, trying to escape, that they were about to die. Gunshots popped and echoed through the forest. Rose felt the shots in her chest, each one slamming into her with sound alone, like standing too close when the fireworks went off. She heard shrapnel blown out of trees, heard bullets hit the dirt. It took only seconds. As she lunged behind a huge oak, Rose realized Priya had let go of her hand. She spun in time to see Priya cock her arm back like a pitcher on the mound and let fly with a jagged black rock the size of a baseball. Agatha leveled her pistol and fired. The bullet punched through Priya's right shoulder, spun her around, droplets of blood spraying the leaves around her. Too late. The rock Priya had thrown struck the left side of Agatha's face. Her head whipped to one side as she staggered backward, caught her boot on a root, tried to break her fall with her gun hand, and cried out in pain as something gave way in hand or wrist or fingers. "Fucking run!" Priya said, clutching at her bloody shoulder as she crashed toward Rose, smashing branches out of her way. Rose was already running. Though she tried to fight it, she succumbed to the temptation to look back. She saw Agatha on her knees, cradling her right hand against her body. Blood smeared on the woman's cheek and stained the beautiful silver of her hair. The tiny killer looked fragile and pitiable, until the moment she turned her head and her gaze tracked them. Even from here she looked disoriented, unfocused, but Rose felt seen. Agatha might be down and bleeding, but still Rose felt hunted. Maeve drifts in and out of the world. Outwardly she struggles to draw breath, her throat so raw it seems lined with shards of glass, but another part of her feels exultant, ready to open her mouth and scream with pleasure. In that interior place, a shard of Maeve opens its eyes to find herself in a church of rough-hewn stone, torches blazing in sconces on the walls. She glides as if in the midst of a dance, inhaling the oily smoke from those torches and the sweat stink of worshippers. Her hands dart out, caressing those who chant their prayers, and one by one she silences them, infects them. Their lives are delicious. Maeve follows a serpentine path among them, slithering contagion. She takes a withered old man by the hands and kisses him on the corner of his mouth, the adoring gesture of a favored granddaughter. She holds his wrinkled cheeks between her hands and watches the glint in his rheumy eyes go dark, watches the plague blossoms rise and burst on the sagging flesh of his throat and forehead, watches the bags beneath his eyes turn black and begin to blister with rot. People scream in the church. Someone grabs a torch from the wall and brandishes it in her direction. She reaches out, and the haggard old woman thrusts the burning torch at her face. Maeve stops it with an open hand, grasps the oily flames, greasy smoke pluming up from her palm and fingers as they are engulfed in fire. The old woman shrieks at her, eyes wide with ferocity born of terror, yanks the torch from her grip and thrusts it like a swordsman right into Maeve's face. Her hair ignites. As flames engulf her head, she grabs hold of the fierce old hag's face, and the woman sags to her knees, topples to the stone floor, and cracks her skull open. In the real world, Maeve wept. Tears slid down her face. Feverish, she staggered from tree to tree. The wind whipped against her, rain trickling down her back, mixed with sweat from her effort and her disease. Her left hand reached out again, searching for the next tree, but this time it found nothing to grasp. She lost her balance, stumbled forward. Panic snapped her awake, reality burning almost as much as that dream fire. The gorge, she thought, and for an instant she imagined herself flying over the edge, falling, falling, falling. She imagined impact. But impact came too soon. Maeve sprawled on her side in the tall grass of a clearing. Rain pelted her, falling harder than ever. She had lost track of her direction, lost track of the gorge, yet it seemed of little importance now. Lying in the wet grass, she realized she must be closer to death than to salvation. Whatever she had hoped to do, hide, think, devise some escape or cure, the time for those hopes had passed. I'm going to die. The realization was not unpleasant. It settled into her, wrapped itself around her, and she embraced the idea. She'd killed the BMW driver, though she supposed she ought to be forgiven for that one, and her mother and Logan. The guilt clawed at her, but she knew no God would hold her responsible. But what about now? She felt the thing inside her, that hunger, the sickness, and the voice still whispered there. If she lived, she would surrender eventually, and someone would kill her. This could only end one way. Better to die now than to suffer or to kill again. Maeve pushed herself up to a sitting position and drew her knees up toward her chest. She wrapped her arms behind her head, coughing, trying to get one unfettered breath of mountain air, the smell of rain. Maybe she should just wait there to die? She smiled bitterly. It had been a foolish thought. Maybe. Where else could she go? "Mama," she rasped and began to cough. A finger of jagged lightning stabbed the gray sky, silent, and habit made her count the seconds until thunder boomed, echoing off the mountain, the sound rolling into the distance. 4 seconds. The storm had grown worse. She glanced up to search the sky for more lightning. As she did, she caught sight of a squat building across the clearing, caught in the shadows cast by trees and storm. Warm yellow light glowed in the 2 small windows in front. Barely more than a cabin with a wide front porch, it had several picnic tables arrayed in front, and paths worn down to the dirt led from several directions right to the front steps. Ranger station, she thought, just before she spotted the sign. Even in the storm, the yellow-painted words were visible. Maeve struggled to her feet. She pushed her hands through her soaking hair and squeezed some of the rain out, pushed the whole mess behind her head away from her face. Somehow, though she felt like never moving again, she straightened up to her full height. She would turn herself over to them. Whoever might be chasing her, they would either kill her or cage her or study what had happened to her, maybe all three in some particular order. But it didn't matter anymore. She just wanted this to end, and if the ending meant death, at least it would be faster than dying up here, sprawled on the ground in the rain. She took one step toward the ranger station. The front door opened. The ranger didn't step out, but he held the door with one hand and craned his neck, peering through the rain at her. "Hey," he called. "You okay? I spotted you from the window, and I thought, you alone? Are you lost?" Maeve gazed at the silhouetted figure in his pine green uniform. She saw the other one behind him, a second ranger, an older man who grabbed him by the shoulder. The rain drowned out their conversation, but she watched the pantomime through the rain as the older man gestured toward her, face etched with concern, and the younger one, who had come to the door, looked hesitant. The younger ranger took a step out onto the porch, the wind sweeping around him, plastering him with rain. "You the one they're looking for?" Even from 40 feet away, even in the storm, she could see the change in him. A young guy like him, maybe Maeve's age, did not take a job like this without thinking himself some kind of noble figure. When he had opened the door, he had looked the part, kind and caring. Now, suspicion and fear clouded his features, and the fear reminded Maeve of this morning. The look on her mother's face as she died. "No," she whispered. Maeve started to turn back the way she'd come, but her body seized as if she had been on a leash all along, and now her owner had tugged it tight, calling her to heel. A cough erupted from her chest. Black spittle and bloody foam sprayed from her mouth, flecking the tall grass, and in the midst of wheezing, trying to catch her breath, a surge of black hostility flooded her mind. The anger burned her. Its venom tasted bitter in her mouth, and she sneered as she turned toward the ranger station. The sneer vanished. Her face went slack, then pitiful and pleading. But none of those expressions belonged to her. "Please," she called, "help me." "No," she thought. But the voice that had come from her lips did not belong to Maeve, and for that moment, just those few seconds, she could not form her own words. The gift of speech had been stolen from her. She wept, and the tears, at least, were her own. The hunger came on her even more suddenly than the anger. It had been inside her all along, gnawing, yearning, but now it ripped into her with such power that she clutched at her gut and cried out. "Son of a bitch," the young ranger said, striding across the porch and starting down the steps. "Frankie, wait," the older one warned. Frankie glanced over his shoulder. "Call it in, Abe. We can't just leave her." In the doorway, his silhouette darker, taller, wider than Frankie's, Abe just stood there and watched, worry carved into his features. Frankie strode toward Maeve, and though she did not lick her lips, the temptation existed. The satisfaction and anticipation of watching him approach made her flex her fingers. "No, I don't want to," she thought. The voice inside her disagreed. It wanted Frankie in a way that Maeve had never wanted anyone for anything, and that want radiated through her. She can see it in that moment, striding up to the porch and taking Frankie into her arms, caressing his exposed skin while black boils erupt and the cough chokes him, and she tastes his life on her tongue and in the folds of her brain, the tingle of it from toes to fingertips. "You okay?" he asked again, approaching through the rain. In her mind, she saw the sorrow and confusion in her mother's dying eyes, and that seared into her brain a clarifying image. Maeve snarled as she ripped herself out of its control and turned away. She started to walk, forcing herself, and wondered if she could manage to run. Distracted by pain and mesmerized by hunger, she barely heard the engine over the rain. Only when the Rangers both turned to the right, no longer focused on her, did Maeve notice the droning buzz that grew louder with each tick of her life's clock. The buzz belonged to the engine of a dirt bike. She didn't have to wonder if this might be the one she'd heard earlier, the twin of the bike ridden by the man who had impaled himself on a fallen tree. The rider saw her and changed course, rear tire slewing through mud. He bent his head low over the handlebars, rain sheeting across him, and he drove straight for her. Her hands reach toward the rider as he approaches. The buzz of his engine continues, as if originating within the confines of her skull, yet the vision before her shimmers like heat above a roadway and shifts, and she is elsewhere. The tall grass is gone. The mountain and the storm vanish. At her feet lies the twisted corpse of a man whose face is covered with a mask, whose exposed skin is dotted with pustules and bleeding from pores. Though it may only be a part of his costume, by his clothing she believes him some sort of nobility, perhaps even monarchy. Screams fill the room. The shrieking sweeps over her like the weight of the air just before a storm thunders in. She looks up and sees them coming for her. Terrifying phantasms, beaked monstrosities, cloaked shadows, and it's a moment or two before she recognizes these as merely costumes, like the one worn by the dead prince arrayed on the black marble floor. This is no tomb, as she'd thought a moment ago, but some kind of masquerade ball. It's a party. The walls are black. The drapes tied back from the windows are the finest, most elegant black velvet. Only the windows vary in hue. Each glass pane is stained a bloody scarlet, lit from without by tripod candelabras whose flames cast a garish, flickering red light within. The costumed celebrants rush toward her, their hands outstretched as if to punish her for some crime. She feels a smile stretch her lips, feels her face crack at the corners of her mouth as she reaches out her own hands to greet them. For the first time, she notices those hands, wrapped in rough, yellowed cloth, stained with blood and black effluent. She notices the fingers, bone thin, or perhaps merely bone, skeletal. The masquerade envelops her, tears at the fabric that shrouds her body. As they claw her apart, they begin to cough, to choke. Purple bruises turn to erupting blisters on their skin. Black blood weeps from eyes and ears, and they begin to drop one by one. We all fall down, she thinks. The buzz in her skull made her blink. She reeled and fell to her knees, the sickness overwhelming her at last. Maeve stared down at her hands. For a moment she saw the mummified, skeletal fingers, but her vision cleared with another blink, and they were only her hands after all. Maeve Sinclair, flesh and blood. There were 3 spots on the back of her hand, small blisters, sores that had appeared within the past hour. Maeve coughed, unable to rise from her knees, and she spat a wad of black phlegm from her throat. She looked up and found herself in that clearing again. The tall grass, the muddy trails, the rain soaking her clothing. To her left stood the forest ranger station. To her right, the dirt bike bore down on her. The rider squinted against the rain, teeth bared. His dark hair plastered his scalp, made him look almost like a corpse himself. Maeve thought this must be real. She felt the rain, heard the dirt bikes growl. She licked her lips, the hunger so bad she would have screamed if the pain in her throat would have let her. Maeve opened her arms as if to embrace the rider. The dirt bike roared toward her, and the rider reached inside his jacket, drawing out a handgun. One hand guiding the bike, he began to take aim, the engine snarling as it began to slow. Something flashed in her peripheral vision, brown against the gray light. The young ranger hurtled through the rain, planted himself in the dirt bike's path. The rider swerved one-handed. The front tire went sideways in the mud, the dirt bike slewed, and the rider flew into the air to hit the ground perhaps 20 feet from Maeve. He tucked his body in, protecting his head, and his gun hand skidded in the mud and started to rise almost immediately. Mud smeared half his face, and his right eye seemed to open behind a wet, dark mask. He looked at her as he reached up to scrape that mud away. His gun dangled in his right hand, also smeared with mud. Maeve shuddered with anticipation as she staggered toward him, arms outstretched. As he wiped the mud off, the young ranger slammed into him. The two men went down together. The impact rolled them off the path and into the grass. The wind picked up. The rain slashed down at an angle. The thick humidity of the earlier storm had abated, and Maeve felt a chill now, as if the hot July summer had fled the mountain and surrendered entirely to this storm. She watched the rider and the ranger struggle, saw arms flail and punches land, and then the crack of a gunshot filled the air, momentarily blotting out the shush of the rain and wind. The older ranger shouted as he came down out of the little cottage they used for their station. He clutched a radio in his right hand, barking into it, reporting on events as they unfolded. With his left hand, he wielded an aluminum baseball bat that certainly wasn't standard issue for the job. Grunting with effort, the dirt bike rider tossed aside the young ranger's body. In that green uniform, the deep red flowing from his gunshot wound soaked in just a little darker than the rain, but Maeve could smell the copper tang of blood in the air. The rider began to turn, gun still in his fist. Maeve knelt beside him, gripped his arm before he could take aim. Her other hand cupped around the back of his neck, and she bent quickly to give him a soft peck on the forehead. She tasted the rain and his sweat. He struggled to turn the gun toward her, but a savage cough seized him. He wheezed, trying to catch his breath, and she slipped the gun from his hand and let it hang from her fingers as she rose and started along the path to the east. A tremor swept through her, part pleasure and part pain. A sound escaped her throat, and she noticed immediately that the rawness, the ragged feeling of broken glass, had vanished. She felt as if she could scream now, as if she might sing. Warmth suffused her. The cold and pain, the sickness, had been leached from inside her and into the man whose life she had just taken. She dropped the gun into the tall grass and kept going, feeling strong, alive. "Stop!" the older ranger shouted from behind her. "Come back here, lady! You can't just walk away from—" "Jesus Christ! What did you do to Frankie?" Maeve hesitated, rotated her head to look at him. He reminded her of Jeff Bridges, the actor who always looked like he'd just woken from a bender. As strong and healthy as she felt, her fingers still twitched. A little knot of hunger growled in her chest, a longing that had quickly grown familiar to her, as much a part of her as the beat of her own heart. "Run," she whispered half-heartedly. Then she shouted it. "Run!" She forced herself to turn away and take her own advice. Tall grass whipped at her. The soft, rain-soaked ground squelched underfoot as she ran for the trees. The old ranger barked after her, screaming commands as if he thought she might actually obey them. A little voice deep in her brain told her she ought to do exactly that. She recognized it as the voice of the original Maeve, the one who had ceased to exist this morning. The other voice, the louder one, the darker one, demanded that she turn around, go back, and get the old ranger and eat his life, consume him, infect him. But Maeve strode on. She forced herself to quicken her pace, running from the old ranger as much as she ran from the voices in her head. Up ahead, the woods were dark. The trunks of trees looked almost like a shadow army waiting in the rain. Two of those dark forms shifted, and Maeve assumed she must be hallucinating again, until the first one stepped out of the trees and she saw the black, glistening armor and knew that her troubles were not over yet. The soldiers had come for her. Relief swept through her, despite the roar of that new voice, the one that yearned for life, lusted for death. The two black-clad soldiers aimed their guns at her and began to shout her name, ordering her to raise her hands above her head. There was nowhere for Maeve to run. A smile curved her lips, but it was not her own smile. That grin belonged to something else. 16. When Walker heard the whine of the dirt bike coming to him through the trees, he hesitated. The sound might mean anything, but in a summer rainstorm with the town under quarantine, he figured it had to be someone hunting Maeve Sinclair. He crashed through the trees in the direction of the engine's growl. 30 feet ahead, he saw a gray light through the branches and realized he'd come to a clearing. The engine noise changed to a high whine, became muffled, and then coughed out. Walker frowned as he realized there were voices coming from the clearing. He picked up his pace, ignoring the snapping branches and the clomp of his boots. Being overheard was a calculated risk. He drew his gun, fingers tightening on the grip as he scanned the woods. The gunshot seemed so loud that the sound of the rain vanished for several seconds. Walker didn't slow down, but his steps were more careful as he rushed to the edge of the clearing. He sought cover behind a massive oak. A gust of wind shook raindrops from seemingly every leaf overhead. He wiped at his eyes and stared at the scene playing out in the clearing. The ranger station. An older, bearded man in uniform came out the door with a radio in one hand and a gleaming silver baseball bat in the other. In the clearing, two men seemed to grapple while a woman strode purposefully toward them. No, Walker thought, they're done grappling. One of the men was dead, the source of the gunshot, no doubt. The details resolved themselves in his head. The dead man wore a ranger's uniform, which made the other man the dirt bike rider, a killer searching for Maeve. As for the woman, he'd seen a photograph of Maeve, but soaked with rain and at a distance of 50 yards or more, she could have been anyone. Then he watched as she reached for the fallen rider's arm, turned away his gun hand, and kissed his forehead. Seized by a coughing spasm, the rider began to die. Walker had witnessed the phenomenon on video, but it seemed different in person, lonelier, both for the dying and the killer. Maeve started to cut across the clearing. The old ranger came running after her. Walker stepped out of the trees. He was off to her right, barely in her peripheral vision, and he thought he could catch up with her pretty damn fast with the noise of the rain covering his pursuit. The old ranger spotted him, turned toward him, pointed his baseball bat at Walker like Babe Ruth calling his home run. Then the old ranger tipped to one side, reeling as if drunk or shot. He tried to stand up straight, but a second bullet blew half his skull across the tall grass. Walker dove into the grass as something buzzed past his head. Might have been a horsefly. but he had a feeling this insect had been hotter and shinier. He pushed left through the grass and lifted his head enough to see Maeve. The two blackcoats were right in her path, and instead of running or trying to hide in the grass, she had begun to jog toward them, hands in front of her as if one of the blackcoats might be her long-lost lover. For a heartbeat, Walker focused on those hands. Bullets strafed the grass around him, and he understood only one move lay available to him. Taking a breath, he bent low and hustled through the grass. They would see him coming, or at least see the grass bending, so he darted back and forth, managing a jerking serpentine pattern. They didn't want to kill Maeve. He told himself that and hoped it was true. But they also weren't going to be thrilled with the idea of being touched by her. Taser, he figured. They would tase her or shoot her with some kind of tranquilizer dart, or they would just murder her out of terror. Walker stood up, took aim, and put 2 bullets in the chest of a blackcoat. The shots knocked the guy off his feet, but he wore body armor, so the odds were good he would be back in action momentarily. Rushing through the grass, he put Maeve between himself and the other blackcoat. This was the gamble, but it wasn't much of a risk. If this guy didn't have orders to take Maeve alive, Walker wouldn't reach her in time anyway. He ran, full tilt. Grass whipped at him. He heard the standing blackcoat shouting to the one he had shot, telling him to get up. Panicked. Walker liked that panic. It bought him priceless seconds, invaluable territory. Slightly bent to compensate for Maeve's height, he closed the distance, 50 feet away from her, 40, 30. At 20 feet behind her, Walker dodged to his left, every inch of his chest awaiting the bullet his body knew was inevitable. But he spotted the taser in the blackcoat's hand just as the fucker pulled the trigger on it. The prongs struck Maeve in the abdomen. In the rain, sparks and smoke spurted up from the contact points, but instead of stopping her, the shock seemed to speed her forward. Maeve threw her head back in pain or joy or some combination of the two, and she lunged for the blackcoat with the taser. He'd expected the taser to do its job. Now he started shouting for his partner. "Franco, shoot her! Jesus, Franco, shoot!" To his credit, Franco tried. Pressing one hand against his chest, where Walker's bullets would have hurt like a bastard, body armor or no, Franco got onto one knee and leveled his gun. This time, Walker shot him in the face. He winced as the bullet whipped Franco back, lowered his gaze as the man crumpled to the ground. For all the training he'd had, all the danger he'd thrown himself into over the years, he had intentionally taken human life only a handful of times, and they still haunted him. He wished the other blackcoat had not said Franco's name. He would rather not have known. Walker thought about Charlie back at home and wondered how it would make him feel to know his father had just killed a man. "Maeve," he called. "Maeve Sinclair, stop! Back away from him!" She ignored him, if she'd heard him at all. She reached for the blackcoat. He grabbed her wrists, tried to push her away, but she tore one hand free and grabbed at his face. Her fingers splayed across his forehead, palm covered his eyes and nose. The blackcoat backpedaled, shoving her away at the same time to put as much distance as possible between them. The guy stood there, hands out in front of him, staring at them. He'd discarded the useless taser, but still had his weapon. His eyes were wide as if he were waiting, like he might simply explode. He shuddered. His free hand came up to cover his mouth, and he might have coughed behind that hand. When he lowered it, blood smeared his lips and blotches began to form on his face. Walker thought he might be crying. The man seemed to remember his weapon then. He lifted it, took aim not at Maeve, who had just killed him, but past her at Walker. In his last seconds, he meant to vent his rage and take someone with him. Walker dove to the right, dropped into the tall grass and landed ribs first on a rock the size of a football. The rock smashed into his side and drove the air out of him. Pain slammed through him as he rolled over, clutching his side and wheezing. Gun in hand, he rose to one knee and forced himself up. Mind fuzzed by the pain, trying to clear his head, he took aim at the place the black coat had been, only to watch the man collapse and die before a bullet could be fired. Maeve remained on her feet. She moved through the wind-swept grass and the pouring rain, hands still outstretched. Only this time, those hands reached out for Walker. Leon Lewis returned to consciousness with a sudden flutter of his eyelids and a painful throb in his skull. Fucker hit me harder than I thought. He sucked in a gasp so deep it made him wonder if he'd stopped breathing for a moment, but he was pretty sure Walker hadn't hit him hard enough for that. Asshole, he grumbled, pushing himself up. He looked around to get his bearings. The day had turned darker, or maybe that was just the combination of the storm and the trees. Walker had knocked him out, but he must have rolled a bit when he'd fallen, because now he found himself backed up to a massive pine, like he was the ugliest present under the tree on Christmas morning. The rain dripped off the pine needles, but the tree shielded him from the worst of it. Cheng hadn't been so lucky. He swore again, rising as he stepped out into the rain. Leon searched himself for his phone, his comm unit, his gun, and couldn't find any of them. Walker had paused long enough to toss them into the woods, apparently. Of course he had. Asshole, he said again. He tried to shake off the shroud that unconsciousness had left in his mind. Had the bastard given him a concussion? Leon thought maybe he had, but a concussion wasn't going to kill him. Cheng's bullet wound, on the other hand, might well be the end of her. She lay on her side in the rain. Her gear was black, of course, so it was hard to tell how much blood she might have lost, but Leon could see the wound in her shoulder, practically the armpit, one of the vulnerable places in White Oak's body armor design. He knelt by her and checked the pulse in her neck. It was weak, but there, which meant the bullet hadn't struck the axillary artery, or she'd have bled out completely by now. Her chest rose and fell, so she was still breathing, but that didn't tell him how long she might stay that way. "Viv," he said, giving her a shake. Nothing. Leon shook her again. "Vivian," he said. "Cheng, you still with me?" Her eyelids twitched and opened blearily, but then closed again, which made up Leon's mind. No way was Cheng walking off this mountain, and he couldn't carry her all the way. He started searching her body and wasn't at all surprised to find no phone and no gun. She didn't like to wear the earpiece comm, however, and Walker wouldn't have known that. Leon undid the Kevlar vest on her body armor and patted several inside pockets until he felt the small bump. Relieved, he slipped it out and lodged it into his own ear, then tapped the button. "Oak Tree, this is Unit 13. Anyone copy?" Static exploded in his ear, and then he heard a burst of crosstalk. "Oak Tree, this is 13. Do you copy?" "Go ahead, 13. Leon exhaled. "Cheng's down. We need dust off. Can you track and retrieve?" Several seconds ticked by as the woman running logistics on this operation tried to track their location using the comm unit. Leon wondered if he'd lost the connection. "Oak Tree?" "Okay, I've got you, 13, she said. "How bad is the injury?" "I'll do what I can, but tell them not to stop for red lights." There were no red lights, of course. An evac team would be set up either on a chopper or some kind of ATV. In this weather, he guessed the latter. "Half an hour or more," she warned. Leon looked at Cheng, already figuring out how he could pad the wound, but the question of whether she had another half hour came down to how badly she was bleeding. There would be nowhere to tie a tourniquet, so it all came down to applying pressure to the wound. "We'll hold on," he said, not at all sure Cheng would. That was it. Evac was on its way. He ended the call, unzipped a pocket, and pulled out a small med kit. Cheng bared her teeth as he shifted her body, working the Kevlar body armor off, but he needed access to the injury. When she cussed him out by name, he felt a flicker of hope, though she didn't open her eyes to do it. With a small pair of surgical scissors, he cut away the blood-soaked fabric around her shoulder and pulled it back to look at the entry wound. Cheng continued to bleed, but while the flow seemed steady, it wasn't a gusher. No spurting blood, no massive pool beneath her. In either case, she'd have died before the evac team arrived. "Okay," he said quietly. "We got this." No exit wound, though, which presented a small problem. If there had been, he could have glued the bullet hole to stop the bleeding until a surgeon could get in there and do it right. But with the bullet still lodged in there, he didn't want to risk it. They had been taught to do some field dressing of wounds, but he had only halfway paid attention. He wanted to bash his skull against a tree for being so thoughtless. Instead, he racked his brain to remember what he could. Pressure was the key. "Don't move around," he told Cheng. "The bullet's still in there. You don't want to make it worse, cause more bleeding." Her eyes opened part way, and he could see the disdain in them. Leon managed a smile. Of course, Cheng knew as much about this as he did, probably much more. Viv Cheng would have paid way more attention when they were teaching field triage and all that shit. Right then, she was probably thinking he should have been the one to get shot. At least she would do a better job of patching him up. "Sorry, partner. I'm all you've got," he told her. "We'll both be happier when—" Leon heard an engine. He blinked in surprise and glanced around. The sound came from over his left shoulder, directly from the southern approach to the mountain. Relief flooded through him, but it only lasted a moment. No way could an evac team have gotten to them so quickly. It had just been a few minutes since he'd called for help, and now that he listened more closely to the rumbling engine, he knew it didn't belong on any ATV. This was something else, small enough to maneuver along some of the wider hiking trails, but too big to come up through the trees to reach them. "Who the hell is that?" Cheng managed to ask. Leon didn't hesitate. He knew he didn't have time for anything but movement. He used the knife to strip off the sleeve he'd already cut through on Cheng's shirt. Ripping open a packet of gauze, he pressed it to the wound. Blood soaked through instantly, and Cheng snarled in pain. "I've got to go, Viv. You know I do," he said. He folded up the sleeve he'd torn off and pressed it to the wound under her armpit. "Don't try using your free hand to hold this on. Just keep your arm clamped down. That should put enough pressure to stem the blood flow. You need to stay alive for maybe 20 minutes. Don't fuck it up." He said the words with a gallows humor, but neither of them smiled. "Someone else is after her," Cheng managed, her voice thin and reedy. "We knew it would happen." Leon's job had just changed. There were plenty of blackcoats up on the mountain searching for Maeve Sinclair, but the engine he'd just heard belonged to someone else. Russians, Saudis, maybe some cartel hit squad. Who the fuck knew? The important thing was that he had his orders. Whatever it cost, he absolutely could not let an outsider get to the target first. He took Cheng's comm unit out of his ear, tapped it to make sure the GPS locator was working, tucked it into her hand. Whatever happened to him, the evac team would be able to find her. "Cheng, listen," he started to say. Her eyelids fluttered, and he thought she might have gone dark again, but she exhaled loudly.